Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, looking good. Yeah, no, it is. I don't know how the camera looks, but
Yeah. Thanks for funding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Couple of things. The first is thanking Tricia for, a flawless conference yesterday and today, hopefully. Thank you. And then the code of conduct. So I won't read it, but just behave, be nice to everybody else. That's a very natural thing to do nowadays at this point. And that I think that's it, right? I don't have to say anything else. Yeah, and say the names, and then Paolo will give the rules of the.
Paolo Crewin, NYU. Laura Wallace, University. Gary Rubin, Chapman. Paolo Sella, Bologna. Matteo Sorginati, Bologna. Franz Gemacht, Stanford. Nico Washington, UCLA. Austin Pucci, Bernard, Rico Brown. Howard. Spike, Harvard. Jeffrey, Columbia. Stanford. And Albert Northwestern. Jacob Moscona, MIT. University of Houston. Philip Rosenbaum from the Business School. Miguel Garcia, Chicago. Alexa Pierre,
Okay, very good. So we can start with the first presentation. So the first presentation is Gamble and the success of the United States.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming back. So this is joint work with Matthias, who is here, and James and Davis, who are not, but who are here in spirit. Okay, we're going to talk about the organization of successful states in history. And just to get us to think about that early in the morning, I want to characterize what we think of as the organization of successful government. And broadly in social sciences and in the humanities, the way we think about this is that we follow the model set out by Max Weber about a century ago. What does that mean? It means that successful bureaucracies are organized in a rational, legal way. What does that mean? Bureaucrats are employed in the bureaucracy for a wage, and they're subject to rational legal incentives. So they're recruited meritocratically, they have career incentives, and importantly, they implement policy impartially from both those that they govern and the politicians that govern them. So that is, of course, like an intellectual tradition that since Max Weber goes back now a century and has been supported by many different studies in many different contexts. So cross-country evidence, individual country evidence, evidence for the incentives of individual bureaucrats, etc. Now, a question you can ask yourself is how well can we apply that model to history? And one way to think about that is to notice that running such states is very expensive. So just to put a number in your head, the median OECD country spends about 45% of its GDP on its budget every year. Right? So even without entitlement spending, that's in the 20s. Historically, that's not the case at all. So at the height of the Industrial Revolution, England spends about 10%. Prussia, the emblematic case that Weber studied, spent about 5%. So if you want a context for that number, that's in the range of Haiti, Yemen, the Democratic Republic of the Congo today, states that we wouldn't necessarily think of as having a lot of capacity or power to implement policy. And in fact, if you think about modern civil service reforms, or the moment when we get to state capacity levels, so taxes over GDP, that approach modern levels, it's way after economic growth. So civil service reforms start in the 1880s, 1890s. Modern government arrives after modern economic growth. So you can ask yourself, in this environment of low revenue, how do some places manage to organize successfully, whereas others don't? So to put us in the context of this paper, England, throughout the Industrial Revolution, managed to protect property rights, preserve order, provide infrastructure, and more generally run a fast-growing economy. So the question is, how? And that's the question of this project. So the rest of my time, I'm going to try and build towards an answer in 2 steps. First step is that historically, descriptively, many people worked for the state for free. What does that mean? This doesn't mean that there are people that are members of their community and they come together sometimes to sweep the street. These are people with recognized government positions and distinct responsibilities. If you do the numbers, which I'll do with you in a few minutes, you see that in England, across all levels of government, 75% of people do not get paid. In local government, which is the locus of all public good provision to ordinary citizens, this is 95%. So the majority of people in a government position do not get a wage. That's part 1 of the paper. Part 2 is to try and understand why and how. And so the why, and for the why, we study whether unpaid bureaucrats do better at providing public goods, and for the how, we think about the incentives that would motivate people to be part of such a state. And so what we find in the English context is that these are going to be incentives around social status. So prestige, status within the community, opportunities for career advancement, and these attract a particular type of people that are interested in having such positions, either next to a job or instead of a job if they're independently wealthy. So what we're going to do is characterize this type of state that takes advantage of the social things that people value to embed itself in society. And the hypothesis of the paper is that variation in the degree to which you can mobilize people to work for the state that way may be part of explaining the variation in success we observe across governments that are all equally impoverished. And just to have a word for that, this is in the title of the paper, we call that type of state the embedded state. Okay, let's dive in. First part of the paper is trying to understand how many people are actually doing anything for the English government in the 19th century. And for that, we need to understand how the English state works. The English state works in 4 levels. There's the central state, which is only in London and in some of the port cities collecting trade taxes. Below that, there are 3 levels of government. To the right, you see provinces In the middle, you see cities. I'm going to pause in the middle for a second because you see dark gray and light gray cities. The dark gray cities are going to be the cities that are constitute our main empirical sample. Dark gray plus light gray are all cities that we can recognize in the mid-19th century. And then on the left, you see English villages. So in the context, those are called parishes. And what you can do is that you can go for each of these levels and understand how many people are employed at each level of government in the mid-19th century, tally them up, and importantly, try to understand, do these people get a wage or not? If you do that, you get something like this. What I want to draw your attention to first is the first row, which is labeled central. So this is the central state. And the first two columns, 1700 and 1835. If you're familiar with the literature on the development of the state in early modern Europe, you will recognize these numbers from John Brewer's book, The Sinews of Power, where he traces the rise of the English bureaucracy with these numbers. So these are his numbers. If you pick up most textbooks and you read the size of the English government, you'll get about 20,000 in 1835. And the reason that you get that is that the people you see below at the parish, county, and borough level do typically not show up on government records because they don't get paid. You don't keep records of the people you do not pay. In fact, this government in London doesn't even know these people exist. Don't even know that people exist, and I'll talk about that in a second. If you do the work trying to measure these and you add them up, you get what we have at the bottom row. In a bold total in the local government, second column, 148,000 people. So that's a lower bound because for the provinces and the towns we can measure precisely, but for the parishes we have to make guesses, and these are the lower bound guesses. Right column, all the way to the right, you get the percentage of people that do not get a wage. So everyone in London gets paid. As you go further down, fewer people get paid. The bottom right cell is the 95% I cited at the beginning. If you add up central and local government, compute which fraction gets paid is 75%. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to characterize very briefly what that looks like before I jump into the data. You should think of unpaid jobs being of two types. The first type is basically rotational. So in the villages, I 1 year may be the constable, so the policeman. Someone else may take care of the church, and yet someone else might provide for the poor. Next year, we rotate. As you go up to the towns and the provinces, these jobs tend to be permanent, and I hold it for a year or a few years, then someone else holds it. It's a full-time job. Okay. That's the first step of the paper. The first step of the paper tries to document this large unpaid workforce. The second part tries to understand why do we have that? How do we do this? We searched for a long time to try and understand if there's any data on these people. And it turns out that for most levels of government, there isn't, but for one level, the towns, there is. And so this is one report issued in 1835. It's about 4,000 pages long of detailed systematic descriptions of town government. And the reason that it exists is something I alluded to earlier, which is that the government in London didn't know how their own country was run. So they started issuing inquests into different aspects of their own society, and this is one of it. So this is their attempt to understand how do our towns run. And so to do this, they hired a team of lawyers with a questionnaire, and they sent them around the country. And so the questionnaire responses survive for 258 towns, or what's called in England, boroughs. So for these boroughs, we have the following evidence. We have office by office by office, and I'll give an example in a second, who they employ. For each person they employ, we know what it is they do, so which tasks they are assigned to, and whether they get paid. And then for each town, we have performance on 7 distinct public goods. Okay, so these range from public goods that are sort of directly observable, like do you pave the road, to a quality assessment of the general management of the borough. So how well are those in charge running it? And I'd love to talk about that more offline. And then we know borough finances. So we know how much money they make, where it comes from, and that's going to become important in a second. So from that, what we do is that we construct a data set where we have 258 towns, 7 public goods for each town, and all employees assigned to these different public goods. Our report does not have names, not have data on individuals. So we go around and we gather whatever data we can find on who these people actually were. And from that, we measure their social background and their titles, which is going to become important in a second. Finally, and interestingly, the report goes in great detail on corruption. So it goes through a history of observed cases of corruption, of nepotism, of election rigging, things like that. And I'll get to that in a second as well. Just to give you an example, this is one extract of 1 page for 1 borough. So I want to draw your attention to the person halfway down the slide here called the Chamberlain. And if you read, the Chamberlain's duties are to collect rents, make payments, and keep the accounts of the corporation, rendering accounts annually to the mayor. Okay, so this is the finance person. That person gets paid £10 a year. If you go up 1 person to the bailiff summons jurors and executes process within the borough. This is a legal officer. They're also doing something else. They're also in charge of the jail. So this is how you use the right jail. Okay, so the bailiff here has 2 jobs: support the court and run the jail. The Chamberlain has 1 job: keep finances. Importantly, the bailiff has no salary or emoluments. So salary is a fixed wage. Emoluments, you may get a piece rate for some work. Same. Okay? So we have for each town, each person like this, systematically one after the other, and we link these people up to performance of these towns on different public goods through their assignment to these public goods, which you can read here by what they do. Okay, I'm going to give you some slices of the data. Here's one slice at the level of the town. So at the top, you see the biggest town in our data, Liverpool. And the second or third column, excuse me, you see that Liverpool employs 203 people. 7% do not get a wage. So most get a wage. And the most common person they employ is a watchman. If you go 2 lines down to Norwich, in Norwich, they employ 176 people and they don't pay half of them. These are the biggest town. You go all the way to the bottom. Newtown employs 3 people. Different slice of the data, different view on the data now at the level of the officer, office title, job title. Most common job title is a constable. So that's a police officer. 226 towns have a police officer. There's 1,200 of them. 70% do not get paid. There's about 650 distinct job titles across all these boroughs. Some are very common, like the constable. Some are very weird, like the person at the bottom, the claviger. This is like the keeper of the key, like your clavicle. Like that's you can go there if you need a key to the town hall. Okay, 2 boroughs have 1. Those that have them have 2 each, and none of them get paid. All right. Now, first thing you can do, first slice of the data, is simply take all these officers, code up whether they get paid, yes or no. For each officer, average over the public goods they provide. A standardized performance measure. So take all the public goods they are doing, standardized performance on that public goods provision to 0-1, average over the individual, and then average between paid, unpaid. Okay? There's differences in means of performance on the left-hand side. And what you find is that unpaid officers do better. So a large part of the empirical part of this paper is basically substantiating that finding more rigorously. What I want to just say now is that might be one of the reasons for why we observe this existing in the first place. To the right, we partial out borough fixed effects. So this is within the same town across different positions. Those that are unpaid do better. Okay, now we're going to dive in and estimate that relationship more rigorously. For that, we need a little bit of setup. I want you to have in mind 3 objects. The very bottom, the hall keeper, £15 a year, a livery, and some perquisites. So we can measure all of these things. Okay, I want you to have in mind 3 objects. One is YB of T, which is the performance in borough B, so the town, on task T, so on a particular public good. We standardize that, so think of that as a dummy. Do you do well at providing this public good, yes or no? Second object I want you to have in mind is W of BOT, which is, does officer O in town B do task T? So it's a task assignment indicator. The third object I want you to have in mind is U of O, do I get paid? And so the setup here, so if you're familiar with this class of models, is a fully standard team production setting, right, where we have individual characteristics and team outputs. Right? So that has some econometric implications that we can talk about offline. What you estimate with that is that you relate performance in town B on task T to an indicator, WBOT, are you assigned to this particular task? And then an interaction, are you assigned to this particular task times do you get paid? And the coefficient on that interaction is what I'm going to present. So it's the difference in performance between those people that do a task that get paid and those that do not. Okay, so this setup, the main attraction of this setup is that it allows rich fixed effects. So you can have fixed effects for town, delta B, for task, delta T, and for job title. Okay, so you can have mayor, task, and town fixed effects. Okay, if you do that, you basically recover what we found before. So even conditioning on the same job title within town, you see that unpaid people do better. We worry, of course, that the assignment of getting you paid correlates with a few things. One is other characteristics of your job. And secondly, anticipating what you're going to do, I might want to pay you or not. Or anticipating what kind of job title you're going to get, I might want to pay you or not. So what we do in the paper is exploit the fact that positions have a market wage, whether you're paid or not, and boroughs have a predetermined budget at the time that you choose whether to pay certain officers or not. And so that works out into an identification strategy where you can replace do I get paid with can I get paid given the amount of money that is exogenously available to me. And so I'm going to jump over why that is the case. I just want to show you this is a borough level balance table of how much money you have. And since the borough budgets are historically predetermined through bequests, you see that how much money you have is basically uncorrelated with any characteristics of the town that you can come up with. And for that reason, what you can do is instead of looking at are you paid, which is here, which correlates with absolutely everything, are you affordable? So could we pay you if you wanted to? And then our strategy is to replace do we pay you with can we pay you? And we find something very similar. I jump over that a little bit quickly because I want to get to understanding how does this work. We're going to exploit explore two things. One is we're going to ask, who are the types of people that end up in these unpaid positions? And what are the characteristics of these positions that aren't paid compared to those that are? And here's where we get to the culture aspect of this project. This is a few years ago. This is the Lord Mayor of London. If you become the Lord Mayor of London, if anyone ever wants to do that, you get driven around in a gold chariot. Okay. And this is an example of the type of motivation that comes up in the historical literature over and over and over again, that people take up these jobs for their social prominence. So office became a mark of status and prestige within the community and was desirable in itself. Members of the elite gladly became servants of the state for the prestige and influence it conveyed. Okay, so what we can do is that we can try to measure that. So we can try to measure within the report how prestigious is the particular job that you take up, and importantly, who takes these up. So here's a painting that you can go and see in the Frick collection in New York if you want to. This is the cultural image of the country gentleman. And so the cultural image in England is, if you're a self-respecting country gentleman, you're supposed to dedicate yourself to public service. And so this is what we have in mind when we think about the selection of particular people taking up this type of job. Now we can measure it. On the far left, we measure the prestige a particular position conveys. Then we measure how easy is it to transition up to higher positions when you have this position. And both correlate positively with whether that position is unpaid, meaning those unpaid positions are more prestigious and provide you the next step. And this is, of course, part of why people take them up without getting paid in the first place. Then we can measure aspects of these people who take them up. So are you more likely to have a gentlemanly title? Are you more likely to have a clerical title? Are you more likely to be the part of the political or economic elite? And so the people that take these positions up are different from the people that counterfactually would have taken them up had these positions been paid. And in fact, you can do a decomposition exercise in which you find that if you take out these positively selected people, the performance effect equalizes. Okay? So the increase in performance for unpaid people is explained by these people that are differently selected from society. What are the costs? In the paper, we explore two types of costs. One I won't have time to talk about, which is you can't get these unpaid people to do everything. So you can get them to be the mayor of your town, but you can't get them to be running the jail. You do find that they are more likely to appoint their cousins and take bribes. When you do another decomposition exercise, this does not explain the differences in performance. The very last part of the paper puts the puzzle pieces together to characterize two models of governance. A model in which everyone gets paid, and a model in which people do not get paid and get compensated in the ways I just described. And that's where I should stop. Thank you very much.
Okay. Noam Yukman is the discussant. I think is going to. Noam is the discussant, but he's in Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, I've asked to share my screen.
No, you have
You
10
should be
minutes.
able to go
And
ahead
now I
share.
can. Yep, perfect.
10 minutes.
Let me. Great. Let me do that. Share. And, can you see my discussion here? Not yet, it seems.
Yeah, it says you've started screen sharing, but I'm not seeing the actual presentation
Hmm.
yet.
Wonder why. That's strange.
You could try stopping and restarting the share and see if that helps.
Okay. Let me do that.
All
Seems
right, we
better.
see your presentation now.
Yeah,
Great,
Yes,
can
thank
wonderful.
you.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. Thanks so much for having me. I mean, so I live in England. I think one of the puzzles that one experiences day to day living here is how did Britain manage an entire empire on a tiny budget 200 years ago, and now it seems to struggle to pick up trash and stop people from stealing your cell phone. So I think this paper takes some steps to helping us understand how the British state managed to be so effective back in the 19th century. So I admire the authors and the work a lot. So let me give you a bit of an overview of the paper, what I see as some big picture contributions, a few kind of detailed questions about the empirics, and then I think big picture. So the overview, I think, is, I think you can almost summarize it in two screens. One is remarkably within these local government positions, individuals who are not paid perform better than those who were, and this is true. Sort of looking, at the raw data, essentially looking within locations, and then at some level, kind of instrumenting for payment or using quasi-random variation in whether people are paid or not. And then looking into the details, these people who are unpaid are sort of characterized by a cluster. They're coming from backgrounds that make them more elite in a sense, and more susceptible, I would say, to social incentives or embedded incentives within society. And on the other hand, we have another cluster, people who are less selected in the sense of coming from elite backgrounds, less incentivized by these embedded incentives, and are less likely to be paid. So very cool. I would say, to me, the huge, sort of conceptual contribution here is just to remind us that state capacity as a concept should be thought of in much bigger terms than just fiscal revenue. We focus so much on what a state is able to do on the basis of something. I mean, for decent reason. I mean, not least measurement. We can often measure revenue. We might be able to measure also personnel, but what this paper points to is that this sort of social capital, for lack of a better term, this sort of embedded incentives, the capacity to mobilize people through these embedded incentives can generate public goods without direct financial incentives. And so I think the range of a state's capacity to provide public goods and to mobilize people to serve the state goes way beyond the state's money per se. Why is that important? I mean, I think that there are stages of historical state development where we see capacity, as Leander pointed to, prior to the ability to raise revenue, prior to the establishment of modern institutions. Oftentimes, modernizing institutions or raising revenue first requires a functional state. And that's something that Leander and co-authors help us understand, is how did you start to get a functional state that allowed you to do these things like increase revenue extraction and modernize institutions. I would also say that this is something that could be taken to a much more general literature and with much more general implications than just Britain. And so, the Chinese history of state capacity and government very much points to sort of embedded state actors, especially in resolving judicial disputes, is something that China relied on a great deal. The state was relatively small, both in personnel terms and in revenue terms in imperial China, but there was reliance on clans and culture and these types of embedded incentives. And I think this paper contributes to our understanding of other societies. A couple empirical questions that are a bit more, I mean, some bigger, some smaller. I think the biggest empirical, sort of, it's a question. This could have been more of a big picture question toward the end, but I think at some level it's worth thinking a little about in terms of the empirical analysis, is that a lot of the analysis is sort of within borough, and so this type of local variation does raise questions about how it maps into the big sort of point that Leander made up front, which is that there seems to have been good governance in England and public goods provision in England. And so the mapping from these local effects and to something at a more aggregate scale seems, to me, to be uncertain. It seems hard to know how to scale up effects. And I'll talk a bit more about what the sort of central state was doing, which I think is another important question. So the analysis isn't exactly an instrument. But there's a lot of discussion of sort of compliers to restrictions on local revenue. So if localities don't have much revenue, then they're more likely to make a position unpaid. I had a question about, well, how easy was it to kind of substitute payment from one position to a different position, and would you be able to say, okay, well, I'm constrained here, but this position is really hard to undertake. So I'm going to pay. So there's some that could be some generate. So option is local governance backgrounds who are state rates. I have just a couple more slides on sort of big questions, and then I'll close. So the big questions here, like, first, what are the limits?
We are having trouble hearing you.
The paper has a nice quote, and so, a judge sat in court
Okay. Noah?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, but we don't see your screen.
Okay, let me try again. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Back. Okay.
Yes.
So I apologize for this. To say, there are limits to the state, and the authors are able to study public goods that are provided by time, but not necessarily by money. And I think that could be an important limitation. And I think there are other ways that states were able to provide or generate revenue prior to the development of modern institutions that could be compared. And so, like Ernesto Delbo and I, with co-authors, have done some work thinking about how Britain raised revenue before it had a modern tax collection system. And of course, the authors mention also you could, of course, like sell offices and essentially, tax farm, for example. So these different types of sort of non-Weberian institutions were available, and they may have had very different consequences dynamically. They may also have had very different consequences distributionally. And so one thing that the authors don't talk about is what we generally don't want when we have an elite that's sort of an embedded elite that controls the state and governs. Well, we don't think that they'll necessarily govern in the name of everyone. So they might be producing some public goods, but that might not be public goods in everyone's interest. So is there rent extraction? Can we look at broader social outcomes? If we think about the dynamics, a locally embedded elite who govern might also prevent dynamic change. And so can we look at the authors study a cross section, but you could think about studying dynamics of local outcomes. And I think that could be super important. And more generally, there's this sort of meta question, which is, I think we can imagine an embedded state, a state that relies on elites and social prestige, producing more or less favorable outcomes. I don't think we'd always think about this as a great thing for governance and growth. We think sometimes it'll be captured. When will it produce better outcomes? I mean, I think this is where connecting to the national government could be important, that the British state has developed by the early 19th century into a more Weberian state and an increasingly rich state where a lot of public goods, I would say, actually are provided by the central government, namely the big picture public goods of national security and the development of an empire that allows for trade. And that sort of overarching central state, I wouldn't say it's fully Weberian at all, but the central state that's not present in this paper is relevant to what's happening at the local level. So this nation state is the source of a huge amount of revenue within which these local governments are acting. The orientation of the state, I think, is also important. So when we think about, when will an embedded state do a bit better? Well, it depends on the broad incentives provided by the nation. And in this paper, there's a pathway from local government, let's say, to parliament, which many people follow. And I think Leander has other work, which is I think fascinating and important, which kind of says, look, a capable state can be oriented in different ways. These embedded elites providing, governance capacity could have been oriented in more productive ways or in less productive ways. And I think thinking about this within the broader sort of British system is important. And then I would finally just invite the authors a little bit to speculate about dynamics that I think, we have an embedded state. It works as a sort of traditional institution. But presumably both state and economy evolve and co-evolve, both locally and then interacting with the nation state. I think I would love for the authors to maybe tell us a little bit about how this embedded state was able to transition, in a sense, to a more modern state as the economy modernized as well. Thanks again to the authors. Thanks also to the organizers for inviting me. I love the paper. Looking forward to hearing from you, Leander, and talking more about the paper going forward. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Noah. Thanks. So time for questions from the floor. I think we have Marco Tabellini, Raquel, Nico. Okay, let's start with that corner. So if you're going to take and then I move to, sorry, Raquel, just because it's easier. Yeah, so we move this direction. Yeah. Oh, you can start. Okay.
Marco Tabellini, Harvard. Fantastic paper, Leander. I have a very basic question, which is I didn't get how you measure performance, and I couldn't tell exactly what that meant. And then I was wondering whether you can say, I understand this would be kind of speculation, but should the state have incentivized with payment these unpaid officers because they were positively selected? Would have overperformed had they been paid, or would this payment have crowded out the social incentive motive that you emphasize?
Yeah, really interesting paper. I had a few small comments. One is that, you're talking about status, but it could be power. And they could be getting things also. First, it might just like power, but second of all, they could be getting small things, whether it's help with their own property, cheaper labor, whatever it might be. I don't see why they wouldn't be interested in that. You talk about the revenue of the locality, but one possibility would have been to decrease the pay differential for the jobs that did get paid. It would be interesting to see if that were true, which would go more with your thesis. And lastly, I think more importantly for me, I mean, of course, evaluating the work that's being done in these localities, which is what you're using to rate whether they're good at their job or not, is of course a job itself. I'm assuming it was paid, but it doesn't really matter. The question is, who would be more willing to bribe this type of person in order to get a good evaluation, particularly if you thought there might be any negative repercussions from them. So we always have to question the evaluator's motives, I think, and the ability of others to pay. And I think these would be the people who would be more willing to pay for a good evaluation.
Yeah, so along the lines of what Noam was saying, I think like Confucian China would be super interesting to think about this comparatively. And I was wondering how important is the nobility in the European case versus, for instance, what Marluce is doing at HBS of like taxing through labor. So like you might not get paid directly, but you can exploit the indigenous population. I think Latin America is a bit an in-between case too.
So in the same period that you're observing in England, most states in continental Europe are not Weberian, right? They're maybe becoming partially Weberian in some cases, but they're different. And there's another very common form of public sector recruitment. It is people buying their offices, right? Either directly from the king or by buying elections. My understanding is that largely this is not happening in your case. Maybe there's a bit of vote rigging, but that's not first order. But then it raises the question to me of, why are people in England willing to do these jobs voluntarily and for free, while in the rest of Europe they're not? And that, to me, that's a contrast and a question that's at least as interesting as a contrast you draw between the Weberian state and the embedded state. If you're really focusing on this time period, these are the two main ways in which the public sector is being recruited.
Yeah, great paper. So you're only looking at the effect of team members being paid or not on that same team's performance. But there's a large literature in labor and public economics that looks at knowing how much your colleagues are paid. So if they're, maybe if you pay the judge, but not the local policeman, then the policeman underperforms. So that would be something very interesting that you could look at. And then also maybe even push it further and look at what is the frontier technology in whom you want to pay and whom not to optimize the performance of the town overall.
I mean, it's very quick, sort of building a little bit on Raquel and Marco. If I remember correctly, most of the performance is really extensive margin metrics, like is this service existing or not? And so if you could clarify a little bit, how should we think about, especially if we want to, again, draw comparisons to the present, how to think about this metric of performance?
Yeah, I wonder, it's very interesting, extremely interesting. But I wonder how this relates to what's specific about the state up here, because I would imagine that the state has adopted these traditions because they existed in the private sector already. So, for example, there could be there's a tournament in the private sector. In fact, even modern companies are having summer interns for free, they expect to raise in a McKinsey, eventually become rich. And I can imagine that the England as the kind of the maybe first market capitalistic country also had these type of free labor in the private sector, and that is why the state did it. Or otherwise, what makes the state different from the private sector in this respect?
I also really like it, and this is just a comment. In a sense, you're motivated by using the literature on state capacity, but I really think that you speak to another literature, which is the literature on who become a politician. There is a lot that is about selection in what you find. If we look at this literature on who becomes a politician, there is a lot of arguments saying that we should pay better politicians, because if they are not paid enough, they are going to be more corrupted. And in a sense here, you find quite the opposite. The fact of paying people lead you to have like a poorly selected set of, they are not politicians, but basically yes. So I really think that you also make a contribution to this literature, and you should speak more to it.
I'm just curious about how to think conceptually about what you called culture, what Noam called social capital, and whether we should think about it as potentially like national identity or like legitimacy of the system, like this aristocratic system. And in this case, it might not be coerced, it's just like you believe in the system, or is it rather what Raquel said, something that is more about power and more coerced, like how to think about what's driving all this?
Sorry, very quick. I was wondering about the interaction of this lower part of the state with the higher part of the state. I think Noam brought this up. And in particular, I was thinking about the bleeding. So this is a period in which, Britain is able to mobilize a huge amount of people to fight the French. There's clearly a formal part of the state. And we know some of these people are not paid, like all those nobles that are officers. But I was wondering more about the internal repression. Like there's also a period a little bit before this that there's a lot of internal repression of Luddites and other versions of that. This is done by somebody. Presumably, it's not these little constables that are not paid locally, right? So there's definitely, one way of thinking of this, there's definitely a presence of the paid part of the state around the country. It's not only at the borders, like they're repressing internally, they're present. I don't know how this interacts with this non-paid part.
Leandro, wonderful paper. Thank you for starting us off that way. So I was thinking about non-market institutions more generally, because that's how Ken Arrow describes it when he talks about uncertainty in the welfare economics of medical care. And so I would love to learn more about what the church is doing, what local public goods and the church is providing at this time, since, of course, today a lot of government budgets are spent on social insurance.
How long do I have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, that's good. Okay. Let me just take all the questions together and build it up from some smaller technical things to the context questions to the comparative question. And so the within the paper questions, one that comes back over and over is, who are these people gathering the data? So the answer is pretty simple. It's a team of lawyers from London. We know for every town who was the lawyer, and you can do fixed effects, etc. One thing when you read the report is that it's a litany of complaints about these places. So the notion that they're somehow captured, I don't think really holds up. They're basically trying to find out exactly what happened. You can, and we've done it in the paper, you can externally verify most measures. So you can relate payment status in the report to performance measures outside the report from elsewhere, like for example, crime statistics. And that works out just fine. Then there's an issue was raised on, but don't you assign different tasks and institute different positions anticipating payment? So that was one of Noam's points. And what you can do is that each town has a founding document, a charter, and this charter prescribes a few positions that have to be there. So you can restrict everything to those positions, and you can restrict everything to the modal tasks that those positions do, in the sense that you would never call a position a jailer if that person doesn't take care of the jail. So you take fixed positions, modal task assignments, and then do this to hold constant the margin of endogenous assignment of tasks and endogenous institution of positions, and you find something very similar. Various questions on performance measurement. We discretize everything into 0 and 1 to have cross-task comparability. For some tasks, it has to be like that. Do you pave the road, yes or no? For other tasks, there's continuous variation in how well you do, and you can do this subsetted to those tasks only. Now, a little bit of like comparative thinking on England. So England has these overlapping jurisdictions, like the parish and the town and the province. The Crown has nothing to say in principle over these places. So there's a few boroughs that actually refuse to be part of this. So there's no legal right of the Crown to say anything. That doesn't mean there isn't a network connecting these towns to the center. And so Nico and Charles have a paper on this, how this comes about. If you want to read a good book on it, like John Maddicott's Origins of the English Parliament, things about the development of Parliament as building the network between the Crown and these places that the Crown has nothing to say over, but wants to govern in a way. Now, where does the enforcement power to put down the Luddites come from? The higher up level, these provinces has a Lord Lieutenant of the county. And that's a nobleman who's basically the agent of the crown. So that's a later development. So the crown tries to have some enforcement power, even though they legally do not have that. Now, an answer to some questions that Noam raised and some that came up. Question is like, how does this dynamically evolve? Because at some point it goes away. So it takes about 50 years. So the 1880s, the last vestiges of this, the parish vestry gets abolished in 1904. So it takes, until the early 20th century for this system, which is essentially a late medieval invention, to go away. And so it's a big open question why. It's the same open question why civil service reform in the United States take until the 1880s. Why not the 1860s or the 1840s? And so there's a few hypotheses in the literature, and they map sort of onto some of the points that we have here. So one is a political, cultural hypothesis that basically there's a social reform mindset in the country. Another hypothesis that population grows and you simply cannot sustain these kind of social incentives in larger communities. So that's the, if you know Sidney and Beatrice Webb, this is their point. Another point is related, that this is one I'd love to work on, is the control point. Right? The government in London cannot tell these places what to do. And at some point, if you start paying everyone, at least you can exert some direct control over what they do. But in order to pay, you need to have money. And so I think this is in part behind the reason why you see these civil service reforms come after countries get rich and not before. Okay, very last point, the comparative point. The one sentence I'd like to say about that is that the incentives here in England are English sociology specific. You get the local landed gentleman to show up because this is what the local landed gentleman likes to do. I've studied this for the Dutch Republic. You get different incentives, same outcome. So people value different things. They work for the state for free in a different way. I do a lot of work in Rwanda today. Rwanda has 5 layers of government. It pays 1.5 out of the 5. There's no landed gentleman in Rwanda. But you get people to work for the state to different incentives that are Rwandan sociology specific with the same outcome. They work for free. So the comparative perspective, in my view, is that you can get the same outcome, people to dedicate their time to the state, but the way you do it varies context by context by context, and that comes back a little bit to Ben's question. Okay, I have to stop. Thank you.
So second paper is by Etienne Lerosinor, joined with Sarah Lois.
Thank you. Okay, shall I start? So hello, everyone. So first I want to thank the organizers for including this paper into the great program. So this is joint work with Sarah Loos, who is here at the back. This is called Mobility, Competition and the Scope of Trust, Evidence from Transhuman Pastoralism. Okay, so I will start with a stylized fact about trust, which is that trust declines with social distance. Okay, so to illustrate this on the graph, I'm showing data from the Integrated Value Survey. Each line represents a country, and the y-axis represents the level of trust, and the x-axis represents the social distance axis. So from family, neighbors, and other people known to people of another religion, foreigners, and people met for the first time. Okay, so it declines everywhere, but the rate of decline is heterogeneous across countries. Okay, for some countries, the slope is relatively flat, and for others, the slope is relatively steep. Okay, so I've highlighted a few countries such as Canada, Spain, and Morocco. And we can capture this rate of decline by computing what we call the scope of trust, which is the difference between trust in in-group, where in-group is defined by family members, neighbors, and other people known by the respondent, okay? And trust in out-group, where out-group is made of people of another religion, foreigners, and people met for the first time, okay? And so more positive values of this index will mean more in-group trust bias, okay? A narrower scope of trust. And so here Canada will score 0.54 and Morocco 1.46. And so we think that it's an important, the structure of trust is an important dimension of trust because it proxies basically the size of the cycle of people among whom cooperative norm operate, okay? And this has implication for human organization, the capacity of businesses to scale up, etc. And we have evidence on that on the paper, but I'm not going to discuss them today. So the research question for this project is really like, why do societies differ in their ability to trust people beyond the in-group, okay? So beyond family members and close contacts. And so in this paper, we try to argue that intergroup competition fostered a stronger sense of us versus them, okay? And so we take an evolutionary perspective and we focus on a historical livelihood, very competitive livelihood, which is transhuman pastoralism, okay? And we show that basically historical reliance on this livelihood, on transhuman pastoralism, which is basically mobile herding, strongly correlates or strongly predicts a narrower scope of trust for today's population. And the mechanism that we unveil, and I will try to spend a lot of time on the mechanism in this presentation, is about competitive contact along the transhumance route, especially with other pastoralists and other transhumant pastoralist societies. Okay, so let me maybe talk a bit or familiarize you about transhumant pastoralism. So it's a herding-based livelihood. People raise sheep, goats, cattle, camels, and instead of bringing fodder and water to the animals, it is the animals who move across landscape in order to find resources to sustain their life and their growth. And those seasonal movements take place along transhumance routes. And here is an example from the south of Mali of transhumance routes as mapped in 1945-1946 by the French colonial administration. And so the implication of those seasonal movements is that transhumant pastoralists experience great contact with others, okay? So this is the distribution of transhumant pastoralist societies as measured in the ethnographic atlas towards the end of the 19th century, okay? So groups are mostly located in the Sahel, in the Middle East, and in Central Asia, up to Siberia, and also in Scandinavia with the Sami. And so in this paper, I will try to convince you that there is a strong correlation between this historical livelihood. So this is measured here on the top left corner. This is a country using Paola's methodology, a country ancestry adjusted measure of transhumant pastoralism. Below, we have the distribution of trust. And so there is a strong correlation, at least across countries, between the two, okay? And so what about the mechanism, okay? So we argue that there is a connection between transhumant pastoralism and a narrow scope of trust. And what we argue in this paper is that it goes through basically more intergroup contact, and especially competitive contact with other pastoralists and transhumant pastoralist societies, okay? And to show that, we will unbundle transhumance, and we will compare vertical and horizontal transhumance. So vertical transhumance is the transhumance that takes place in the Alps, in the Pyrenees, where animals are moved from lowlands to uplands. One feature of this transhumance is that there is almost no contact with other groups. People do not cross ethnic boundaries. In contrast, horizontal transhumance is the transhumance of the Sahel, of the Middle East, and here animals go very far away and they cross more borders. And we'll show that the effect is strongest for this horizontal transhumance because there is more contact. But we think that contact is usually trust enhancing. And we will show you that there are two types of contact. There is symbiotic contact with other farmers' communities because historically there was exchange of basically crop residuals for manure, grains for meat, etc. And then there are competitive contact between pastoralists and transhumant pastoralists who compete sometimes when conditions are bad, when there is a drought, etc., for scarce resources, okay? And we'll try to show you that those contacts can easily escalate into conflict using a natural experiment that cut basically transhumance recently in Sudan. Okay. So in terms of literature, I guess we contribute to this broad literature on the origins of trust. So there is lots of literature on basically trust levels, less work on the scope of trust. So I guess we contribute to that, that sub-literature. The paper closest to us is this paper by Patrick François and Thomas Fujiwara that argues that more competition raises trust. Okay. And what we say in this paper is that more competition indeed raises trust, but trust in-group, and it lowers trust in out-group. Okay. We also contribute to the contact hypothesis or contact theory literature by showing that basically there are different types of contact, symbiotic and competitive. Symbiotic does not affect the scope of trust, but competitive undermine basically the capacity to trust people outside the in-group. We also contribute to this burgeoning and fast-growing literature on pastoralism and transhuman pastoralism and development. So basically, we contribute in different ways. We do some data contribution, creating new instruments for this, the take-up of this livelihood. We also create an atlas of approximately 2,000 transhumance routes that we use for the mechanism section, which I think is an interesting data contribution. And we, again, we unbundle a bit this transhumance lifestyle by comparing horizontal and vertical transhumance and comparing basically the legacies of different types of contacts for basically the formation of cultural trait. And we show in the paper that these traits, a narrow scope of trust, has strong implication for the capacity of businesses to grow, the capacity of business owners to delegate or to basically acquire other firms, etc. So in terms of data, I'm just going to talk about the ethnographic data that we use and then discuss the atlas. Again, the trust data we'll use is coming from the Integrated Value Survey, World Value Survey, and our outcome of interest is this difference between trust in in-group and trust in out-group. Okay. So, transhumance, pastoralism, is basically reliance on animal husbandry, specifically on herding animals, and it's basically a not sedentary lifestyle. It's a mobile lifestyle, okay? And we can capture this using data from the ethnographic atlas. We have this variable which measures reliance on animal husbandry on a scale from 0 to 100, that we can interact, as has done Anke Becker and Paola, with a dummy equal to 1 if the group raises specifically herding animals, such as sheep, camels, goats, etc. And we interacted further with an impermanent settlement pattern, okay, to capture this mobility dimension of transhuman pastoralism. Okay. So going back to the first graph I showed you, here I collapsed the data into two groups, so two types of countries. Countries where transhuman pastoralism was practiced in the past, and countries where it was not. Okay, so the black line is the line for transhuman pastoralist societies, and we see that for basically family members and neighbors, the line is above the one of non-transhuman pastoralist societies. But as we move along the social distance axis, there is an intersection in the curves, and we see that trust becomes lower for transhuman pastoralist societies or countries where transhuman pastoralism was practiced in the past. So now the fun part, so the Atlas of Transhumance Routes. So we have, with Sarah, we have conducted a data collection effort. We have collected approximately several hundred maps, and in the end, we selected 60 maps that we could digitize to try to represent basically pre-colonial, as early as we could, the transhumance paths of those transhumant pastoralist societies. Okay, so this is a map from French West Africa and French Equatorial Africa, showing some of those movements. This is a pretty nice map from Europe showing the transhumance route in Spain, of course, in Italy, in the Balkans, and also a bit in North Africa and Turkey. And this is the outcome of this data collection effort. Okay, so we have mapped Africa and Eurasia, basically the region where transhuman pastoralism is the most important, most prevailing. And we will use those routes to try to understand the mechanism at play in the relationship between transhuman pastoralism and this narrow scope of trust. So in terms of empirics, I will show you different estimations of this equation, where basically on the left-hand side, we will have basically this index of the difference between average trust in in-group and average trust in out-group. where again, more positive values means a narrower scope of trust, which is a function in our story of reliance on this livelihood, okay, on transhuman pastoralism. And it's measured pre-industrially using the ethnographic atlas, and we can, using different methodologies, aggregate this exposure at the country level, we can do it at the district level, and we can assign this to individuals based on their self-reported ethnicity, okay? So I will focus today on basically showing you cross-country regressions and also within country to try to save time for the mechanism section. Of course, we'll condition this relationship on a bunch of geographic, climate, disease control variable, and also parsimoniously control for ethnographic dimensions or variables. And so the variable of interest for us, or the coefficient of interest, is this beta, which captures the association between this historical livelihood on one side and the scope of trust, and we accept a positive coefficient. So more transhuman pastoralism, more in-group bias, or narrower scope of trust. So we have seen the country level regression already. So basically, one standard deviation increase in the historical reliance on transhuman pastoralism leads to a 0.25 standard deviation increase in-group trust bias. And at the individual level, we find very similar result. And I'm showing you the table so that you see how we structure this in the paper. We start with unconditional, basically correlation. Here we have a country fixed effect, of course, to control for basically idiosyncrasies, country idiosyncrasies. And then we add the controls as we move to the right. And then we let the computer decide what type of control to throw in, okay? We have lots of additional results and robustness tests to try to ascertain this link between this livelihood and the scope of trust. So we can, interestingly, we can replace the ethnographic atlas data by archaeological data, which measure basically when transhuman pastoralism became widespread in a country, okay? And even when we control for that, so basically, the longer has the country been exposed to the transhuman pastoralist bundle or of LifeWay, the more in-group bias are people in that country today. We can also show that before colonialism, using data from the standard cross-cultural sample, we find in-group preference, which I think is an interesting test, an important test, because we know that transhuman pastoralist societies suffered a lot during the colonial period. They were moving, so they were, the colonial state was trying to implement policies to sedentarize them, etc. We also show results across districts. We show strong persistence, comparing, as many others have done before us, of course, basically second-generation migrants who today live in the US, but who are from different countries in Africa, comparing people from whose parents are from Niger to people from Angola, etc. And so, yes, the key result is that, transhuman pastoralism correlates with a narrower scope of trust today, and it's coming from both margin, okay? So it's coming from both more trust in in-group and less trust in out-group, okay? The result is specific to this structure of trust. It's not about generalized trust. It's not about pastoralists don't trust, okay? It's just that they have a different structure of trust. And the result is specific to this livelihood. It's not only about pastoralism, and it's not about being mobile only. Of course, being mobile, it's about trade, it's about exchange, etc. So we expect less or more trust-enhancing type of livelihood, and this is what we find in the data. Okay. Of course, there are some identification concerns, such as reverse causality, like people who are more in-group bias were able to survive as transhuman pastoralists. I guess it's more unlikely because humans had settled all corners of the world before the appearance of this livelihood. There could be omitted variable issue, but we control for lots of dimensions, and of course there is measurement error in the historical livelihood classification. So we propose an IV, and the idea is those IVs that pre-industrial livelihoods were basically determined by ecology. Okay. And we instrument basically the take-up of transhuman pastoralism by the suitability for this livelihood as compared to other livelihoods based on soil, terrain, and early climate information, so climate variability, temperature variability, etc. And so basically the idea is that we observe the distribution of groups, and using species distribution modeling, we can predict the suitability in different places of the world. Okay, and so the idea is really that transhumance was ecologically chosen, not culturally chosen. So we create this raster that we see here, where the more red is a cell, the more suitable is transhumant pastoralism relative to agriculture. So at the ethnic group level, we see that once transhumant pastoralism becomes more profitable, people take up transhumant pastoralism. We have, I guess, a strong first stage, and the IV result a bit bigger than the OLS, suggesting some measurement error in the historical or ethnographic data. So now let's talk a bit about the mechanism. Okay, so again, what explains the fact that there is this strong correlation between this livelihood and a narrower scope of trust today? So the first thing, based on anthropological literature and ethnographic literature, we are going to differentiate between two types of mobility regime. Okay, vertical and horizontal transhumance. So vertical routes are basically or characterize movements constrained to narrow corridors, which go from basically lowlands to uplands. And one feature of those movements is that there is limited contact with other groups. Okay. In contrast, horizontal transhumance, which characterizes those movements again in the Sahel or in the Middle East, those movements span wider corridors, often overlapping routes and crossing more ethnic boundaries. So there is more contact along horizontal transhumance. Okay. So the topography of those routes determine what type of exposure to outsiders you get. Okay. So how do we measure this horizontality verticality index? So here I'm plotting the basically elevation gain by distance for all the routes that we have. Okay, I'm zooming into the routes below 200 kilometers and gaining less than 1,500 meters. And I'm highlighting two routes. So one is from the Sahel, the red one, and one is from Catalonia, the green one. And they're very different, basically topographical implication. Okay, and we measure this horizontality by computing elevation gain and normalizing this by road length. Okay, and we invert it so that more positive values means more horizontality. And what we show is that this index of horizontality correlates with basically more ethnic border crossing. Okay, both extensive and intensive margin. Okay, so the more horizontal is the route, the more contacts there is because the more border crossing there is. Okay. And when we estimate basically our main specification interacting our transhumant pastoralist index with this dimension, with this horizontality index, we get this type of result. Okay. So when the routes are vertical, so to the left of the graph, there is no relationship between basically transhumant pastoralism and in-group trust bias. But the more horizontal is the route, the stronger is the relationship between the two. Okay. Oops. So what this result suggests is that when there is more contact, there is more in-group bias. But this goes against this contact theory literature. So we will try to differentiate between two types of contact, competitive contact and symbiotic contact. So basically, historically, contact with agriculturalists were symbiotic. Okay, again, there was exchange, grain for meat, manure for crop residuals, etc. In contrast, contact with pastoralists or transhumant pastoralists could be very competitive, okay? Especially when there is a drought, when there is water scarcity. It's either I can feed my livestock or my livestock will die. It's very delicate capital, very delicate asset. And we have this nice citation from Salzman, which I think reposition this the following result in history, saying that competition between pastoral groups over grazing and water has historically produced more conflict than relations between pastoralists and farming community. I guess what we are observing in the past decades is a reversal of this. There is lots of conflict between pastoralists and farmers, but it was historically not the case. Okay. And so what we do is we try to get an intensity measure of this exposure to other groups, and we get basically intensity of exposure to other pastoralist groups, or other transhumant pastoralist groups, other pastoralist group, and agriculturalist group. Okay, and what we see is that contact with transhumant pastoralist and pastoralist group increases the relationship between transhumant pastoralism and the scope of trust, while contact with agriculturalist does not. Okay, so the effect is coming from those competitive contacts. And then why does more contact create competition among pastoralist groups? So here we'll take basically a natural experiment to try to zoom in into a recent experiment, which is the partition of Sudan. Okay, so in Sudan, the seasonal transhumance goes during the dry season from the north of the country towards the south. Okay, in 2011, the south of the country partitioned from the Sudan, and that border became enforced. Okay, so animals could no longer move, and that created congestion along the transhumance routes in the north. Okay, so there is more competition among transhumant pastoralists for scarce resources during the dry season. And what we show in this exercise, comparing sales where there is a route to sales where there is no route before and after the partition, is that conflict increases along those routes, conflict between pastoralists, and no conflict like riots or conflict like this. Okay. So I will conclude. I guess I'm good on time. So in this paper, we show this interesting, I guess, association between reliance on transhumant pastoralism and a narrow scope of trust. The mechanism specifically for transhumant pastoralists goes basically through this mobility that leads to more intergroup contact and sometimes to more competitive contact, which in times of crisis, in times of drought, in times of basically epidemic, can suffer the breakdown of cooperation. Okay. Which leads to, I guess, a greater sense of us versus them, or a persistent narrow scope of trust. And I guess the general mechanism that we can infer from those results is maybe that repeated competitive intergroup contacts has basically a positive effect for trust inside the group, but negative effect for trust outside the group. Okay, thank you.
Timing, the discussant is Jacob Moscona. Yeah, we clap at the end. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to be really bad at doing this. Sorry, it might be easier. It's this one.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks so much for giving me the chance to read this paper. As I think was really clear from the talk, there's just like a ton of both creativity and care, like at every step along the way. Like no part of the argument is taken for granted, or and it's just sort of a really, really thoughtful, really sort of fascinating paper. So you already saw this, so I'll just give a sort of a brief sort of 4-panel summary of the paper. So the first thing, so the authors are interested in understanding the relationship between transhumant pastoralism and in-group versus out-group trust. The first thing they do, which is like the first big measurement like lift, which is sort of really sort of fascinating, is building this ecological model that predicts sort of ex-ante variation and suitability for transhumant pastoralism across space around the world. They then show sort of, I thought, sort of super convincingly, that dependence on transhumant pastoralism historically is associated with greater in-group as compared to out-group trust. So that's kind of the first main result. Then, and this required, I think, the sort of measurement sort of challenge and creativity moment number 2, put together these data, which is really like amazing data, tracking movement of populations historically across these different routes to show kind of the key mechanism, which is which type of intergroup contact led to this gap between in-group versus out-group trust, comparing horizontal versus vertical routes. Oops, wrong direction. And then finally said, this isn't just some sort of long-run feature of history. These things that are sort of evolve and change dynamically in response to sort of political changes, in this case, sort of changes in border disputes today, and kind of exploiting that natural experiment that was at the end of the talk. So I just thought that, yeah, again, as I said, this is a sort of really interesting, really thoughtful paper with sort of a lot of sort of creativity on the measurement side, kind of in those 2 points that I mentioned before, but also thinking hard about mechanisms, not just taking the baseline result, baseline relationship for granted. And I think as also was sort of clear from the talk, this is not just sort of sitting in one literature and one body of work, but really sort of connecting and drawing relationships between what had previously been pretty disparate areas. So first thinking about the origins of variation and trust and bringing a new hypothesis to that literature, but also this big body of work, much of which had been sort of experimental and very micro on the consequences of different types of contact, and really showing that these kinds of hypotheses matter at a much broader scale that sort of manifests in various ways in human history. So what I wanted to do in sort of this brief response is just sort of think about 3 questions that at least occur to me reading this paper that I'm be curious to sort of know more about, and that I think could build on the amazing work that's already happened here. The first is thinking through the implications of these results for climate change, which is going to shift patterns of contact across different types of groups in different parts of the world. Second, thinking about sort of what determines who the in-group is. So there's this gap between out-group and in-group, but like what is the in-group, and does that change, and is that different across different parts of the world? And finally, like what are the consequences of having lower levels of out-group versus in-group trust, and is it always a negative thing? All right, so first, sort of one of the striking results in the paper, and this is that last part that I mentioned, just how quickly these trust relationships shift and evolve, even over the course of a couple months or a couple years, in response to changes in the types of contact that these groups encounter. And I think that one feature of climate change and the way that it's going to put pressure on certain parts of the world on the one hand, so I'm showing you on the right potential adversarial forms of contact that climate change might cause, in this case also putting pastoral groups and agricultural groups into competition for land. So how to think about the consequences of those types of adversarial contact in light of all the results in the paper about how that can affect trust and sort of how the downstream consequences of trust that can emerge. At the same time, you know, climate change also presents opportunities that are being taken in certain parts of the world. For example, on the left, the need to protect coastal regions of cooperation between groups of people that otherwise might not have come together to cooperate. And to the extent that that can also affect trust between different members of society, it could also sort of matter for shaping the overall social and political consequences of environmental disruption, competition for resources on the one hand, but new opportunities and scope for cooperation on the other. So that just seemed like an interesting thing to think about. Second thing to think about is sort of this paper, and I think this is a feature of this literature in general, including work that I've done and the way that, you know, the data, available data exists, sort of thinks about the in-group as something that's fixed. But I think more generally, it'll be interesting to think about how that definition of the in-group and even sort of what the family is could look very different across societies and could in fact itself evolve in response to economic and political change. So for example, if you were to ask me, how much do you trust your family? I think of, you know, myself and 2 people, mom and brother. On the left there, I'm showing you sort of a representation of the Somali lineage system. The whole society is structured around these interconnected and branching clan relationships and lineage segments. And so someone might think about a much broader and different set of people when asked about sort of who's in your family and how much do you trust them. And moreover, exactly which parts of that lineage system you're thinking about at any one moment can be a function of the existing sort of cleavages in society. So a lot of the civil war in Somalia was about these branching lineage segments at some moments coming together in fighting against an outgroup, but in some cases fighting against each other. The middle panel is from a paper that I love, kind of making the point that the way people think about who their in-group is can change as new groups sort of enter society. So for example, as the Great Migration happened from the south to the north of the US, the pre-existing sort of Europeans who previously had thought of themselves as totally separate now became sort of one and the same. And so that can you know, who the in-group is can sort of evolve. And on the right, I'm showing you sort of a new lawn sign that's propped up in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, saying that, you know, exactly even where even the ranking of the family sort of in this in-group versus out-group distinction, or how you think about sort of what's out and what's in can change and also be an outcome of political change, political entrepreneurship, political ideology, etc. So just thinking about sort of, yes, you know, there's out-group versus in-group, but also who's in the out-group and who each individuals are thinking of as the out-group and who they're thinking of as the in-group can evolve over time, sort of in potentially really interesting and impactful ways. That's the second question. Third question I had is like how to think about sort of the right level of trust in general and the right level of out-group versus in-group trust sort of in particular. So first at the individual level, here I'm just showing you a figure from a 2016 paper using data on reported trust across surveys in Europe, basically showing that yes, so on the one hand, there are income returns to increasing your level of trust to a point, but after a certain point, there can really be a downside to being too trusting, because then you can really get, duped, and sort of there can be all sorts of negative consequences. And that's especially true if you're in a low trust country or low trust environment. So to what extent should we think of more out-group trust as compared to in-group trust sort of always being a positive at the individual level, or if you're an individual in one particular part of the world, can there actually be a downside? And maybe that's not only true at an individual level, but potentially also at the level of communities, and how to think about the right level of out-group versus in-group trust and how that might evolve over time. So here I'm just sort of juxtaposing the book on the left, which argues that whereas during historical periods, there could have been these benefits in the case of sort of Jewish traders to having this level of in-group trust and being able to negotiate within the group and really coordinate in that way. Of course, the benefits of that declined over time as the institutional development of more interpersonal forms of contracting and relationships evolved that made it possible for other groups to form these broader coalitions. At the same time, there could be political adverse consequences of higher levels of out-group trust. And so what the middle book is about, it's an account of a super integrated, you can think of high out-group versus in-group trust village in Poland, which at the outset of the Nazi invasion of Poland, basically all the Poles slaughtered all the Jews. And so if you want to think about sort of groups navigating over time, or from like a cultural evolutionary perspective, what would select for out-group versus in-group trust, maybe even despite the fact that there are economic benefits in certain contexts of this high levels of out-group trust, you still get the survival of relatively low levels of trust because of just how costly that can be at certain moments in history. And sort of that's one example. And I couldn't help but draw a parallel to a paper that I love as well by Leander, kind of arguing that, if you think about state capacity, that's seen as kind of a great thing. But of course, the consequences of state capacity changes as what the state is trying to accomplish changes. In this case, having a high capacity state in parts of Germany was really great for things like tax collection, but it became really bad as soon as the state directed its resources toward deporting Jews. So you can think that in certain contexts, having high levels of out-group versus in-group trust can have all these potential economic benefits. But then at what moment does it potentially come with political and social cost to the individual, to the group? And how does that, alongside the economic consequences, contribute to this process of cultural evolution and variation around the world in levels of out-group versus in-group trust? So that was just like what I was thinking about. And sort of finally, even absent the sort of political versus economic consequences of out-group versus in-group trust, I think there are large parts of the world, Korea being one example that I'm showing you here, where you would characterize society as having relatively high levels of in-group versus out-group trust, and where economic activity is actually organized around that principle of organizing, for example, in the case of Korean chaebols, firms around sort of the family structure, organizing them around genealogically, where there's actually sort of tons of success because of this match between that form of economic organization on the one hand and the surrounding cultural context on the other. So I think even just thinking about sort of bare bones consequences for economic and firm organization of out-group versus in-group trust that can look very different in different parts of the world. And there are examples like the ones in the paper, sort of super convincingly presented, where having low levels of out-group trust can kind of have negative consequences for firm development. But there are also places where that doesn't seem to be the case. And so I think there's an open question as to like why and what generates that variation as well. All right, that's all I've got. Thanks so much again for having the chance to read the fascinating paper.
Thank you. Thank you. Time for questions. Nico?
Just one minor potentially suggestion. So on these maps for transhuman pastoralism, it looked like some areas it's rather unlikely that you even meet someone else in Siberia and so on. So maybe if you can have some heterogeneity by this, basically, how likely is it that you run into other people, other tribes when you're on the route?
Yeah, so you mentioned the Francois Fujiwara paper, but I was thinking that both in the framing and in the specific mechanism, it will be interesting to think about the Schleifer paper of the competition destroying ethical behavior, which I think like frames well here.
Thanks. Very nice paper. I have two comments. One is along the lines of some of the things that Jacob mentioned on, does it matter the size of the group? Like when the transhuman pastoralists are larger than the farmers vis-a-vis the opposite scenario, do you see different results? And the second point is, I couldn't fully understand whether by vertical versus horizontal, you simply meant the elevation, or instead the axis orientation. Because if it's the axis orientation, then there may be another interesting dimension, like along the lines of Diamond, for example, of like, if you think of the transmission of skills, norms, and so on, is much easier along horizontal than along vertical axis. And so I was curious whether the trust implications differ depending on the vertical versus horizontal on this axis orientation.
Very interesting paper. I was curious for the last part for your experiment in Sudan, where you showed this short-run effects on conflict. If you see effects also on trust, which is your actual outcome, it's possible to measure that, because that would be really interesting. And if not, if it's not immediate, how long do you think this process takes from conflict to trust to change?
Asking more about pastoralism. Are there other aspects? Sorry, are there other aspects of it that might contribute to trust, especially say stuff like cooperation, coordination? When you're moving, do I take your goats? These seem like things that, you know, are unrelated to conflict with other groups that might, at minimum, increase in-group trust. And just distinguishing those between different groups might be of use.
Thank you. Actually, my question is maybe a little bit related to the previous one. So I was wondering, to what extent is this sort of another application of Soumitra's sort of insight that, you know, depending on whether relationships are complementary or competitive, you get less conflict or you get more conflict, or whether there's something really specific to the transhuman pastoralists, for example, in the sense that, you know, given that they're all the time on the move, they may actually have a harder time establishing sort of stable cooperative relationships with other groups, and hence they rely more on their own group, which would also explain not just the difference between the difference between the in-group and the out-group, but also the particularly high in-group part, right, which might be due to you know, the fact that you may have to rely on the own group.
Fantastic paper and data effort. I think it's the same as what was just said. I think empirically, I would love to see, and I'm sure it probably is in a paper, in-group trust on the left-hand side, just to see if it's, I think that would be fascinating. If it's higher cooperation due to the ecological and you know, constraints that these groups are facing, and then also lower out-group trust related to the actual conflict part. Terrific.
Thanks. It's an amazing paper. I'm puzzled a little bit about the relationship between pastoralists and farmers, because everything from the Bible to Broadway musicals full of conflict between them. And so maybe there's some systematic feature of the environment that would lead to competition between them as opposed to cooperation. So I'm curious about that. I'm also wondering whether there's variation on other margins, like different attitudes towards property rights or contracting institutions, things like that associated with pastoralism. And then a totally bizarre thought that, you know, some of the people who work on ancient DNA, like David Reich, can distinguish between pastoralists and farmers on the basis of diet. Pastoralists are fat and protein heavy, and farmers are very plant heavy for very long periods of time, 5,000 years in the past and so on. I wonder whether that might be something that you could exploit in a future paper, perhaps.
Yeah,
Hi, Nicolas Longuemarck, Stanford. I was wondering, and it's slightly related to what Nico asked, to what extent the structure of agriculture and whether society has transhumance or not is going to change the diffusion of religion, the borders of a country, and that all of this is going to be related. And so people, when they answer the survey, are going to interpret these questions differently, because some people will have someone from another religion as their neighbor or someone they interact with every day. Some others will never encounter such people. And so, yeah, to what extent can we think of the transhumance as the full treatment of what's happening, or a combination of the treatment and it's changing the environment directly in which people live?
I was wondering about whether your recent episode in Sudan can help you understand the dynamic evolvement of the routes and how they're negotiated.
So we have digitizing lots of routes at the moment to study the interaction between the modern state, the creation of the modern state, and those basically historical corridors. So in a future paper, we will address that question. Maybe on Jacob's comments first. So I guess your last comment on the right level of trust, can trust have a benefit and sometimes a negative effect, etc. Of course, there is this mismatch literature which is developing. So I guess what we show with the smaller firms, etc., is that maybe there is some consequences here. However, when we look at TFP using World Bank data, we see that they are not less productive. So I think maybe in this environment, this trust structure cannot make sense. Issue comes when you think in terms of migration. So if people come to the US or to the UK, where there is very high reward to try to hiring or collaborating with people with whom you're not related, maybe there could be some mismatch. But also when French or US corporations go to countries like this and try to develop there. So vis-à-vis, there are several questions on the size of the group, etc., which I think are very interesting. We have one exercise where we address this in a way, is the Kyrgyz example, where we are comparing today in Kyrgyzstan people who rely on transhumant pastoralism to others who don't. Okay, and we could imagine that those groups, they are Kyrgyz, they have the same definition of family. I find your example of Somali absolutely interesting and relevant. I guess in the Kyrgyz case, our story holds kind of, but it's true that group definition could be different. So if you have suggestion on maybe try to collect data on that, could be interesting, because what you're saying is that the pool of people to whom you trust is the same. It's just that they're very big family, big clans that they consider family, and they would have been considered neighbors or other people known elsewhere. So there could be some work to be done here. Yeah. And then on the basically the effect of climate change, which is basically moving populations, and some people need to cooperate now to survive, and some others compete, etc. I guess it's it's a question of the product of the contact. If the contact is I take your land, or if you think of the paper of A1 and Nathan Nunn at the moment, which shows that basically relation between agriculturalists and pastoralists are becoming very conflictual. I guess that's not a good example, but your example on salt is points towards the very heterogeneous effect, basically depending on the context. I still have a few minutes. Yes, so Nico, to your point, I think we could do some work on that, on basically the size of maybe your ethnic territory, whether you're more likely or not to meet others, whether your group is surrounded by other groups versus not. Of course, there is some simple low-hanging fruit to reap there, so we will definitely do that. just on Sudan, we cannot unfortunately study trust. We can only study conflict, and I guess the goal of this exercise for us was to show because we assume that that the contact is competitive. We just wanted to show what happens to those contacts when there is a shock, and the shock here is basically we cannot go south. We need to remain and roam along the corridors. There is not enough food for everyone, and this leads to conflict. So it was really like a micro case study, or how do we say, a natural experiment. So Marcela, we do disentangle between in and out group. We do have this, and we show that it's coming from more in-group trust and less out-group trust. And it's true that in itself, transhumant pastoralism has preconditions for strong in-group trust. Okay, so it's labor-intensive because it's not like crops that you can leave grow. You need to watch them at all times. So you need to be able to delegate basically the watching of your animals to others. So you need to build this strong in-group trust. I guess this applies to both vertical and horizontal transhumance. Okay, and when we show that the effect is coming from the horizontal transhumance, it captures that it's not only the fact that it's more labor intensive, etc. That there is something else to that. And yes, Marco, it's when we say vertical, it's really like vertical going up and down, and horizontal going, horizontally across the landscape. Okay. Thank you very much.
So we have a coffee break, so we resume at 10:30.
You're double dipping here, Matthias, aren't you? No, but it's everyone's very kind, yeah.
Oh, sorry. So we can resume. So the next paper in the program is presented by Alexei Makarin. Is on war and nation building, evidence from Ukraine. 25 minutes.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity to present. We all really appreciate that the paper is included. So this paper is joined with my fantastic co-author, Sergey Abramenko, who's actually here. So my co-author, Sergey Abramenko, is here in the audience. He's going to help me with questions. Vasily Koropkin from Pompeu Fabra, and Moses Shayo from Hebrew University and King's College London. So let me rewind your memory back to two crucial war episodes. One was February 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and essentially started the war in Donbass in the east of the country. And then February 2022, when Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine across multiple fronts. What's interesting is that in both of these episodes, Moscow and the Russian government counted on Ukraine splintering. All right, thanks. Moscow and Russian governments counted on Ukraine splintering along ethnic-linguistic lines, and the military strategy was sort of directed specifically with these expectations in mind. In this paper, we showed that contrary to those expectations by the Russian government, instead, these war episodes consolidated Ukrainian identity. This matters, we believe, well beyond Ukraine. National cohesion and nation building is believed by many to be central to state capacity, public goods provision, collective defense, and even long-run development. And this question about whether external war consolidates the polity or exposes its internal fractures and kind of under which conditions is a very classical question in political thought going back hundreds and thousands of years, all the way to ancient Greece. So indeed, external war can either strengthen or weaken national identity through two broad channels. So in the paper, we have a small conceptual framework where we sort of explore these channels and specifically what they mean for the context of Ukraine. I'm not going to present this conceptual framework here today, just for the sake of time. But broadly, these channels are status of a nation and the perceived group distance and its salience. And this war can sort of elevate the status of a nation because of military victories or successful resistance, or it can also erode the status of a nation or an identity because of defeat or international isolation. And on a group distance, war can also sharpen the distinction between the nation and the enemy, creating an us versus them dynamic, but it can also activate internal cleavages, which are especially potentially plausible when you have a very big minority in your country that has strong ethnic, linguistic, and cultural ties to the enemy and to the adversary, which is the case of Ukraine. So that's why we believe Ukraine is a knife-edged case for testing the impact of external wars on identity. In 2012, 30% of Ukrainians in national representative surveys reported some ethnic Russian identity. 57% used Russian or Russian-Ukrainian mix in interviews. It's hard to believe probably right now, but back in 2014, the country was split on whether the country should actually try to enter European Union at all. And even as far as 2021, close to 20% of members of parliament belong to parties that can be credibly sort of called pro-Russian. Russian language, media, and cultural products remained widely consumed. I'm going to show you some stats later on that when we get to it. And so the expectations of war's impact on identity, in this particular case, it's not only a theoretical consideration, it's also likely shaped strategic decisions by key actors. So Russian leaders and Russian military expected fragmentation along ethnic lines. That's why in 2014 they started sort of promoting separatist movements in the south and the east of the country. And that's why in 2022 they actually believed that a substantial Russian-speaking population is going to greet the military of Russia with open arms. And many Western governments also underestimated Ukrainian resistance, partly for that reason as well. Just to preview our results, we find that those expectations were clearly incorrect. It seemed instead we observed massive shifts toward Ukrainian identity after both of these war episodes. So we see massive, very large shifts in ethnic identity away from Russian and mixed identities toward people identifying as ethnically Ukrainian. When we observe these shifts, that these shifts are larger in regions with historically higher share of ethnic Russians, which is consistent with the consolidation of the country as opposed to polarization. We also observe sort of massive shifts in language use as well, away from using Russian to using Ukrainian. Less so in 2014, but in 2022, we observe a 22 percentage point increase in the share of individuals who use Ukrainian in interviews. And again, these are interviews where it's a choice of a respondent to reply in whatever language they prefer. And again, for these outcome, we also observe larger shifts in regions with historically higher share of ethnic Russians. So again, consistent with consolidation. This is not due to sort of compositional changes because of many reasons, but also because we, when we zoom into Twitter data and think like only look at within user variation, we see also massive shifts with similar magnitudes. And also when we look at Google searches for nouns, sort of with different spellings in Ukrainian and Russian, and check like for the relative popularity of searches in Ukrainian relative to Russian, we also observe massive increases with a similar magnitude in Ukraine. And finally, we also look at the cultural dimension of all of these. And we, again, don't see much after 2014, but after 2022, we observe pretty much a cultural shift away from sort of more Russian toward more Ukrainian cultural prototype. So specifically, we look at 3 dimensions: music, cuisine, and baby names. And we see that across all of these, there are massive shifts. And specifically, when we look at the share of Spotify top 200 songs in Ukraine, the share of these songs that were in Ukrainian language increased from around 2% to more than 30%. And at the same time, as I already told you, sort of informational products in Russian language were widely popular. So that's consistent with this number, close to 6% just before the war in 2022. And that went all the way down to around 30%. So very briefly on the conclusion. So we believe that there's, of course, a large leadership share on war and nation building. We contribute by providing this knife edge test of the consolidation versus polarization hypothesis using sort of a wide range of outcomes, and actually there's 2 shocks within the same setup. And we show that basically this violent conflict can lead to very large shifts on a short horizon in terms of identity. And we also believe that we sort of make progress by actually thinking about like new novel measures one can use sort of in this digital world that we are in to measure identity, such as music consumption as well as language of Google searches. All right, so let me talk a little bit about the ethnic and linguistic identity and then proceed with talking about culture after that. So for ethnic and linguistic identity, we start by using this fantastic survey data by the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology. They collected every quarter national representative repeated cross sections from 2008 through 2024 and even later. So we combined 72 of these waves with in total more than 156,000 respondents. We're going to use 2 outcomes here, ethnic self-identification and interview language. On this ethnic self-identification, we have 2 questions. Both of them are sort of consistent across all of the surveys throughout this time, so this is fantastic. But one is open question, how do you identify yourself? And then they sort of code up different identities depending on that. And then second, before February 2022, if you chose that you were either Russian or Ukrainian, there was an additional scale from 1 to 5, fully Russian to fully Ukrainian, half and half, 25, 75, 75, 25. So this is really nice because that allows us to think about sort of mixed identities as well. And then interview language, I just want to emphasize again that this is a choice of a respondent, which language to use when they conduct the interview. And the instructions were very clear, not to prime respondents on which language to use. And again, we just want to emphasize that we're going to focus on a consistent sample of government-controlled territories, both for 2014 and for 2022. We're not going to think about sort of occupied territories, but of course we can talk about them as well a little bit during the Q&A if you're interested. So this slide and the next slide is pretty much the summary of the paper, roughly speaking. So here, what we plot is changes in reported ethnicity before and after the start of the annexation of Crimea and the war in Donbass in February 2014, and before and after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. So on the left figure, you basically can see that there is a massive shift of around 10 percentage point toward, in terms of the share, there's a kind of massive 10 percentage point increase in the share of respondents who identify as only Ukrainian, and this comes at the expense of mixed identities, but also at the expense of the share of individuals who replied they are only Russian as well. So again, this is already speaking a little bit to the lack of the polarization happening, right? Because if polarization was happening, we would expect an increase in the share of individuals who replied that they are only Russian at the expense of mixed identities. So we don't see that. But of course, that's not the only thing that we say on this. We're going to show some more rigorous evidence as well. So then, on the right side figure, you as well see a very similar shift towards kind of in the share of individuals who identify as Ukrainian of around 7 percentage points after 2022. That comes at the expense of Russian identity, but also mixed identities, as well as maybe even other ethnicities. So both shocks shift identity towards Ukraine. But when we look at individuals in the cities where they live and try to, for each city where they lived, we check what was their ethnic composition in 2001 in the latest census of Ukraine conducted, and check what is the share of ethnic Russians there, and just split the sample by individuals who lived in areas with above median share of ethnic Russians versus below median share of ethnic Russians. We see that the biggest declines are in the areas where the share of ethnic Russians is bigger, example, and the differences are pretty stunning. So, and this is consistent. This is true for both 2014 to 2022. So where polarization seemed most plausible example, instead we see stronger accelerate the consolidation towards Ukrainian identity on the ethnic dimension. So this was in principle just before, like this is just discrete statistics to some extent. So we want to formalize this logic in a dynamic difference in difference framework. So on the left-hand side here, we use a measure of Ukrainian identity of a given individual from a given rayon in a given survey wave T. And then on the right-hand side, we have rayon and survey wave fixed effects. And we also we try to account for potential composition changes by including a bunch of demographic controls, but also controls for sort of rayon level controls, for instance, for the share of displaced individuals. And then we're interested in the dynamic coefficient on the share of ethnic Russians in a given rayon. If in more ethnically Russian areas, identity shift toward sort of more Russian, then we will expect polarization and a negative shift, like a negative shift in these coefficients. If we see, if you expect, like if you see a positive shift in these coefficients, that evidence of accelerated consolidation, because in those areas the impacts they seem to be larger. So the defined assumption is, first of all, it seems like so we argue that these shocks were quite unanticipated for the majority of individuals in this setting. but also we rely on the standard parallel trans assumption. And this is what we get. So there are sharp breaks without pre-trans, and especially the picture is clear for 2022, but also for 2014 is pretty clear as well. So there seems to be a shift, a stronger shift in identity toward Ukrainian in areas where the share of ethnic Russians is larger. So these are the magnitudes here. I'll not repeat them, but again, this is consistent with the consolidation hypothesis as opposed to polarization. So what about language? So language in the interview, we see again, similarly to the ethnicity figures, we see a shift away from respondents replying in Russian to respondents replying in Ukrainian. The bars here are a little bit confusing. The magnitudes are massively different, right? So in 2014, the magnitude was around 3.5 or 3 percentage point shift. In 2022, it's around 22 percentage point shift. So it's a massive, massive shift in 2022. And again, if we rerun the same regressions with the share of, with an indicator of whether a person is not replying in Russian on the left-hand side, we again see a massive shift away from sort of a stronger shift away from Russian identity to Ukrainian identity in regions, in sort of districts with a higher pre-war share of ethnic Russians. So again, speaking to consolidation as well. So some potential concerns. I'll be very, very brief here. So we don't believe this selective migration and displacement of Russian identity respondents is a massive problem here because again, we already control for demographics, but also we see similar effects for military eligible males that who cannot leave or have limited mobility after 2022. And then we also see similar within user language shifts on Twitter that I'll show you on the next slide. Our responses just hide in Russian identity as opposed to sort of truly changing their identity inherently. We see, again, similar shifts in private behavior, such as Google searches, language of Google searches, and music consumption. We also don't see that attitudes toward Russian-speaking Ukrainians deteriorates enough to explain the shift in the surveys. And finally, there seems to be no increase in the share of respondents or refusing to answer ethnicity questions. So it doesn't seem that this is a potential issue. So and on the Syrian effect, so you might say, okay, low Russian areas may just have simply less room to move, and that's surely true. But first of all, our results can still reject polarization, just even in this case. But also our results are similar when excluding West Ukraine and low Russian share districts. So just to provide you a little bit more evidence, so this is Twitter. So we downloaded all geotagged, sort of all tweets originated from Ukraine, so close to 32 million tweets. And then we looked at within account variation for accounts that were active every month from August 2021 through July 2022. We see a massive 15 percentage point shift in the share of tweets in Ukrainian. So that suggests, and the magnitudes are similar, kind of similar to the magnitudes we observed in the surveys. So that suggests that it's unlikely that these results in the surveys that we found that I presented before were driven by compositional change. And again, for Google searches, we look at relative popularity of searches for Ukrainian versus Russian spellings of the same word. So there, we can compile the 200, sort of a list of 200 nouns that were almost like among the most frequently used nouns in online texts that we found, that we sort of analyzed from outside sources. And basically, we see that when we detrend by sort of some seasonality and some trends at the regional level and the word pair level, we see that the share of Ukrainian, the share of kind of searches for Ukrainian versus Russian spelling of the same word increased by 8 to 10 percentage points after the start of the war. So it doesn't seem to be the case that after 2014 there is much. So again, consistent with the idea that 2022 was just a much more massive shock, and sort of it was changing maybe ethnic identification, but not some other more costly things like language use. And this is private behavior, so it's less susceptible to social disability, and we find sort of similar magnitudes. So that's kind of interesting. That's very consistent, makes us confident that our survey evidence from before was fine. Thanks. All right, as a couple of words on the culture. On the cultural results. So culture is central to nation building, but a little bit harder to capture than stated identity. Cultural choices reveal whether identity can sort of changes sort of beyond the behaviors that are sort of easy to change, and also to behaviors that are very hard to change, with like high switching costs, high a lot of habit persistence, and maybe even sort of break and the intergenerational linkages as well. So we study 3 margins. One is music, the other one is cuisine, and the last one is baby names. So on the language, these are kind of the pictures that we get when we analyze the Spotify top 200 Ukraine charts. So this is data that was sort of that provides sort of information about weekly Spotify top 200 charts. And we sort of downloaded the data. We also, for each song, checked whether it's in Ukrainian or Russian. And also we did a lot of work sort of identifying artists as well, whether they are Ukrainian artists or not. So this is just the graph to give you a sense of the broad changes. The share of the songs in this top 200 Ukraine charts in Ukraine that were in Ukrainian language was just around 2% before the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And again, the share of the songs in Russian was close to 60 to 70%. And after the start of the war, that number for Ukraine increased from 2% to around 30%, and the number for songs in Russian decreased from around 60% to around 30%. This is not, let me be very clear, this is not only about new releases or boycotts, and this is very important for us to stress that because we observe similar shifts for songs that were released pre-war, and we observe similar shifts for songs that were released that are by Ukrainian artists. So it's not about boycotting Russian artists. Let me be very clear about that. We have a lot of interesting results in this with this data, but unfortunately, of course, I'm running out of time, so I'll not be able to talk about that. So very briefly on other dimensions, so baby names, Ukrainian regions, every half a year or every year, they release 20 to 25 most popular names, both boy and girl names. We take those names, we check whether they're more popular versus less popular in Russia versus Ukraine based on the 4 Bears data set. And then that way we identify baby names that are more traditionally Ukrainian versus more traditionally Russian. And we see that after the start of the war, baby names that are more Ukrainian, they start being more popular relative to more Russian names. For cuisine, we use Google Trends data again. So here we identify sort of most traditional dishes in both Ukraine and Russia, and then we also constructed an index of relative popularity of those dishes based on the pre-war Google Trends data. And then we see again that in Ukraine, the searches for more traditionally Ukrainian dishes increases relative to searches for more traditionally Russian dishes. And again, on the left-hand side, this outcome is very important to us because it's a costly choice. It's a very durable decision and sort of long-term decision that signals culture very strongly. And then on the right-hand side, this is also very important for us because this again is a private behavior. Typically, people Google for these kind of dishes when they cook, right? And when they search for recipes. I don't think anybody is policing who's cooking what, right? So just to conclude, this is what we have. External war strengthened Ukrainian national identity in a substantial manner, contrary to many very strategic actors who expected the opposite, right? The shift is behavioral, not only stated, because we observe this because of a variety of metrics. Some are costly, some are private, some are sort of self-stated, but all of them move in the same direction. The pattern is convergence, not polarization, at least for the outcomes where we can do that credibly. And then and of course, a couple of broader lessons. First of all, nation identity can be highly malleable, especially when there is large-scale external violence. It seems like external violence here in this particular case consolidated identity, but at the same time, I just want to be careful to say that this is a result that is contingent. And in the paper, using our theoretical framework, we actually sort of talk about which aspects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict actually sort of were potentially moved this in the direction in which we observe in the paper empirically. But of course, under alternative worlds where the conflict aspects would be different, maybe we would have seen different results. Who knows? So that's what we have. So thank you so much again for including this paper, and I look forward to Vicky's.
Thank you. The discussant is Vicky Fuka.
Great. So thanks a lot for giving me the chance to read and discuss this very interesting paper. Short summary, in this paper, they find that conflict with Russia, both in 2014 and in 2022, increases Ukrainian identification within Ukraine. And they measure this with a long list of proxies for identity, both stated identity, language, as well as various behavioral measures. And then they have two other empirical findings that are relevant also for the framework and interpretation, which is that these effects are stronger in 2022 than in 2014. And as seen as this in the survey, the effects are stronger in regions that have more Russian speakers. And so they interpret these findings as consistent with a framework of endogenous social identity, which has been developed by Moses Shayo and other work. And so Alexei didn't talk at all about it, but the paper is kind of structured around it. So I'll spend just 1 minute to talk about this framework in which people can choose what group to identify with. And in this case, they're choosing between two groups, the Ukrainian nation or their Russian identity. And their identity is a function of two things. One is the status of the group, and the other is the person's perceived distance from the group. And so this perceived distance depends on distance along various dimensions or attributes. The relevant ones here are nationality. Everyone is Ukrainian, but also language. And so within Ukraine, some people are going to be more distant because they speak Russian. And each of these attributes can get different attention weights. So when does identification with Ukraine increase in this framework? It increases if the attention weight placed on nationality goes up, which is what the war does. It makes nationality more salient than language. More so for those people who are more distant, because those are kind of in the threshold of identifying with their Ukrainian identity, and they can sort of flip when nationality becomes salient. And then status also plays a role. So when the status of Ukraine goes up and of Russia goes down, people are more likely to identify as Ukrainian. And so this is kind of important for interpreting these findings. So I think this is a clean empirical setting. You know, as far as I can tell, both of these instances of aggression were relatively unexpected, at least in the short run. So they really lend themselves to the diff and diff analysis the authors do. Clearly the highlight of the paper is all this interesting data they use to measure identity, including measures that I think are very creative and very novel that I haven't really seen used before, like, for example, the type of music that people listen to. And I personally also really like the framework. I think it's actually very plausible and one of those economic frameworks of identity that is really close to what social psychology has to say about how people identify with groups. So I have 3 points, and I think I might have time to go just through 2 of them. The first one is about measurement and interpretation, both in the framework and in the interpretation of the authors. Social identity here is internalized. It's something that people really feel. They identify as Ukrainian. And I really don't doubt that this is happening. I actually really believe it, that in the aftermath of this conflict, identification really truly increases. But I still have the question of how can we fully distinguish this from expressed identity as signaling, particularly for groups whose loyalty might be under question in these times of hostility and aggression. This is an issue in the survey. The authors do a few things to address it, but I think that maybe more can be done. It is consistent with the stronger effects that we see in places with more Russian speakers. It is also an issue for some of the behavioral outcomes, the language in which people choose to tweet, or even the names they give to their children, as literature shows, can also be performative. And some of the more private outcomes, like searches and music, don't really disaggregate Russian speakers from Ukrainian speakers, so it's not clear how much of this might be signaling. So a few suggestions. The only heterogeneity here is done with the survey, and I wonder if more could be done with some of the more private outcomes like Google searches. I think these come at the level of the oblast, which is big, so not that many units, but still some heterogeneity could be done to see how much of a concern social desirability is. I really think there's a lot of information in the Twitter accounts that could be exploited, looking, for example, at the language that these people used to tweet in before 2022. Was it mainly Russian? Was it a mixed language? What kind of followers did they have? Where exactly within Ukraine were they geolocated? All of this can assess the magnitude of social desirability concerns. This heterogeneity with respect to the ethnic Russian share could be nonlinear. You can imagine that social pressures increase as the share of the minority increases, but in places that are majority Russian speaking, maybe you have less of a concern. So that could also be used. And then the last 2 points are more tentative, but I wonder if there's any information on non-Russian speaking minorities, Hungarians, Poles. These are smaller proportions, but like pulled all together. These are groups that can also switch their identity. They have this room, but maybe social pressures are less salient for them. And then I think this would have been used if it was available, but I still feel compelled to mention it, that any information on the mode of interview or the identity of the interviewer here could be helpful. My second point was, how do we interpret this, and whether we need this conceptual framework? And the fact that Alexei presented this without showing it maybe tells us we don't need it. But I'll assume here you do want to use it since it's there, and ask what's kind of the work that it does, right? Because this is a very specific model of identity in which identity is chosen based on these specific things: status, distance, all this stuff is in there. Do they really play a role in the empirics that we see? The main connection is that war shifts this attention we place on nationality, and I'm totally fine with that. But then there's also a role for status, and what the paper says is that really this explains why the effect is much larger in 2022. The status of Russia is lower in the second period because of more international support for Ukraine. But of course, 2022 is just a much more generalized conflict. So if we see this as treatment intensity, I would say that this is stronger. And then the distance component is evoked to explain this different effect for the Russian speakers. Those are more distant from the Ukrainian group prototype, so they're the ones that should switch their identity. But again, there is perhaps mechanically more room for the outcomes to move for this group. They spoke Russian before, so they can now change, and maybe they have more incentives to signal. So does it all boil down to saying this primes nationality, and we just have more in-group identity, which maybe we know from other studies as well. So if you do intend to use this framework, I would suggest that you use it a little bit more. You exploit some of its more subtle predictions. For example, the framework predicts that if you're close enough to switch, you will switch. But if you're further away, maybe not, right? So is there a difference here between ethnic Russians or Russian-speaking Ukrainians? There's a variation in this distance. Or if status really plays a role, is this something that can be measured? In the paper, it's sort of assumed that status comes from territorial gains, and this is something that varies over this period of the conflict for both sides. So maybe that is something that can provide variation. And then I really wonder what this has to say about Russian speakers in Russian-occupied territories, how we should expect them to behave, and if this is something that maybe through Twitter data or some of the more aggregate sources you can look at. So I'll skip my third point, which is for the authors, and just two small comments. One is on selective migration and selection more general. The authors are aware of that and they do things to address it. Like, for example, looking at effects for military-aged men who are less likely to move. I'd say that it might still be a concern. You know, this is a war of high mortality. A lot of it is concentrated in these regions that are more heavily Russian-speaking. So this may be, it should be maybe addressed more systematically. I wasn't clear on how the Twitter corpus is constructed and whether it is based on people who have geocoded tweets in Ukraine both before and after, because that would select the sample. And I'd be really interested to what happens if we restrict only to those who we can see in Ukraine before. And then a small comment on baby names. All the results here are derived from list of popular names. And so I'm wondering if it's possible to get access to the full distribution, because I'd be curious to see if this is an average shift in Ukrainianness, or if it's something like Ukrainians sort of becoming more concentrated in their behaviors and all of them choose the same names and then their names become more popular, which might be consistent with an interpretation of more in-group cohesion and nationalism, but maybe slightly different from what you have in mind here. So done. Thank you very much.
So you know, Nico is Steven Lita.
Thanks a lot. I was curious about, because most theories of nation building that explain nation building by war think about a common external enemy. And sorry if I missed it, I don't know well the context, but how external is the enemy in this case? So how salient are those identities? Are there like past conflicts? Is in one encompassing the other? So I think you said it quickly, and sorry if I missed it. And was there conflict in the past? Was the Ukrainian language completely very used already, or was it forgotten and reinvented, or was it there? So more detail on that would be useful. And relatedly, I'm just curious about other historical example we could think of to think about what could determine polarization or consolidation ex ante. So for an example, I don't know actually if we think currently in the war in Lebanon, for an example, Israel is clearly a common external enemy. You have very strong identities that clearly have conflict, like the religious identity in Lebanon. So is it similar, is it different? And could you come up with other example, historical, just to motivate the theoretical framework? It would be super helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting. So I had a few questions. So first, I was curious whether you observed the ethnicity of the interviewer and whether you could do anything about it. Seems no. The second thing is that I think for a lot of the interpretation and to give value at this potential trade-off of, or alternative hypothesis of whether this could actually lead to polarization, it would be very helpful to think carefully about magnitudes and to try to do some alternative scenarios of suppose that everybody that is potentially Russian becomes extremely more Russian. How big of a local population you need to observe the coefficient flipping in the opposite direction? And I'm afraid, and sort of related to that, I think something that you could do, I don't know if with this conceptual framework or a slightly different one, is to try to separate how much of the effect is coming from people switching ethnicity, like people that are ethnically Russian but start hating Russia, versus people that are Ukrainian and in which and for which the war triggers ethnicity. And I think these two are quite different type of mechanisms, and it would be interesting to be able to separate, identify that, and to sort of, and more generally to go beyond, try to understand whether this is more of a sign paper versus a magnitude paper. And I think you could do some exercises to go in that direction.
Thank you. I would call for trying to more decompose the inner pressure from social pressure or perceived social pressure. Like the measures you have, for example, music, you can listen to it in headphones, you can listen to it at parties. Cuisine, you can cook for yourself, you can cook for guests. So some ideas might be like breakfast dishes versus festive dishes and so on. So I think you can do a lot more about that, the composition.
I'll give you the same comment I gave Matthias yesterday, so you can have a Voigtlander fixed effect. So basically you're looking at treatment as war overall, and then you have this interaction with Russian share, but war is a very big package of things. And I'm wondering to what extent you can disentangle this. So are there economic consequences locally? Are there actual war effects? And so for example, the share of Russians is going to be correlated with distance to the Donbass. So can you disentangle that? Or were you affected, was the location affected by Russian occupation or near the Russian occupation? And then were they liberated again in the summer of 2022? Or are they affected by drone strikes? So all of this, you know, there's so much interesting stuff that can potentially be done that would be great to see.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could leverage a bit more the fact that you have the two shocks, like to back out some type of elasticity, because it's interesting. Like, does it take like just the announcement or like the actual act of war or like just the continued war? Because I was wondering like who are the first shifters versus like the second wave. So are these people different? And then whether there's any action on the religion side.
Thank you. I mean, I think this is an amazing paper. It's really, really fascinating. But my question is, to what extent do you think, I mean, it's not something you can do in the paper, but how important is the porousness of Russian and Ukrainian identity? Sort of, my understanding is that these identities are quite close. You know, they have somewhat a common history. The languages are very close. You know, maybe a little bit similar, like maybe Catalan and Spanish. And so suppose you, and maybe you can't do this, but suppose you had done this exercise for the invasion by Russia of Georgia in 2008, you know, where these languages are very different, the histories are very different. I would guess you would probably find a different effect simply because, you know, the cost of switching and the ease of switching would be a lot higher. So maybe maybe some of it is driven by the ease of switching.
Could you study how this identity translates into war contribution? Like, I'm curious which component is more predictive of their contribution to the war. Another related correlation is how this correlates with the tolerance of the war. Suppose identity actually makes you more tolerant of the war. I found the implications a bit mixed, right? There's this dark side that would make the war more long-lasting and become constraints for the elites and the politicians to have negotiation. I wonder whether there's some survey about attitude toward the war. Thanks.
Yeah, I enjoyed your paper. I enjoyed your paper. I'm assuming the Crimean Peninsula is missing from your analysis because it was occupied during this time period. I wondered how much the results would extend there, where you had a more, I think, pro-Russian population. And I also wondered to the extent to which people reacted much less to the Crimean situation, not just because it was a less large of a war, but also because they might have felt Crimea was Russian to the extent that it had belonged to Russia prior to 1957. Okay, and how much legitimacy of a claim may play a role in this type of results. Then on a more lighthearted note, it'd be interesting to see, now that we have World Cups again, but you know, how much people become more pro-nationalistic, pro their ethnic identity when we have World Cup matches and their country is playing or not playing in a game.
Fantastic paper. It's so clear in and even in the descriptives. I'm not as worried about signaling. I think the corpus of evidence is pretty fantastic. I do wonder, kind of following up on Nico's and Klaus's comment, and whether or not you get more leverage out of 2014 and 2022, the contrast between those two, in terms of helping us understand mechanism. I mean, I was looking carefully and it looked like even for some things in 2014, you even saw maybe the opposite sign when you were looking at Twitter and we didn't see 2014 for the baby name. So do you find, for example, as Raquel was saying, in places that were sort of either had some stronger claim to Russia, do you see this, opposite effect, especially in 2014? And if that is then washed away for military or other reasons in 2022, I think that's interesting and can tell us something about the mechanism. And I also think that, the paper is pitched as sort of nation building, but it's also kind of like, where does cultural identity come from? And I think a lot of times it is these sort of offshoots of other nations and things like that. So I think actually the experience of Ukraine is not necessarily idiosyncratic. I think it's actually quite regularizing in some way. So I would play that part up too.
Thank you. My question is related to the polarization part in two ways. First, echoing a bit Sylvia's and Nico's point, whether at least even anecdotally, you can provide examples of villages that came under strain, at least for a temporary amount of time, to become polarized. And then in your framework, I understand it as being more of a spectrum, but you can also think about it as multiple equilibria. Either you become polarized or you become very, very tight. And just whether you think that that is something that's going on, maybe in some of the occupied territories.
This may be challenging data-wise, but I wonder if you could look at ethnic Russians in countries other than Ukraine and to see whether they themselves are more likely to identify with the local nation, to see if this is really about exposure to war or whether the status of Russia worldwide kind of is perceived differently, and whether, ethnic Russians in Germany or in other countries are also changing their identity. So it's not so much about direct war exposure.
How much time do we have? Probably not this much, right? Okay. All right. Yeah, Vicky, fantastic discussion. Thank you so much. We really loved sort of all the actionable advice that you gave. I mean, we'll do everything that you mentioned. So let me see what you do. So express identity and signaling, it's definitely part of the story. So we don't want to pretend that it's not part of the story. Sort of one thing that is interesting is that I think the difference in the magnitudes between the changes in the language of Google searches that are private versus the kind of the interviewer language of the interview. So one is 10 percentage point, the other one's 22 percentage point. Of course, these are different data sets, but in principle, you can think about the difference between these two magnitudes that could be sort of speaking to the magnitude of this sort of social disability bias signaling and so forth. But we agree with you. I think on the language searches, we actually tried the heterogeneity by the share of ethnic Russians. We don't see like as much, we don't see as strong evidence of consolidation, but we also don't see as strong evidence of polarization either. So it seems like it's consistent with what we find in the rest of the paper. So we'll do everything that you mentioned. This is great. We actually have some evidence, a little bit of evidence of the decline in the share of individuals who identified as other ethnicity. So it seems like this, like in 2022, the shift was not only from sort of people who identified as Russian or mixed, but also from other ethnicities. But of course, that could also be composition, so we need to be careful. So external validity and Crimea, so that came up many times. So let me just be clear about this. So actually, we have some evidence on Crimea, what happened in Crimea, but it's very bad in the sense that just the quality of the data is, who knows what was happening. But we do see that the share of languages, the share of Google searches in Ukrainian language went down. It was very low before, so it was like maybe 3%, but it went down even further to 1%. Right? And then we also show that we also see that the share of individuals who are identified as Ukrainian also went down between the Ukrainian census in 2001 to the census in Russia in 2020. But again, it's a Russian census. Who knows what's happening there? So, but in principle, yeah, we do see some suggestive evidence that in principle things could have been different, and this speaks to this conceptual framework, because we think that what happened in Crimea is that like Ukrainian Russian status, it was this sort of a swift annexation with relatively limited bloodshed, right? So and at the same time there was like some legitimacy there as well, and international community also did not denounce Russia. So I think this status of Russia at the time, because of Crimea, did not really drop. Maybe even went up to some extent. So in that sense, I think what happened in Crimea could speak to the conceptual framework. We do believe that conceptual framework is useful. I did not present it because I just thought that we have so many results. I just didn't want to distract. But it's. We take Vicky, we take all of your points about the sort of the conceptual framework. We'll think deeper about it, but we do think that it's useful for external validity and to think about sort of all these questions that came up during the discussion. What do we have any examples where things were different, for which mechanism they were different, and I think we do believe that 2014, 2022 could actually and Crimea example can actually speak to that a little bit. But then I think I don't have any time, right? Oh, 1 minute. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Let me find something else. All right. So the Sylvia simulations for magnitudes, fantastic suggestion. We do want to emphasize that actually Russian language is prevalent. When you think about ethnicity, maybe it's less. The share of ethnic Russians maybe smaller, like maybe 15% in median region, but I think the share, our results can replicate when we look at the share of native Russian speakers, so that's higher. But also when we think about language, I think the magnitudes are. I think it's easier to think about these magnitudes and sort of not be worried about them just being mechanical. But we'll do these simulations. I think it's kind of a cool idea. So Nico, on the casualties, we actually are doing some work on that a little bit. We haven't finalized the results yet, so I'll not spoil anything here, but we are working on this. We do control for changes economic conditions in a given district, so it doesn't seem to be the case that this is driven by that, but the results are a little bit attenuated, so maybe that's kind of a bad control. So maybe we need to think about this deeper, and the distance to Russia as well. And I think that's it. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
So last paper before lunch is The Rise of the Knowledge Economy, and the presenter is Sarah Lazzaron.
Yeah. It's just looking at the same time. All right. So thanks a lot for having me here. This is joint work with Cervellati, Marsanti, Masella, everybody from the University of Bologna, and it's on the rise of a knowledge economy. So let me start with a broad motivation. We have that the large literature across the social sciences have been studying the roots of sustained growth in England and Europe. And most recently, scholars have emphasized the importance of the age of the Enlightenment for this takeoff to happen. So why was this period of time such important? Because during this period of time, we have that the knowledge developed through the scientific revolution actually converted into productive know-how. And we have that prominent historians such as Joel Mokyr suggest that crucial for the creation and diffusion of useful knowledge was where the direct interaction, the person-to-person interaction between two groups in the society, the knowers and the doers. Think about the knowers as the scholars, the eminent thinkers, those that had the more theoretical knowledge, and think about the doers as that group of people that were to apply the knowledge and generate technical, organizational, and institutional innovations. So how did this group of people communicate with each other? In those times, we have that they mainly communicated through letters, through epistolary exchanges, and ultimately, between the many dimensions in which England was special during this period of time, we have that England has been also forerunner in the creation of a public national postal system, which ultimately historians suggest might have been one of the determinants of its rise and of the rise of its knowledge economy. So what we do in this paper? In this paper, we estimate the impact of communication infrastructures for person-to-person interactions in England and Wales in the 200 years in the run-up to the Industrial Revolution, so 1570s up to 1769. And in particular, we want to answer 4 questions. So first question, did the opening of the postal system to the public affect the information exchanges across location? And second, did it affect the communications, the intensity of communication between the knowers and the doers, which we largely document with our work? And third, what was the content of their communication? Was it related to knowledge? And lastly, fourth question, did the opening of the postal system affect innovation activity? To answer these questions, we provide a novel georeference database at the grid cell decade level, tracking the evolution of the postal network, the evolution of epistolary exchanges, and how these exchanges were involving scholars and professionals by classifying the correspondence by their occupation. We also look at the content of these exchanges, and we provide a new data set of tracking the innovation activities throughout England and Wales. So we exploit a peculiar setting. So England is not only nice in terms of historical relevance, but also because we have that in this context, a 1635 postal reform opened to the public a network, a postal network that originated for military purposes. So mainly to connect the king with the battlefronts in times of war. We exploit a difference in difference estimation strategy with an IV and event studies to corroborate our results. And to preview our findings, we find that the opening of the postal system intensified epistolary exchanges, primarily between scholars and professionals, our categories of knowers and doers, on knowledge-related topics, fostering also innovation activities. So I'm going to go briefly on the literature, tell you about the background and the data that we built and the empirical strategy that we adopt in the paper, and then tell you about how we answer the answer to our 4 questions. So briefly on the literature. Besides the huge background literature within which our study can be placed, our work more specifically talk to those studies that have been investigating particularly the pre-industrial period. And by studying the role of the postal system, we complement those studies that have been looking at other tools that were useful to spread knowledge, such as the printing press. And by documenting the exchanges, the person-to-person exchanges through epistolary correspondence, we complement those studies that have looked at the role of universities, scholarly visits, and codified knowledge, such as in encyclopedias and technical manuals, in their ability to spread knowledge, thus contributing to the rise of England and Europe, ultimately. So regarding the postal system, as I was mentioning, this was mainly created before the 17th century to meet the urgent need of the crown to be connected with the battlefronts at times of war. So initially, you had the setup of temporary stables with fresh horses. So the post guy could chain the horse and run up to the destination. And in the 16th century, we have that these horse stables became permanent. The drawback of this was that the system was very costly. So by the death of Queen Elizabeth in 1603, you have that the system was running in serious shortages of resources. And in 1635, the king approves the proposal by Thomas Witherings, a notable merchant from London, to make the system self-financing. How? As a state monopoly, by opening it to the public at fixed charges and scheduled days of delivery along the post roads, originally developed for military purposes. So by the year after the approval of the reform, we have that the system is fully functioning, open to the public, and we essentially have the birth of the Royal Mail. So what do we do in terms of data then? We produce, by building on primary and secondary sources, we produce georeference maps of the evolution of the postal system. And for our empirical analysis, we focus on the map of 1628, which is the map that basically represents us, give us the location of the postal stages before right before the system was open to the public. And then we collect data on epistolary exchanges. Here we build on the 30 years long work of digital humanists. We have two large repositories, IMLO and Electronic Enlightenment. We extract the universe of the letters from these two repositories. We geolocate the origin and destination, so the sender and recipient of the letters, and restrict our attention to the part of the data set that involves letters sent from or to England and Wales. So out of these letters, we classify the correspondence based on their occupation, and we work also on the content of the letter based on the abstract or full text that is available. Here is our identification strategy. So our estimating equation. It's a simple difference in difference equation in which the outcome variable is YIT. So one of our outcomes in grid cell I indicate T. And in a standard if-in-diff setting, we want to compare the treated locations, the red dots in the map, those having a postal stage in 1628, with the control location before and after the reform. So we control for a bunch of control variables, which are interacted with the decayed dummies, and in particular, we control for distance to London, distance to communication infrastructures such as rivers, Roman road, and medieval roads. And we control for settlements, medieval boroughs. We also control for the fact that after the system opened to the public, we have a civil war happening in the country, and we cluster the standard errors by grid cell or using Conley spatially corrected standard errors. So let us go through the first question. First question is, did the postal system affect the intensity of communications across locations? Here are our results. As dependent variable, we have the inverse hyperbolic sign transformation of the number of incoming and outgoing letter in each cell decade. And as we can see, we see that the postal reform allowed to increase the size of information exchanges in treated locations significantly. And this result is robust to a different set of controls to the adding different controls to the regression. This is robust to changing the definition of our dependent variable, changing our definition of treated locations or control location. And this is robust also to the use of NIV to instrument the location of postal stages using the least cost path from London to the historical battlefronts. Now, this is intuitive. So we open the postal system, you have a rise in correspondence exchanges, but it's non-trivial. In a way, this is a first evidence, empirical evidence that the postal system allowed facilitating exchanges throughout the country. If we look at the event study evidence, we see reassuringly no pre-trend, and we see that the reform kicked in basically upon the opening. So we have upon the opening an increase in the exchanges. We then see a gradual decline in our coefficient, but this is a result of our conservative strategy of looking at the 1628 postal stages, basically because the system then develops afterwards, and we have that in our control group, some cells are basically acquiring a postal stage. Now, more interesting, and the main question of this paper, trying to address empirically what historians have been suggesting us. So we want to assess whether the postal system facilitated the interaction between the knowers and the doers. How do we do that? So we take our letters data set and we classify the correspondence in terms of their occupation. We want to map the knowers, those that had the more theoretical knowledge, and the doers, those that had to apply this knowledge into productive know-how. So regarding the knowers, you look at scholars, broadly speaking, so not only scientists and humanists, but we also have erudites, eminent thinkers. And when we look at the doers, we follow the conceptualization of historians with a broader category that includes not only technical professionals, but also practitioners. Think about the pharmacist that picks the knowledge about plants and combine it to make a drug and cure diseases. We have statesmen which were in charge of regulating the economic activity and facilitating the use of innovation. And we have the information industry, most notably in charge of spreading new knowledge in society. So since our letters map an entire society, we also have people that are part of the clergy. And for those who we cannot relate to any other of any categories of the previous ones, we basically put them in a residual category that we label others. So let's look at the impact of the postal system in absolute terms. So looking at the number of exchanges between scholars and between scholars and professionals, and what we see is that the postal system, the opening of the postal system to the public, facilitated the interactions between scholars and professionals. But if we look at it in relative terms, so focusing on the share of letters that scholars exchange with each other, or that scholars exchange with the professionals, or the professional exchange with each other, what we see is that largely the opening of the postal system mostly benefited the professional at the end of the day and their interaction with the scholars. Now, what was the content of these exchanges? Was this about knowledge? To study the content of these exchanges, we basically work on the text of the letters. For more than half of them, we have an abstract or the full text. This was in various languages, Spanish, Italian, Latin, a lot of French and German. So we translated everything to English, and we exploit an unsupervised text analysis algorithm. So we use the LDA. If we stick on the 25 topics analysis, but everything is robust to reducing the number of topics or increasing it, we have that we can group the topics into 5 macro categories. So within our database, we have lots of communication that are talking about ordinary life. Think about letters regarding family issues, asking your friend, hey, how are you doing? Managing business and real estate. And then we have topics that actually talk about knowledge, research, systematization, publication process. We also have conversations regarding politics, religion, or even academic gossip. So did the postal system affect this type of communications? What we have is that focusing on the number of letters that are related to ordinary life matters. This type of correspondence actually increased after the opening of the postal system, but not only correspondence focusing on ordinary life, we have also increased in the correspondence focusing on knowledge-related topics. We don't have much effect on politics, religion, and gossip. Let us turn on who is talking to whom regarding knowledge-related topics. Let me go with an example. So this is a nice example of two correspondents. We have Samuel Hartlib talking to Robert Boyle and thanking him for his new discoveries in anatomy and other useful knowledges. Is knowing that his friend, his correspondent, Robert Boyle, is doing research on the presence of vacuum. He told him, look, there is an experiment which is meant to show, as they suppose, that there is or may be vacuum. And then he goes describing the experiment in very much details. Now, why is this important? Well, you have that they continue to correspond and exchange information on how to perfectionate this experiment. And at the end of the day, 10 years later, you have that Boyle invented the Boolean air pump, thanks to the collaboration with Robert Hooke, which happened to be recommended to Boyle by Hartlib through a connection that he had through correspondence with a mathematician. Now, combining the work of Boyle and Hooke on the Boolean air pump, altogether with the work of other scientists across Europe, so in Germany or France, we have that 50 years after, Newcomen invents the steam engine, with the Boolean air pump lying at the basis of the theoretical knowledge to reach the steam engine. So they not only talk about experiments, our knowledge-related topics talk about practical knowledge. Think about the selection of crops to raise agricultural productivity. They talk about how to collect and catalog plants and minerals, and how to publish the results of research, but mostly related to the cultural side of this work. They also talk about how to better convey concepts and which methods to adopt in order to have the knowledge spread universally to everybody in the society. So if we focus more specifically on the exchanges between the scholars and the professionals, what we see regarding the knowledge-related topics, what we see is that they largely talk about the same stuff, with the scholars being, with the discussion by the scholars being skewed towards publishing and cataloging, and the discussions between scholars and professionals being skewed towards practical knowledge, how to translate knowledge and make it available to the public, to the general population through diffusing it in a way that could be understood by everybody. So we are now pushing the analysis to the limit. So we are now replicating our analysis on the overall correspondence, but focusing on the correspondence that involves precisely knowledge-related topics. And here what we see, again, on the left-hand side, you see in absolute terms, and on the right-hand side, we focus on the knowledge-related, on the share of knowledge-related letters. And what we see is that the exchanges between scholars and professionals were those that were the most facilitated by the opening of the postal system to the public. We can see it also through an event study. As you see, again, no pre-trends if we focus on the scholar to professional exchanges, and we see that immediately upon the opening of the postal system, exchanges shift up and then gradually build up and continue to be significantly more. Let us go on the innovation activities question. So did the postal system foster not only exchange between the knowers and the doers, the scholars and the professionals, did it also help to increase the innovation activities? Now, there are, usually scholars look at patent data, but these data largely cover our post period. And in fact, if we run a cross-sectional analysis, what we find, borrowing on the data set that Leander and co-authors provided, we find that locations that had a postal stage in 1628 are more likely to have a higher number of patents. And we want to do a panel analysis. So in order to do that, to have also the pre-period, in order to do that, we build a data set of innovation activities. So to do this, we exploit the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography. We extract biographies of inventors and innovators through keywords, and we find roughly 500 innovators, between technical and soft innovators. We geolocate all events that involve these innovators. Think about them as I was educated in this particular place, in this other place I invented something or I published a book. And we match everything to our grid cells. So these are our results. As you can see, the treated location experienced an increase in innovation activities, and most notably, innovation activities that involve technical inventors. We do not have much on soft inventors. Now, again, pushing it again to the limit, we matched the innovators database with the letters database. And what we find is that the opening of the postal system to the public increased the correspondence, the interactions between, well, involving at least an innovator and mostly a technical innovator, but also those and importantly, those involving scholars and innovators. So I think I'm done. To wrap up, we estimate the impact of communication infrastructures on knowledge-related exchanges between knowers and doers in England and Wales in the run-up to the Industrial Revolution. We did this through an important effort on data collection and treatment. And the quick takeaways of our work are that the postal reform helped to intensify communication, particularly between the scholars and the professionals, so the knowers and the doers, regarding knowledge-related topics, having impact also on innovation, on the innovation activity, particularly for technical inventors. Of course, data are potentially useful to analyze further research questions, and we are eager to do that. Thank you.
Valencia is the discussant.
Is it sharing already? Should we find out?
Okay, let's see. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Alberto and Paula, for inviting me to discuss and read this beautiful paper. It's one of those papers that is just fascinating, makes you a bit jealous. I'm gonna stick to the last point, which is, I mean, the paper is great. Let me just think about what could be like the broader applications. What else can we do with this data? Just kind of like put it in context. So suggest a bit more on the extension side, maybe for further projects that like just be very nitty gritty about like particular points. So I don't know if it's the exact same data that you're using. I think it's not the case, I am using mostly the Mapping the Republic of Letters project by Stanford that not only has amazing data, but beautiful graphics. So this is an amazing digital humanities effort. I think you're using more the Oxford part of the project of trying to map and get into what was happening during this time period that is one of the most important in the technology and innovation history of the world. My previous comment on earlier versions of this project was open the letters. And I think that now that you've opened the letters, you have like a universe of things that you can do. So I think most of that has been addressed. And this probably couldn't come at a better timing, not much of endogenous growth theory in the paper, but really taking like, it's a very Mokyr paper. I'm just quoting from the Nobel Committee for having identified the prerequisites for sustained growth through technological progress. So it's kind of like taking those core ideas from books like Culture of Growth and opening up the black box and kind of like putting the numbers and quantifying and identifying from an econometric sense, what are all these ideas, what do they mean in practice? So this paper, just quoting from the abstract, provides a first systematic evidence of the role of communication infrastructure for the rise of the knowledge economies. And I wonder if here you're not making also an extra contribution in saying that communication infrastructure mattered. I think like a lot of what it's there in Mokyr, it's more like knowledge or culture of growth, and we're gonna like talk about that. But here you're saying the fact that you have this type of transportation network mattered. It's a little bit close, but not exactly the same of like, okay, what if we have like railroads in the case of the US in the Great Migration, the paper by Sandra, Nancy, and Nathan. So you also need like kind of like that infrastructure in order to like have the people migrate from one side to another and then like go to innovation. So this is, I mean, there's a huge literature on this, but I think the title of Nico's and Joaquim's paper is spot on, which is why England, you know, like this whole paper and this whole like research enterprise is about like why this northwest corner of Europe. And then I would have kind of like some comments which are, and you mentioned this in the paper, so there's the House of Taxis, so this is the Thurn and Taxis dynasty. I've been to Regensburg, so that's where they first have the allegedly first postal system in Europe, but also King Louis XI. So in 1477, you had like some of these postal developments. So I'm not saying like this is wrong or invalidates the argument, but here's like a little map of there are other postal systems in Europe. So maybe you also needed that, maybe less about like why England first and why, I mean, not only was there an industrial revolution in England, but also in France and eventually in Germany. The other comment is, I mean, kudos to the authors and to, again, opening the letters. But you're sticking to the almost, again, not a small number, but almost 60,000 letters. But I was wondering if at least for the ones that arrived to England, what about some of these other connections? So, I mean, I'm all for the exercise of like within England, what's going on, but potentially what's going on in France. So again, from the same Republic of Letters project. So these are Locke letters in blue and Voltaire's letters in yellow, which I think is the biggest corpus, at least in the Stanford project. So what about those other potential connections? Again, potentially for a different paper. And then this core point of, is this about the culture of growth? Is this about culture like Mokyr or even like Dearden McCloskey? Or is this about like human capital, if you will, or skills? Or is this, again, maybe about connectivity? And we have like yet another pillar like to build and like this, what actually led to the Industrial Revolution. And just to use like a modern example, is this like email? Like did email actually like change our research or change economics? There's the famous mistaken phrase by Krugman in '98 predicting what was going to happen in 2005, that email probably would have no greater impact than the fax machine. And I mean, obviously that was not true, but is it the email communication? Is it the internet infrastructure? Is it the fact that you're communicating good ideas or academic gossip, as it was one of your categories? So maybe, again, rooms for extension where I think that you could use potential information. So there's another beautiful project by David Delacroix and co-authors. Here I'm citing the one with Clement. where they look at all of the scholars from Cambridge. They also have Oxford, so at least 2 or 3, I think you can merge with your sample, more or less the same time period. So like who are like the prominent scholars of that time period? I mean, I know that this data for these years is sparse, but I think that will be one project where potentially you can like match. And again, you kind of like see the evolution. This time period is key, and it kind of like coincides with yours. And there's a later paper. I mean, I know this, you wouldn't have much in the pre here, but Walken Hannon also has like this great paper of like the rise of the engineer in England. So maybe for the later period, at least, like, could you match or could you identify some of these people? And again, they're very important in patents, not only like in name. So is it like the quote unquote upper tails of knowledge? And I guess Nico and Maras apparently work on this, and we did some of that with Bill Maloney in the US, and what Walker has done. Is it about that? Is it about these knowers and doers that you have? Maybe another interesting distinction would be inventive or innovative capacity versus adoptive capacity. I mean, Jacob is also working on some of these topics in the modern day world. Another idea that I had, which again, now you have all of this corpus, is to try to track the spread of specific ideas. So Michela Giorselli has a beautiful paper of the spread of evolution. So this is just taken from the Journal of Economic Growth work. So you could see, I mean, back then it was only on the corpus of books, but what about tracking like some ideas? I mean, if it were the second industrial revolution, which I know better, I would say something like the Bessemer process. Like, is there something core that you can like track now through these letters? And there's a point about reverse causality, but not in the mean way of like, oh, it's not identified, but is it about more gathering this information and coming up with new ideas, or spreading and diffusing the new idea that I have? And I think both are equally interesting. I think in the presentation you were stressing like these Boyle and others were like talking about it, and like now you have a new steam engine, but I could also create the steam engine and start telling all my friends like, hey, I created something amazing. So I think that quote unquote reverse causality angle could also be interesting. So again, kind of like what are the big picture things that we've learned, and where we could maybe push the argument further? Did communication infrastructure accelerate economic growth? So kind of like the step 5. I didn't want to do a summary because the paper is super clear and the presentation is super clear. So kind of like that very last step, like, is that what made England rich or not? So just like the step 5 in your 4 very clear steps. Is it about informal communication versus books? You mentioned the work of Jeremiah as well. So can you, is it faster? Is it nimbler? Like, now that we have WhatsApp or we have email, it's going to be faster than like for me emailing you a paper that's going to be ready in 5 or 10 years. Are these scientists working like preachers? So people, Jared Rubin and co-authors have this very nice paper on Martin Luther, that not only was he a revolutionary religious figure, but he was very active on the preaching side. So are there some people like Voltaire and Locke that not only are geniuses, but they're also spreading their message, their gospel, if you will, to use a religious analogy? Do they describe their innovation? So Walker had this other paper, like A Penny for Your Thoughts, where he has the content of the Tractus Philosophica. So like you can look at some of this content. I think you're already starting to do these, at least more in the presentation of the paper. Did they meet or travel? I'm going to show you in the next slide that they do. And all of this literature, like, is it new connections, extensive margin? Is it weak ties? So finally, I'm able, that's why I was thinking about not only the within England, but finally I can tell someone in Germany or in France about this amazing invention. So maybe, again, separate paper, but like thinking about that, or just more intensive. I mean, we know that we email people that are essentially in our same building the most. So, okay, that's not changing much things. High quality content. I think the fact that you have gossip there, it's interesting, like just to contrast that with like, okay, I'm really describing the microscope versus, hey, Sarah this or Matteo that. And then, I mean, you're not talking too much about this, but I mean, it's the Civil War. So is there some angle there also, like, to think about like a conflict and innovation, which are huge topics? It's just a nice place to think about these things. So did they travel? I took Francesco Algarotti. I don't know if he's famous or not in Italy, but it's one of the Republic of Letters people. He actually studied at Bologna, and then it's just kind of like to give you a snippet of, if you zoom into one of these characters, I mean, you can see he studied in Rome, in Milan, in Bologna, but he met essentially the whole Enlightenment, including Casanova, very famously, a big admirer of Newton. So kind of what can we get there? I'm going to skip the technical points, fascinating paper, and then kind of like to think about broader development. Was this quote unquote imagined community, to use the history phrase, specific to Northwest Europe, or what can we learn from developing countries around the world from this amazing historical experience? Thanks a lot for the paper.
Yeah. So amazing paper. I'm also extremely jealous. I think this is really a home run. So my question is related to the map of Europe that Felipe showed at the beginning. So there is this international dimension that was very important for the Republic of Letters. And even in your data set, you have different languages, you said, and also correspondence with people outside the network. So I was wondering to what extent the fact that now there was this new system in England made it complementary to connections with the rest of Europe, or a substitute, so that they corresponded more within England and maybe a little bit less with the rest. So that would be very interesting to know.
So this is related to Felipe's comment about the spread of ideas, but another potential benefit of the postal system is that it not only helps good ideas spread, but it also helps bad ideas die. And this was a world with no peer review, where things like alchemy could survive for hundreds of years before these bad ideas collide with someone else. And I was wondering if this is something you can look at in the data, if you can identify bad ideas ex ante and run some kind of hazard model to show that the introduction of the postal system leads to those ideas dying faster, and then the knowledge community gathering quicker on better ideas. I think that would be really, really nice.
I have my usual comment on opening up the black box. In this case, knowledge transfer. So Joel Mokyr always talks about these tweakers and tinkerers, whose basically practical knowledge essentially cannot be codified. So if you're working on implementing or innovating a steam engine, you run into practical problems that are very hard to describe in a letter. So it would be nice to look at, maybe it's possible after all. And the one example that you had suggests that there can be input sort of bottom up from these practitioners to the scientists. Right? So if you can code these knowledge flows into maybe more abstract knowledge that flows top down, and then practical implementation knowledge that flows bottom up, that would be basically going the next step and showing Joel, well, after all, there is something useful that can flow in the opposite direction, and there is some codifiability of knowledge.
Thank you. Very fascinating. So I had a couple of comments so I'm going to separate the two questions. On the first question, I have a comment and a suggestion. I would avoid framing it as whether this actually affected information exchange. Like, I have a hard time to think about how having the postal service can decrease information flows. And what you could instead do is thinking about, given that the motivation example was that they needed money from the private sector, can you use your magnitudes to think about whether, and have some estimate of cost, and think about whether the communication increased enough to make the postal service self-sufficient or not? And then the second thing, on the second step, I think it would be very helpful, at least for me, I'm a bit outside of the literature, but to understand exactly what are you trying to test? Are you trying to test whether professionals, like the communication between thinkers or doers, has a different elasticity to the introduction of the postal service? If that's the case, I think you're not running the right regression, because so you're showing us first the levels effect, and you're using the inverse hyperbolic sine transformation that is extremely sensitive to zeros. And you have a ton of zeros in your data, I think. And then you're using, and you show us that there you have similar responses. But the fact that you have similar level of responses there, but combined with the huge increase in the total amount, when you move to show us the relative share of the letters, with the denominator also changing, we cannot really conclude that you have a greater elasticity from that specific group. And so I kind of want to push you doing something that is a bit more, I think, a bit more robust, given that you have a lot of these cells, probably you don't have a big right tail. You can just use level without doing the transformation. And then you want to use, in the second step, divide by something that is fixed and is not changing over time as well. Or divide by the specific group, not by the total amount of the letter so that we can really think in terms of elasticity, assuming that that's what you want to identify. And the third point, I think it would be very helpful for people that don't know this set of letters to talk about a bit about sample selection, like what are we learning from, what type of exchanges are covered in these letters, is the share of thinkers and doers that are represented in these letters representative or not?
Thank you. So I was thinking if the treatment that you capture is actually just postal offices, postal stages, or the interaction of them and battlefield legacies. And I think this could matter in several ways because there are perhaps more empty spaces or new buildings, or because, you know, war is an incentive to develop technical skills. So I was thinking if you can do something to separate basically whether the treatment is the interaction of these two by looking at what you look at right now, or if it's only postal service by looking at the part after, when you say in the data, you know, now it doesn't matter anymore, the impact of this initial outpost, and what matters is the new ones that open in places without a battlefield. And then the other thing I was thinking builds actually on the work of our colleague at Columbia, Caterina Chiopres. Okay, you already, okay. I imagine we already did our advertisement, but I mean, it's also a suggestion, and is that another outcome that you could consider, which is an intermediate outcome, is the diffusion of books and of citations between academic authors, which is what she looks at in her paper. And it would be an alternative way to capture the diffusion of knowledge that is not as automatic as letters in a certain way.
I wonder how this coincided with the development of the public media and maybe newspapers, because if one looks at the effect on that, then one can sort out whether the two-way interaction is important or whether the interaction from those who knows to those who are practitioners is capturing most of the gain. Of course, the newspapers will also allow you to reach a much larger audience, and also an audience to which you not already have established in contact. So that could also be interesting to study comparison of.
I'm just curious whether you could use this setting to study the geography of idea diffusion. That this is a story mainly like the ideas in London now get spread across the nation, or is actually the big cities get even more because now they get talented ideas from the different locations. Also, the locations of doers and what's the doers and knowers, sorry, would be very different, right? I think it's the geographical aspect could be very interesting, like who benefit most here.
Thank you, amazing data and paper. The excerpts that you showed from the letter, I found it very thought-provoking in terms of thinking about the timeline of new ideas. And I wonder whether it's feasible to understand whether a new idea that will eventually result in a publication or, you know, pure academic scientific discovery originated from an input that comes from a practitioner or not, because I think that could be of value to say, look, you kind of branch out of what you were already working on because someone suddenly gives you a whole new view of what matters.
How much time do I have? Okay. So let me say that this project originally started a long time ago, and it was on Europe. Then it was hard to find funding because it was too much. So we narrowed down on England. And yeah, so there is this international dimension that has been emphasized by some of you, which actually appears also in the letters that we are exploring, focusing on the subsample of those that come to England or are sent from England. We actually see this connection with mainland Europe. We know that there was a postal system serving mainland Europe. In this respect, we can say that the postal system that was developed in England didn't have to face the same drawbacks with respect to the one in Europe. So England is a nation it's a unified nation by this time. So in a way, the postal system that was in mainland Europe had to face higher costs of sending letters because of this division of the territory in different jurisdictions in a way. So although the service was reliable, you have that England has this somewhat advantage with respect to the international postal system. And we do indeed have exchanges with mainland Europe, and these actually contribute to the spread of ideas and to achieve innovation. But I would say that the opening of the postal system in a way facilitated also those exchanges, those international exchanges, because you managed to have correspondence flowing within the country more efficiently, and then it also connects more efficiently to the outpost that is connecting with mainland Europe. We had a couple of you mentioned how the knowledge discussed through letters is linked to the knowledge that is discussed in books and journals. So let me say that journals come a bit afterwards, the opening of the postal system. So if we think about Philosophical Transaction, which was one of the main journals that appears in England roughly 30 years after the opening of the postal system, it would be really nice to look at our correspondence and match them with the authors of the books. This is something we are planning to do, to check what is the process of running from having an idea, reaching an innovation, and then spread the idea through the codified knowledge. So Felipe, you mentioned, thanks for your comment, I didn't say, sorry. So thanks a lot. So you mentioned the cultural aspect of this type of analysis. So as I was mentioning when I show you the word clouds of the topics that are discussed, the knowers and the doers, the scholars and the professionals were not only discussing about ideas, but they were also discussing on how to convey this new knowledge that was created to the general public. And this, if you want, it's a sort of shift, because you are not talking only of spreading knowledge with the upper-tail human capital, but you are trying to understand how you can transmit the knowledge to everybody in the society, which is, if you want, a cultural shift occurring at that time, which is important in many dimensions. We had questions talking about the role of the Civil War. So if we look at the event, so in general, the number of letters increases upon the opening of the postal system. If we look at topics that concern politics, including the Civil War, we have actually one topic regarding the Civil War and other conflicts in which Britain was involved. You see a spike in letters talking about political issues precisely in the context of the Civil War. So in a way that appears in our letters data set. I'm not sure on whether the setting up of the postal stages during times of war affected also the settlements in which the postal stage was established, because if you look at these locations, actually these are often small villages, and really the postal stage was a stable in which to change horses at that time. So I'm not sure if that was somewhat having other spillover effects on the activity there. As a matter of fact, these were, besides the big cities such as London or Portsmouth, for instance, you have that the other places were really small towns. on the measurement of the dependent variable, we know we have lots of zeros, but we have also excess variance. Our distribution is very right-skewed, meaning that it's not about a few outliers, which a nonlinear model such as Poisson could have taken care of. We really have excess variance. So we have many cells that have a substantial number of letters. So what we do in the robustness check is to focus on the levels, so the pure number of letters, and our results go through using a Winsorized specification. So this partly answer your question. Besides, if we change the constant in the definition of our dependent variable, so in principle, raising the constant could affect our results, but if we raise it, our result basically remains stable, which is substantiating what we find actually. We didn't do much on bad ideas, but it's something that we could look at. Nico talked about practical knowledge. So a bottom-up approach to practical knowledge. So here I think that the content of the letters in a way suggests that there was this interaction between the thinking people and so the professionals. So if you think about the microscope and the discoveries by Jeremiah Newman and Malpighi in Rome, so they were the father of the phytology and embryology, what we call today the modern embryology and phytology. And they actually were improving on their discoveries through improvements in the microscopes. They were discussing about these improvements with a constant updates on how to perfectionate their knowledge through the improvement of these instruments. So there is this part of, but it seems to be a two-way interaction between those that make better instruments upon the advice and collaboration with the people that are engaging to creating the theoretical knowledge or understanding how science works, the laws of science. I'm done with the time. Okay, thanks a lot to everybody for the comments.
Hi, good to see you again. Yeah.
Hey, boss, how are you? Thank you for your email. So you speak English?
No, I came this morning from Stanford. Yeah, I have a clock. It's supposed to measure my sleep, and it didn't measure anything. It was like, and then I'm getting another night flight tonight to Europe. Yeah, so hey, I'm going to Europe and for some weeks. But yeah, so I'm not here for some days. I missed it yesterday. I was teaching all day.
Yeah.
But you were on yesterday, right?
I was here yesterday.
Yeah,
Yes,
it was. You also were here yesterday on a political economy. Yeah, at least I was teaching all day.
And also, I felt that I have to attend the political economy, all the meetings because I'm organizing the Summer Institute of Political Economy meeting this time.
I'm teaching. I'm organizing a forum meeting. It will be at Stanford in November. It will be in November.
Yeah. For what?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, we have already, I mean, it's
Okay, I'm in charge of time, so the time is random.
Right. That's
When I
great.
just go and then at some point when we put how many members?
Okay,
25 minutes.
I'll make it work. Okay, thank you so much to the organizers for putting this paper on the program. It's joined with John and Mara, who are both on Zoom. So I guess for this audience, I don't need to convince you that there's increasing polarization in politics and that this is a bad thing, especially because it has negative economic consequences because of higher policy uncertainty, which is bad for investment. We constantly have to worry about shutdown and so on. Now, the question that we're asking here is whether politics can be depolarized. Well, basically, is there a role for mediators in political debates, right? And when you look at where we are in terms of polarization, so this is the US trend, today is not the first time that polarization is very high. Now, what we do here in this paper is we go back to France around 1900. And this is also for France, a highly polarized political environment. There's a lot of conflict between state and church. There are Republican reforms that the conservatives don't like. So in this time period, the Republicans are the progressives, okay? And the conservatives are the conservatives. And this is also a particularly emotional period when it comes to talking about secularization laws. So in this context, we were wondering, so who could be mediators? Where would we start looking for potential mediators? And then what comes in handy is my son is going to a Jesuit high school, so I know a lot of this background. And Jesuit education is special in a number of ways. Okay? So first, it connects faith and reason. So it covers both religion and science. So when you have a political environment that is highly polarized in terms of some people preferring religion to continue to play an important role in the state and others preferring the opposite, then Jesuit educated parliamentarians really have seen both sides of these arguments. Another dimension is the focus on empathy and justice, which gives Jesuit educated parliamentarians some moral credibility. And then finally, super important, there's a lot of emphasis and formal training in debating and rhetoric. Okay? So actually, if you go back to Loyola, who founded the Jesuit order, he has these spiritual exercises that are supposed to guide the way in which they're teaching. And there's a quote by Loyola who says, every good Christian is to be more ready to save his neighbor's position than to condemn it. If he cannot save it, let him inquire how he means it. And if he means it badly, let him correct him with charity. Okay? So basically, this is not about you being right, but it's about saving an argument from error, which is a very different approach from what we see in much of the debating, which is much more competitive and combative nowadays. Okay? So with this background, it seemed natural to ask whether Jesuit-educated parliamentarians could act as mediators in these polarized political debates. Right? Since this is shortly after lunch, I expect digestion to set in, and many of you get very tired. So I have a preview of results, and then you can take a rest. So we call these Jesuit-educated MPs GEMS, or shortness. Okay, so GEMS. First set of results is just cross-sectional, and we find that they debate differently. So they use less emotional and less polarized rhetoric. They put stronger emphasis on science in their argument relative to religion. They're less likely to trigger noise and exclamations, something like "you idiot" at the end of their contributions in parliament. And they show a higher degree of engagement with the previous speaker. So they have a higher language overlap with what the previous speaker said. So it's not just talking in isolation performative, but actually engaging with what was said during the debate before. Next, and this is, I think, is a coolest set of results, we find that speakers who speak after a GEM, after a Jesuit-educated speaker, actually tone down themselves their emotionality and polarization, even relative to their own fixed effects. Right? So I'll talk about that later in detail if you're still awake. And then if I have time, I look at the case study where we look specifically at the law of separation. So this is probably the most emotional and polarized law in 1905, which basically is the culmination of these laws that separate state and church. And we find that even during those debates, these gems keep their cool. They're less emotional, even when it comes to debating about completely shutting down the role of the church and the state. And after their schools were shut down, so they really have, we would expect them to finally lose their calmness, but they don't. They still remain calm. They're less polarized, they're less emotional, and they actually manage to, we have some suggestive evidence that they manage to influence the voting behavior of other MPs who vote less in favor of sacralization after GEMP interventions. Okay, excellent. So then a disclaimer. So kind of an obvious concern is, and this is something that was also raised by Gemma, was an earlier discussant in Bari of this paper. So we do not claim that Jesuit education alone is responsible for our results. Right? We cannot disentangle it. So there could be some sorting of moderator types, people who are good to start with at moderating into Jesuit schools. So that's also a possible mechanism. So we were thinking, how hard should we push on this? But we think that our main contribution, so showing that moderating politicians with a specific background exist, so these gems, and we show that they can influence parliamentary debates, I think that's an important enough first step to hopefully open a pathway for a research agenda that can then look more into, is it actually the causal effect of Jesuit teaching, or is there some selection into these schools? For us, the important thing is to make the first step and show it is possible to moderate these political debates. All right, contributions. So a huge data contribution, providing this French data set that combines speeches, voting, MP characteristics, which schools they went to. Then a sort of methodological contribution that we make is we shift the focus from the aggregate or party level, which a lot of the literature has looked at. So the literature that documents polarization typically connects aggregate polarization in a country to the political environment, to party platforms, and so on. But here we focus instead on the individual level heterogeneity, and also we look within debates. So let me show you why this, I think, is very interesting to open up this box. Here we classify different debates in parliament. So this would be whatever, a Friday morning you debate a certain law. How emotional is that on average? We separate this into quartiles. Okay, so the green here would be debates the emotionality of speeches in debates that overall belong to the lowest quartile of emotionality. Now, even within those debates, you still have some speeches that become super emotional, right? So by just focusing at the average polarization of a debate or the average emotionality, we lose a lot of action that happens within those debates. So you can have a debate that is overall relatively calm, but there are some instances of speakers who actually become very emotional in even a debate that on average doesn't look so emotional. Oh, now sorry, I went back to the wrong literature slide. All right, very good. And then finally, we identify this concrete type of parliamentarians who can act as mediators in this political environment. So there is some literature that looks at moderated dialogue. So for example, you have America in one room where you have cross-partisan deliberation that is guided by mediators, but it's kind of artificial, right? And there's no evidence, to the best of our knowledge, that would identify the role for mediators in real-world debates in parliament. So here, to the best of our knowledge, we're the first paper to actually show that in a real-world, high-stakes setting, there is this role for depolarizing behavior in parliamentary debates. Okay. Very quick historical background. So there were around 30 Jesuit high school or Jesuit schools that go from elementary up to high school, distributed across 23 departments in France. They all get closed in 1901 as part of this wave of sacralization laws. They're distributed relatively evenly across France. So it's not that they're all located in Paris, but relatively evenly distributed. If you look at the number of Jesuit students, you have at the high point around 5,000. in any given year. Now, what I should also emphasize is this is clearly an elite education, right? So think of this as elite education, but there are other elite schools that don't have the Jesuit focus on both science and religion. All right, that was quick on background. Now very quick on data. So we combine, first of all, newly collected data from the Jesuit archives in Paris. Overall, we have around 270,000 entries for the 30 schools. So basically, this is how you can think of these student lists. So the Jesuit archives have these student lists for each school. Some of them are handwritten, then it looks like this. Right? And we digitize those. And so we have the name, the class, and that allows us to figure out the year of birth, which then allows us to merge this or match this to MP biographies. Okay, so these MP biographies, that's somewhat easier. Here's an example. This is how these look like. They're already available for the French Parliament. And overall, we end up with 284 Jesuit-educated MPs, or for the period that we study for now, 133. Now, if you want to see how many there are, it's around between 5 and 10% at any given time of parliamentarians in the French Parliament during our sample period are Jesuit-educated. Right. Then we also add parliamentary speeches. So we have around 1.16 million speeches. This is how these speech data look like. We did not, here's an example. So we did not digitize those. So it's already in PDF format, but we had to clean everything and then start working with those speech data. Okay. And then finally, overall, we have, when we use conservative matching, which is basically exact matching by name, we have for our sample period 133 Jesuit-educated MPs linked to these 1.16 million speeches. So that's the summary of the data contribution. Let's look at some characteristics. Right? Again, I'll be really quick here. When you look at political areas, so this uses these political area classifications from the work by Julian. It's relatively representative. So they belong somewhat, the GEMs belong somewhat less to the left and center left, which is what you would have expected given their Catholic education. They're somewhat more independent, but overall there's not a massive difference. And in all the regressions, I'll show you results that control for either MP fixed effect, or when we have cross-sectional data, we will control for the political areas as well. So you can think of our results as within political areas. In terms of professions, it also looks relatively representative. So of course, most MPs are lawyers. There are no statistically significant differences between these GEMs and other MPs when it comes to their underlying profession. Okay. Now text analysis, I'll also do this very, very, very quickly. So we use two methods. One is word embedding, so word2vec, which many of you know. So you can think of this as the deterministic method. And then we have ChatGPT, which is not replicable, but we wanted to use both methods to compare results. Our main outcomes will be the emotionality score and the polarization score. So just in case you haven't seen this word2vec, let me show you very quickly how to think of this. So essentially, let's take the emotionality score. We will have for each speech how close it is to an emotional group of words from LIDWC dictionaries, which basically give you a list of emotional and cognitive words, right? And then for each MP speech, you check in this word embedding space, how close is the speech to emotional versus cognitive. If it's very close to emotional and very far away from cognitive, then you say it's a highly emotional speech. Okay? When it comes to polarization, there we don't have somehow polarized words. We cannot just take a dictionary. What we do there is we look at typical speeches by left-wing and right-wing MPs, locate those in this word embedding space, and then say for each MP, how close are they to the left wing as opposed to right wing? So basically, how far away are they from the center? Okay. And then each dictionary is represented by its centroid and this word embedding. Okay. We have some additional outcomes, such as science and religion-related language, again, by looking at the proximity in this word space. We have the data on the overlap with the previous speaker, and then uncivil interruption. So this is actually coded by the stenographer, right, in Parliament. So there's something there where we don't have to rely on text analysis. Okay, cross-sectional results. How do these GEMs speak? They're less emotional than other MPs. Well, let me just show you the table, right? So here, in the full specification, we have, we always control for president chamber, members of government, so different procedural roles. Then we have a bunch of controls that are speech length, topic fixed effects for 20 different topics for which we use LDA, then speaker characteristics such as age, speaker politics, where they come from, which political party they belong to, and so on. And these results turn out to be highly stable. So this is the Jesuit-educated MPs are about 0.2 standard deviations less emotional than other MPs. They're also less polarized, so very similar results here when we look at the polarization score as the dependent variable. Then we see that they're more closely associated with science than with religion. I won't show you the table, but they essentially talk relatively less within their parties about science, about religion, and relatively more about science. So it looks like this Jesuit education pushes them, at least once you control for party fixed effects, more towards rationality. They're more responsive to the preceding speaker. So to measure this, we have this Jacquard similarity index, which basically equals 1 if you use exactly the same words as the previous speaker, and 0 if you don't use a single word that the previous speaker used. Okay, so for Jesuits, they're more likely to use words by the previous speaker, which to us indicates that they're probably referring more to the previous speaker than other MPs. Okay, then on noise and exclamations. So on average, you see here mean dependent variable is 7%. So that means 7% of all speeches are interrupted by these exclamations noted by the stenographer. And for GEMS, this is around 1 percentage point less. So it's actually quite sizable. Excellent. So this is cross-sectional results. Then we can go to what I think are our main results. So do these GEMS affect subsequent speakers? Right? So what we do here is an event study. I don't have time to go over all this. Let me just give you the key things. So what we do is we look at time horizon -5 to +5 after the first GEMS speech in a parliamentary session. And very importantly, we include speaker discussion fixed effects. Okay? So a discussion you can think of, there's a certain act of a law that is discussed on a Friday morning. For that discussion on Friday morning, everyone in parliament gets their own fixed effect. But those people who are identified still after having fixed effects, they have multiple contributions, so they speak multiple times. And then we check when you speak after a GEMP intervention, are you less emotional and less polarized relative to yourself? Okay? So relative to your own fixed effect during the same debate. Okay? So it's really high, a really high bar to find anything. Importantly, what I need to mention here is there are procedural rules that largely determine the speaker order. Okay, so in particular, the president, if you want to speak, you will have to register with the president, and then the secretaries have a speaker list order, and you have to follow this speaker list. There are some exceptions in practice where some ministers may actually interrupt at any time, but we control with separate fixed effects for those. Okay, so what's important for us here is that to a large degree, these speaking orders are predefined. All right. This is what we see. So the first intervention by a GEMP here is in period T, right? T-1 is the last intervention by a non-GEMP. And you see that the initial intervention is much less emotional. So it looks like these GEMPs, when they speak for the first time, they're actually particularly unemotional. And it seems that this affects the subsequent speakers. Okay, so there's lower emotionality of speakers who follow a Jesuit-educated MP. Now, if you look at longer horizons, this actually tends to persist for around 10 periods, possibly more. Okay, similar for polarization. So the first intervention by a GEMP is less polarized, and then this seems to trigger lower polarization in subsequent speakers, again, relative to those speakers' own fixed effect. Right. Very good. Then we were wondering, so how special is this? Could it just be coincidence? So let's do an exercise where we have placebo GEMPs. So what we do is we drop all actual GEMPs from the data set, and then we randomly select 5% of the remaining MPs as placebo GEMPs, right? And then run 1,000 simulations. What we find is this. Okay, so this is the actual coefficient that we have. The distribution of all other coefficients is actually way it's around zero as we should have expect because it's a placebo, and then it's moved to the right. So you see that what we have here in terms of event study effects, it really looks special. So it's not some kind of coincidence when we look at the placebos. I don't have time to talk much more about these placebos, but we can also use the 5% least emotional and least polarized MPs instead of just random MPs. So basically kick out the GEMs from the sample and then use, I'll show you one graph, use the 5% of MPs who have on average the lowest emotionality across all of their speeches in a given year, okay? So if we do this, we see that this is the blue line here, these placebo GEMs that are the 5% least emotional. They're also somewhat less emotional in their first intervention, but then they don't trigger this decline in emotionality for subsequent speakers. So there really seems to be something special about these GEMs, even when you compare them to otherwise low emotionality and low polarization speakers. Okay. Could it just be strategic timing? We think it's unlikely. I won't go through the whole slide, but just, if you were to strategically time, oh, I want to talk just before Alberto because Alberto is calmer, well, but that would be the Alberto fixed effect, which is filtered out, right? So somehow they would have to anticipate at what point in a given debate, some speaker is more or less emotional relative to their own fixed effect. So, to strategically sort into the speaking order, we think it's relatively unlikely as an alternative explanation. Okay, so now we have, 4 minutes? Okay, so I have a little bit of time to talk about the separation law. So think of the separation law as the culmination of a series of anti-clerical laws that also shut down Jesuit schools along the way, right? And now you're a Jesuit-educated MP. The school you went to, your alma mater, has been shut down, and now you continue debating these separation and secularization laws. Of course, the majority of GEMs voted against the separation laws. And also we see that most GEM speeches come from those who voted against the law. Okay. Now we do a little tweak. Everything looks similar if we just use GEMs, but here we do even more. We focus on those GEMs who we know voted against the separation law. So those who should really be, they reveal they're against this. They should be highly emotional. Nevertheless, what we find is even those guys use a more neutral, less emotional language and a more science-oriented language. Okay, so there's a large table, just focus on this. So they have a lower emotionality score, even within their party lines. They're closer to science, and within party lines, they're now actually closer to religion as well. So that might indicate that because they're debating, this is, I'm actually against secularization, but necessarily when I talk about secularization, I'll talk about both science and religion, right? But I talk in a less, if I'm a GEMP, in a less emotional manner. Okay, now one more thing we do here. So I mentioned before these LLM results. So we can look at how strongly are they in favor of secularization and what happens to speakers after a GEMP, or first speakers after a GEMP, are they then less in favor of secularization? And also, how does this affect their voting behavior? So this is, again, event study kind of results, but we have a much smaller sample. So here we just combine the periods T1 to T5 after a GEMP intervention. And we see that if you're speaking after a GEMP who opposed secularization, on average, when you speak yourself, you're going to be less in favor of secularization. And this is driven in particular by a decline in those who are heavily for secularization. Okay, so what GEMs seem to do is they reduce fervent support for secularization. They don't have that much of an effect in triggering much more opposition. So this again points towards moderation, right? So instead of stirring up the opponents, they actually take away a little bit from the fervent supporters of secularization. And we find this both for LLM and for Word2Vec results. And then finally, in my last minute, we can look at voting. So for the law of separation, we actually have roll call votes. And in a discussion, we can time where exactly that a vote happened. Okay? So we can't really run an event study now because the voting always happens at the end of a debate, right? But what we can do is suggestive evidence. We can look at what happens during a debate where there were more GEMP interventions, so the share of these opposing GEMP speeches. If there were more GEMP speeches in a debate, then MPs relative again to their own fixed effect. Okay, so this has again MP fixed effects. So MPs will be less likely to support separation relative to their own fixed effect if there were more JEMP interventions during the debate. And this is particularly strong if these interventions happen more closely to the final vote. Okay. All right, so done just in time. In the interest of time, let me skip the first 2 points, but maybe bring your attention to this last point. There's this interesting book by Levitsky and Zeibler, The Death of Democracies, or How Democracies Die. And they talk about democratic forbearance, which basically is that members of parliament, politicians in general, if they don't use the full spectrum of things that they could do, they exert some forbearance. That might actually be very helpful to maintain democracy. So in this context, our results suggest that the self-restraint by some elites, these gems, can generate positive externalities for everyone else because it calms down political debates and can thus contribute to resilience of democratic institutions. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nico, and Mara and Jean-Andre. This is it's a lot. There's a lot to this paper. And thank you to the organizers for both having this paper and for having me discuss it. You know, there's a reason that Nico kind of constantly had to go through each slide and say, you know, I've got all this stuff. I'm going to go over it in 30 seconds. There's so much this is impossible to go over in 30 minutes. It's really a major feat. The data collection is incredible. And it's one of those papers, as you read it, especially, you know, as you read it as somebody who's supposed to discuss it, you know, start writing down, all right, you know, they could really use a placebo here. They could really use an event study. And then 2 pages later, it happens. So it kind of limits what you can say in your discussion. But I think that that's a sign of a really good paper, right? That they kind of have foreseen a lot of what people that are reading it or trying to think about it critically are going to say. So I'm going to start by giving my interpretation. So, you know, when we discuss papers, oftentimes first slide or two will be an overview. I think that these are particularly useful not when overviewing from the author's perspective, but when overviewing it from my own perspective, because I had actually a slightly different take on what the paper's doing than the way it was framed. Both actually just in the title, let alone the abstract and introduction. So the big question here, which is, I think, obviously just an important one, is when can political speech be moderated? This is obviously something that is, as Nico started the talk out today, something that's, I think, first order in terms of, you know, modern day political economy. And I'm certainly a sucker for historical papers that have major implications for the present. This is obviously one of those. When can political speech become less polarized? When can it become less emotional? Now, the way I would frame what they're doing, so they look primarily, obviously, at Jesuit education. I think we can think more generally. This is really about if we believe the causal story, and again, you know, there are caveats that Nico mentioned that I will talk about here. This is really about childhood experience, if it is truly about Jesuit education. Now, from a policy perspective, that's not something we can change overnight, of course. It is something, however, that when we think about the types of people that might be either elected to or pushed to run for office, there might be able to be more immediate changes. Again, it's the way I view this, though, is this is really about childhood education, at least in this specific context, that's imbued with more rational thought, right? And both in terms of how they think about the world, but also how they argue. And that is really kind of a key to the underlying story that's being told in the paper. So in my view, this is the more general question, you know, not specific to Jesuit education here, but the more general question that this paper is testing. And I think that to the extent that the authors are going to continue down this, with this framework, down this causal path, this is one way of thinking about a more general issue that is being brought up here. Now, of course, it is tested in a historical context. And this historical context, however, is one in which there was high levels of polarization. So again, it's one where we might expect to see some effects of moderation, but also it's one where we might really get some insight into what can moderate both emotion and polarization within political speech. Now, when I'm trying to think about the contributions as I see them, I think that there's a very clear linkage that is being made, and it's really hard to come up with a fundamental alternative. Now, in terms of the mechanisms, there are several mechanisms that might be connecting the two, but I think it's very, very clear, and hopefully you got it from the 25 minutes that Nico was up here, that they find a connection between this type of education, and maybe it's not education, to be clear. It could be something else about being at a Jesuit school. But there's something about this early childhood experience that these Jesuit MPs shared and the manner in which they engage in political speech later in life. This is an important finding. And I think that in this context, this is a major contribution. I am skeptical. So Faith Meets Science is in the subtitle of the paper. I'm not convinced that that's really what this paper is about. In fact, the Jesuits end up being less religious on many dimensions than other MPs, some of whom would have been religiously educated, some of whom not. All right, but what matters here is these early experiences. And then, as we're, I think as a field moving towards when we think of kind of cultural data, how do we even think about what that is? Well, using LLMs, using text analysis on very large data is a great way to get at cultural data. And this is what this paper does, and it does it on an important topic. It's not just a topic where they could narrowly identify something. This is an important topic. And it's done in a context in which there's a chance of finding real insight. All right, so to be quick, and then I'll go over some things that I think the authors could think about to maybe either strengthen or shape the argument a little bit. Again, as I started, it's incredibly impressive data work and analysis. I mean, some of this stuff is really, really hard to do, especially, the matching, what they do with matching MPs to bios, then going in and extracting speeches, using the LLMs, finding the correct case study, finding the right event study. I definitely think I'm convinced they have found some connection between Jesuit education for however you want to take that, and more moderate, less polarized speech down the road. All right, and again, this is on a relevant issue. So, what are some potential issues? And again, this is by no means to be any type of causality police, but I do think that if we want to think about policy implications, which we should in a paper like this, because this potentially has major policy implications. What is the thing driving this connection? So even though you did have the slide up here, which had your caveats, there is as one reads the paper, there's a strong suggestion that it is something to do with the way Jesuits are educated, that it's about their disputation and rhetorical training. That is a distinctive feature of their education, which again would make sense. I mean, I think that the way I read it is that is the leading hypothesis, but there are others. So one thing that you did not mention that I think clearly could be part of what's going on here are the networks that these students enter when they're in school that then lead to later life networks as well. People typically do stay in networks, especially those that are on somewhat of elite circles. This could lead to the types of law schools they went to. Many of these MPs almost certainly would have had legal training of some sort. That could be the direct cause between the way that they argued or not. That would be something where I don't know the degree to which that would be a massive further data lift. I don't think you really need to do much more on the data side, at least for this project. You did mention in the paper that Jesuit educated students typically do come from wealthier backgrounds. So we would think that their social circles probably would be definitely not random, and not random in the context of them being shaped by Jesuit education, but actually other factors as well. And then the thing you did bring up, which is simple endogeneity, but you mentioned it in terms of the student. I think of it in terms of the family, right? It's the family's decision to send their child to a Jesuit school. What types of families send their children to Jesuit school? These are already more moderate, or people with more moderate dispositions or anyway, then that's, again, policy relevant for sure, in terms of it's not so much, it might not so much be what's actually taught at these schools, but it might be about just who gets into politics, that is. All right, so one thing that was not mentioned here, nor really in the paper, is that the magnitude of the results is something that does need to be discussed, because everything you showed us was statistically significant. But all of the results were placed in terms of standard deviation terms. Most of the results are 1 to 3% of a standard deviation. I wasn't sure exactly what that meant, because I could not really find the context within the paper to understand exactly what that meant. That might be very, very, very small. Now, what you do certainly find is that it did have downstream effects. That's what the event study does very nicely, but even those are rather small. So when we're thinking about this, are we thinking about a small cause having a small effect? Or is it a big cause having a small effect? Or how should we be thinking about this? And I think when we have when we're thinking broader picture here, magnitude matters. Magnitude matters also for how we think about the potential of policy to moderate issues. So a couple final things and I'll stop. One thing that would be great, both for a presentation as well as for the paper, is qualitative examples. Show us some examples of moderate speech. That can be cherry picked. You already have the data. Look at the top 0.1% of speeches that are moderate or depolarized. What are they saying that's different? It would just be a great way to, I think, get the reader or the audience member in the mindset for exactly what you're talking about. The other thing, which I guess Mara's here online, something should be easy for you to do, given that she's on the paper. I think is engaging with her paper a little more on secularization, because it's obviously cited, but it's not really engaged with. And how I wasn't really sure how this paper fit with her hypothesis. So I think I'm out of time, but this is all to say that this is a really exciting project that is kind of mind-blowing in some of the stuff it does. And it uses the best techniques, I think, out there right now to get at a really big question. So congratulations.
I have 3 questions. So organizer privilege, just because I'm close. Yeah, I had a Jesuit, I was not in a Jesuit school, but a Jesuit professor in high school. So I was trying to remember what was the characteristics. So I think it came also in the part of the discussion, meaning that what is exactly in the Jesuit educations that makes them so distinct. And so as far as I remember, this professor of ours, not that this should be representative of France, but maybe it's the stringency of the logic. So like the argument is so strict, then it makes the speech very, very effective. The education was also very rigorous. And so if you follow Jesuit educated MP, you're sort of speechless, okay? And the other thing is about the dynamic of the speeches. So you often sit in conferences or even seminar. There are some people that set the tone. And so there is one presenter that's particularly calm. So since, I set the tone for a calm conference, now I realize because I had a Jesuit professor again, but then people follow. So I was wondering if you can do the opposite different exercises, meaning that take some sort of outliers that set the tone in these debates and then see what's followed. So because it might be possible that it's not just the Alberto or Paola Fix effect, is Alberto talking about a specific topic, and then after he set the tone, then you see this moderations effect, but as not necessarily related to the content.
No Jesuits in my life, by the way.
So super interesting. The first thing that came to my mind is the most famous Italian politician currently with the Jesuit education is Mario Draghi, that fits perfectly to your framework. Mario Monti also, yeah, but I prefer Mario Draghi to Mario Monti. Now my question is, however, how effective was this in the long run for the Jesuits themselves? Because you show that they become, in the speeches, people, adopt a more moderate rhetoric, maybe, but in the vote, they were wiped out. So maybe there could be also other effects that we don't see. In particular, if I know that all these people that had the Jesuit education, they are very moderate, very reasonable, very calm, they will give not me a hard time if I wipe out their alma mater. If I know there are like crazy people that would be very upset about it and riots in the streets, it might have had a different outcome. So maybe the schools would have been wiped out even earlier. But I would like to see, do we have any evidence about voting, the effect, how people actually voted, exposed to counterfactuals, something like that, the effectiveness.
Yeah, hi. I thought that was very interesting. I did get confused between moderation and rationality. One thing is to moderate a speech, and another thing is to introduce rationality. Think about the vaccine discussion. One thing would be to moderate that discussion, and another thing would be for people to appreciate scientific evidence. And so, despite Paola's example, not everybody necessarily can follow rational arguments. So a lot of it would depend on what your peers are like. And so I would think about that, and I would like to see the distinction. Then the other thing is I'm also worried about votes. And I thought you used something like share of speeches, but of course, share of speeches was endogenous. I was wondering if you couldn't use absences, for illness, for whatever reason, of an MP to see if it made a difference to final votes.
There's a lot of hands, so this.
Okay, John Wallace. This is great, and I've been reading a lot about the pluralists who in the 1950s and 60s tried to explain why democracy succeeded in some places and not others when there was only 20 successful democracies. And the word that kept coming up was accommodation, and that these were parties that were the parties managed to get along. And that turns out to be a persistent effect in the developed world as opposed to so they call it now consolidated democracy, as opposed to the way democracy works in other places. And are these the kind of tools that could be used not to test whether Jesuits are this particular way, but whether the entire political environment in the legislature over session and over time across parties is showing more accommodation?
I found it really interesting. I'm wondering why you're not pushing more this exercise you showed as a placebo with the most emotional or moderate MPs. I forget what characteristics you chose, but you could do more of this, right? To see what it is about the speech of a Jesuit that has this effect. And so you could maybe have a proxy for rationality, like quantify it in some way. And you can either figure what it is about the speech that has this effect, or maybe there's something about being a Jesuit that has this effect, which then would be more connected with, I don't know, deferring to Jesuits because of social networks or opposition.
Thank you. Yeah, a few questions. The first one is quite related to what Vicky just said. If it's not what they say, then what is it, right? So you could even run a horse race between a summary statistic of what they say and the fact that they're Jesuit, and look at your event study and what matters more. But then, yeah, if it's not in their speech, is it something about just how they look or whatever that is going to influence others? I guess it's a bit interesting. The second thing is, are they less representative of their own party? So you could do something where you just, Gensko Shapiro have this measure of how long does it take for you to know the party of MP when you hear them speak? Does it take longer when you hear Jesuits speak to know from which party they're from? And similarly, can we learn whether someone's a Jesuit from just listening to their speech for a little bit? Last thing, and I'm sure in Julia's data set, you would have like vote shares at the elections for the Jesuit. And so who are voting for the Jesuit, I guess, interesting aspect.
I'm going to start with Nicolas' last point. In fact, I think one of the things that would be great is to look at the characteristics of the places that voted for Jesuit, and in particular, whether you have an higher level of like religious engagement in this place. And like without data, you will have like a municipal level variation. So you can really look like within a constituency at the overall popularity of the Jesuit educated MPs. My second point is that do they campaign or use that in their speech? Are people aware of that? Like, do they say, yeah, you know, I'm Jesuit educated, so I'm going to do a better job at parliament, whatever? Or do they only mention their education? And so before there was this idea, is it about like Jesuit or higher education? This might be a little bit hard given the information that exists, but if you could drop all the MPs with no education from your sample, and with those with a high-level non-Jesuit education, perhaps look at those that did sciences, like back to what Paola said before, like if this is about math, like it would be good to look at the different things that they study in school. And my last point would be, so now you do like within topic analysis, however, it would be good to know on what topics they do speak, whether they speak more on certain topics rather than on others. And related to that, as you know well, there was the Dreyfus affair in between, and Ben can tell us like more about that. But this was a moment of very high polarization of French politics, and I think it would really be worth it, like zooming on the Dreyfus affair, and given the religious dimension, to see whether at that time you also see like more moderation from the Jesuits.
Thank you. I feel this is super important. So I have a couple of comments. So the first one, I think hopefully helpful, right? One of the discussant comment. My reading of the existing experiments at depolarizing people is that their effects are pretty small as well. And so I think it would be very useful to compare your magnitudes with all of these online experiments where they try to expose you to ideas of the other side and think of your magnitude of the spillover effect in comparison. And related to that, also even more, I think that we have really no evidence of how the polarizing beliefs translating to the polarizing voting, which could also strengthen your argument. And then the second thing is really about, I think for policy implications, this is very important to think about even today. And I think it would be great if you could map better. So I think what you're identifying is a combination of three structural parameters: the treatment effect of Jesuit education, selection into Jesuit school, and selection into politics across Jesuits versus non-Jesuits. If you can do anything to help me think about the contribution of these three, it would be very helpful.
Just very quickly to Jared's point and to the point of the small point estimate. This is also a natural outcome of the language-based methods, right? So like you embed an individual word, you average over all the words, and then you take the centroid of that. And so that's going to be massively attenuated from what you're trying to do. So I was thinking what to do. Then one thing you can do is that like Word2Vec is not very context aware. So you can take basically OpenAI's GPT embeddings, and that'll get you something that probably makes the point estimates much, much larger.
So it makes complete sense to me that in the context of the discussion surrounding the 1905 law, the Jesuit MPs who were the Catholic MPs who were the best trained in the art of diplomacy and the art of negotiation, they would have been this sort of stabilizing force trying to reconcile both sides to ultimately convince the government to drop the bill. And the government was perceived as pushing this very radical agenda at the time. But continuing on Julia's point, I think a more adversarial test to run would be to do the same in the 98-99 period, so the Dreyfus affair, where the Catholic MPs were the most polarizing force in parliament. So did those MPs join the anti-Semitic group in parliament, for example? Did they promote anti-Semitic rhetoric? I think that would be really convincing if you can show that they played the same role during that period.
Thank you. Your descriptors over time show this hump shape with pretty large variation in the share of Jesuits represented in Parliament. And so both in question of does this translate into a less or more polarized Parliament over time, and also thinking a bit about how do people get into Parliament from Jesuit schools. Yeah, well, thank you.
So thank you. for the great paper, amazing data. You mentioned this issue of causal versus non-causal, and I was wondering if you already thought about the option of looking at the distance between the location of these Jesuit schools that you mapped and the municipality of origin of these MPs, if you know it, either that or that interacted with some wealth proxy of the family. If you something along those lines, would it help?
So thank you. It was very nice. I wonder if you could do something with the spillovers of those Jesuit schools at the local level in the departments, etc. If MPs from those regions that didn't go to the Jesuit school also show this pattern of more nuance and things like that. Thank you.
From my own work on political PR, I'm interested in whether emotion wins and whether emotional messaging has more resonance and whether that actually is, you know, there is this moderating force, but like Enrico said, but if the emotional appeal is the more dominant.
Nico. Five minutes.
5 extra minutes.
3 seconds per question.
And I'm willing not to withdraw the remarks because I went to public school. Thanks.
All right, so I'll try to, let me just pull up the previous slides. So I'll start with one comment by Jared, which was, give us some examples. Mara and John, I won't share it because it's too complicated right now. So just, so let me go up where we have this, the speeches. Here we go. So we have this, I didn't have time to go over it during. So if we pick two politicians at semi-random, so there's a lot, you know, you will find a lot of those examples. It's not that we had to look for hours, okay? So we put them into this space of emotionality and polarization. Okay? So sure enough, in the space of relatively low emotionality and low polarization, we find a lot of Jesuits. Okay, this is just from the cross-section. So we have this guy here, Paul Beauregard, and if you look at his speeches, he says things like, allow me to say this, you know, you have not really understood me and I apologize for that, it's my fault basically. All right, so here, I apologize, clearly it is I who failed to make myself understood. So it's in a way, it's like I sound when I write a response to a referee who I think made a stupid point. And then if you see the, in the other end of the space where you have high emotionality and high polarization, there are actually a lot of socialists who call themselves free thinkers. And when you look at what they say, it's clearly polarizing. So here one statement by this guy, Jean Bouverie, is, you are less respectful of free thought than we are of religion, which is clearly polarizing, right? Religion versus free thinkers. Or when the funeral procession of a free thinker passes, you say that they are burying a dead dog. You know, I say, so, and there are many of those examples. All right, very good. Then, so Matthias, overtime, I'm just gonna, you know, I have 5 minutes. I just have to randomly select some points. A great point on overtime variation. That's something we can explore. And in fact, we only went so far till 1914, but we have data until the 1940s. And at some point you have this drop where Jesuit schools shut down. And we're planning to exploit that eventually you have fewer Jesuit educated MPs feeding into parliament. So that's something we can work with. Then to Nicolas' question, that's super useful. So how long does it take to figure out Jesuit, but also, you know, can we basically, related to also Vicky's point, can we start from the back? You know, can we basically check, but this is super intensive and we're working on that. So can you check which kind of speeches lead to a drop in emotionality and polarization? What are the characteristics of those speeches? And are they more likely to come from gems, right? So then you do sort of the exercise upside down, but that's something because we have these rich speech data that we can work with. It's just a lot of, you know, combinatorial stuff going on. So it was much more straightforward to start with a hypothesis. It's gems, you know, we would expect something and then go this way around. almost done. In terms of magnitude of results, yeah, exactly. So Leander, great suggestion. Also in response to Jared, there's one, and this was not in the paper we sent you, the results on interruptions. There we actually have the clear magnitude, right? Because there it's on average, I think I mentioned this, 7% of speakers are interrupted. And for GEMS, it's 1 percentage point less, right? So 1 relative to 7 percentage points, or around 15% relative magnitude. I think that's quite sizable, where we can rely on the magnitude, right? And as Leander said, it's hard to interpret the magnitudes for the speech analysis. Paula, so what makes the Jesuit education special? I think this can also maybe be analyzed, but if we have the Jesuit ideals in this word embedding space, and then we check for each speaker how close are they to these ideals. Maybe there are other speakers who are close, right? Yeah. And Iliana, I think you mentioned, can we do something with distance? We did, but stupidly only as a check. So we just checked, do our matches make sense? So do we find, when we find someone went to a Jesuit school and is in parliament, did he grow up somewhere near a school? But we can turn this around probably and see if there's enough power, right? So where each parliamentarian grows up, does that predict where they went to school? That's something we can work with. And then, okay, so in the interest of everyone's break, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Staged by Tricia. Unfortunately, didn't know what the name was already, but.
I've labeled it. I numbered them all. Right. I'll do slides while I'm here.
Such a tricky.
Great. There's no clicker, right? I just do it from here, or there's a clicker? Okay. I'm gonna wait till you tell me to start. Go. Okay, so this has many co-authors on it. I just want to bring Jiwon Lee, who's a graduate student from NYU, who just finished the job market. She's going to first RF Berlin and then to UNC. She's wonderful. You should invite her to give talks. Okay, so as everyone here is aware, there's by now a gigantic literature on the importance of culture for many outcomes that we intrinsically might care about. And we know that culture changes, and it changes in response to shocks or changes in the environment. You think of ecology, technology, demography, etc. Now, changes in culture, therefore, should rationally contribute to changes in outcome, but by how much? And answering this question, and here we're going to deviate from the rest of the conference, is going to require a quantitative model to be able to answer such a question. Why? Because you need to be able to disentangle the importance of various forces. So that's what this paper tries to do in the context of a parental leave reform in Sweden. So the objective was to use this reform in Sweden. It's called the Second Daddy Month. It's a set of months that are not transferable across parents, and I'll explain it more in detail, and try to understand how much it was changed economic incentives that made people change their behavior. And here I'm thinking about things like the opportunity set, the fact that there were 2 daddy months, future wage consequences, maybe when you take different lengths of leave, you're signaling something to your employer, and changes in culture or social norms. And here I'm thinking about the behavior of your peers. So to answer this question, what we do is to estimate a very simple model, a parental leave. It has only 3 equations, so don't freak out, in which, in addition to caring about economic outcomes, a parent's enjoyment of leave is going to depend on what people like themselves are doing. And then I'm going to use the fact that we have a model to examine the effects of alternative policies on gender equality and parental leave. Very quickly, what are the main findings? I'll just do this quickly because it's hard to appreciate main findings before you've seen anything. We're going to find that economic incentives play a modest role in changing parental leave behavior if we don't allow culture to change. Cultural change in response to the reform plays the largest roles in changing parental leave. Even without other changes in economic incentives, But once you allow culture to change endogenously, once economic incentives change as well, then economic incentives become much more powerful. And then reforms such as extending subsidized childcare doesn't really matter. But reforms, if you want to obtain close to parity in parental leave, is going to require something more like 6 daddy months. And I'll explain what everything means. I'm not going to go really through the literature. The most important paper here, because we won't be doing anything causal, is to understand, yes, there is a literature that shows that peers matter to how people react in terms of parental leaves. And I think the most important paper here is the Dahl, Loken, and Malmstead paper, which studied peers in the workplace and showed there was a very important effect from having a father who went on leave rather than a father who didn't go on leave before and after this reform. So that's in the context of Norway. This type of work has been then replicated in different ways, peers of peers, in countries such as Germany and Denmark. Okay, let's go to the Swedish context directly. So increasing gender equality is a central goal of many governments. Sweden, as we all know, is pretty gender equal compared to other countries, but parental leave remained very unequal in terms of the way it was distributed between men and women. There's been a lot of progress. In 1974, men took 0.5% of the share as a share of parental leave. Today, it's close to 30%. An important factor potentially contributing to this was cultural change induced by reforms, and these reforms are daddy months. So the first daddy month was introduced in 1995. So in Sweden, you had 12 highly paid months, and parents could use them as they want. It wasn't for mothers, it was for mothers and fathers. So fathers didn't use them, and so they made one of those months non-transferable. So if the man didn't use it, it was lost. And so that's been shown by literature to have had an important effect. By 2002, they introduced a second daddy month, but they increased the number of highly paid months to 13, meaning that if you were a woman and you were before taking 11 months, because that's the maximum you could take of highly paid months, after this reform, you could still take 11. But now there were 2 daddy months that would be lost. Okay. Okay, so let me just explain a little bit more about the parental leave system. I think I've told you the most important things. It was one of the first systems that introduced both maternity and paternity leave. It was extended several times. By 1994, you basically have the same system as you have today. 12 high earnings related benefits. Depends a little bit how you want to count it. Let's think about between 80 and 90%. Plus an additional 3 months at a very low flat rate. In fact, in our model, those are going to be just put to 0. So this basic structure remained fairly constant. In 95, there was the first daddy month was introduced. In 2002, the second daddy month was introduced, and the parental leave was extended to 13 months. So we're going to study this reform. We use a bunch of administrative data sets to do so. The most important is probably a parental leave register, where you have to register with the Social Insurance Agency how many months of leave you're taking. And for those of you who are not maybe European or whatever, this is not something that the firm pays. This is something that's paid by the government. Of course, everybody's paying through taxes, but you don't see a direct firm effect. Then we have births by months and years, education, country of birth, and then importantly, wage structure statistics. So unfortunately, this is not Denmark or Norway. We do not have wages for everyone. What we have is full-time equivalent monthly earnings. This includes everyone who works in the public sector, plus a stratified sample, stratified by firm size, of employees in the private sector. So you basically end up with 50% of the employees in the private sector and all public sector. We restrict our sample to Swedish-born parents. We're talking about culture. That seems like the least we should do. And first birth, so that we don't get into questions of equity across different children. If parents are aged between 20 and 60, and because we're interested in particular gender roles, we're looking at heterosexual couples here. We define 2 periods. The first daddy month was introduced in 95. We didn't want to get too involved with that. So we go all the way up to 2002. So we look at the years 1998 to 2001. So we have 4 years of data there. And then for the post period, we need time for culture to change. So we're not looking at 2002, 2003, but we're rather looking at 2008 to 2011, another 4 years. So those are going to be our pre and post period from which we're going to be picking up our statistics. What statistics do we need? Well, among other things, we need to look at potential wage penalties that come about because you take leaves of different length. For that, we're going to be using all individuals for which we have wage data a year before the child is born and 3 years after the child is born. As you can see, we have a large sample size, both in the pre and post period when we do that. When it comes to looking at, this is a decision that's made within a couple. So then we need to look at couple statistics. When we do that, we lose a lot of people because sometimes you have the man, sometimes you have the woman, but you don't necessarily have both. And so as you can see, our sample size drops accordingly. Now, you can take parental leave for a long time. I think you have 8 years in which to take parental leave after your child is born. We're going to restrict parental leave spells that occur in the first 16 months after birth. Most parental leave is taken in the first 2 years after birth, and we did not want to mix second children and first children. I should be very upfront about it. The length of leave registered could be at full benefit or may not be at full benefit. It could be that you're working a quarter time or part-time. We don't know that. So we're just going to be measuring gross months of parental leave. So we'll just take the fact that you registered for a month of parental leave, independently of how much you were paid for it. The other thing is some mothers can take up to 2 months prior to when their child is born, but since children don't come like clockwork, that might end up being 3 months if their children is born later. So very few individuals in our data are going to take more than 16 months, and we code any leave over 16 months as 17 months. Education is important, both in terms of attitudes and in terms of leave behavior. So we're going to be distinguishing between people who have a university education, meaning 3 years in the context of Sweden, or less than 3 years, we'll just call them non-university. And here's the first data I'm going to show you. This is a distribution by education and gender of leave. And all I want you to see is the dark color here was a distribution of leave in the pre-period, that is before this second daddy month reform. And then the white or transparent color is after the daddy month is introduced. It's in the post period. I want to point out a few things, particularly with respect to fathers. First of all, non-university don't look like university. You can see the means differ, both pre and post, but also you can see that the distributions differ. The other thing that two other things I want to point out. The other one is that a large percentage of men, even though there was 1 daddy month or 2 daddy months, before the second daddy month was introduced, they were taking 0 months, despite the fact there being a 1 daddy month, and over 20-something%. And you can see that the movement in the distribution that occurs, the white one, is not that just zeros and ones moving to twos. It's an entire movement of the entire distribution. You see similar movements in the opposite direction and less dramatic, I would say, for women from non-university and university. Okay, why does education matter? Well, it's very hard to get poll evidence, and maybe my discussant will talk about that. So the best we could do was just use 2 rounds that were asked the same question. Does family life suffer? The woman works full time. And what you see here is by gender and by education, the fraction that disagreed with that statement. And all I want you to realize is education matters, both in terms of look at women, college versus non-college, the percentage that disagree. College women always disagree much more than non-college women, and that's true pre and post period. For men, same thing is true. College educated men are more liberal in the sense of disagreeing with the statement. And everybody becomes more liberal, let me say it that way, in the post period. What I'm showing you now here is, and I know it's hard to distinguish N's and U's, I'm showing you by couple, and everything I'm going to be doing henceforth is going to be by couple type. So types are education, because there's two types of education. I have 4 types of couples. The first letter tells you whether the man is university or non-university. The second is for the woman. I'm just going to point out a few regularities in the data. The man is always taking less leave if he comes from a couple where both of them don't have a college education. The man is always taking the most leave if he comes from a couple where both of them have a university education. The opposite, of course, is true for women. She's taking the least leave if she comes from university. She's taking the most leave if she's coming from an NN type couple. What about the mixed couple? Whose education really matters there? It's the university educated woman. So the university educated woman is going to be taking more leave when she's matched with a university educated man than a non-university woman matched with a university man. That same ranking, exactly the same, is true in the post period, except that men have increased and women have decreased the amount of time that they've taken. Okay, so now let me talk really quickly about some desiderata for the model. So I think it should incorporate 4 important factors, being as simple as possible. One is that household decisions interact. They do forcibly. If I take more leave, you can take fewer months of leave. There's economic consequences of parental leave. What are they? Well, there's unpaid parental leave months. There's the fact that for this time period, we're going to say it's 85% of your monthly earnings get returned to you in terms of parental leave benefits if you take one of the high paid parental leave months. There's childcare costs. Sweden is very generous. We've publicly provided childcare, very low price, but not until the child turns 1 year old. Before the age of 1, you've got to go to the private market, and then it's very expensive. And then, as I said, you could be signaling something to your employer with the number of months of leave that you take in terms of your seriousness about your job, your caring about your colleagues, your future career, and whether you plan to stay with that firm. So we're going to be looking at future wage penalties, among other things. The other thing is you might desire or you might hate to spend time with the child. So that's something we want to take into account. And then lastly, the effect of norms or peers. So let me tell you the 3 equations of the model. No. Yeah. Okay, let me tell you quickly the 3 equations of the model. They're going to be choosing to maximizing a household utility function. They care about that first term is utility over average income, household income on average during those 16, 17 months that you're taking leave. The second term is your future income 3 years later, which we think of it as a proxy for all your future income. This is, again, at the household level. B is how much weight you put on that. And this is the same across all households, the utility functional forms. Then you care about the child. You have an H part. That's simply telling you something that tells you on the margin, as we increase the number of months of parental leave, how does your marginal utility of spending more time with children increase or decrease? And it's multiplied by an idiosyncratic factor, gamma, where that is where culture is going to come in. So gamma is going to be an individual draw from a distribution. Here it's going to be normal, whose parameters, well, at least one of its parameters depends on what your peers do. And in particular, gamma is a draw from a normal distribution. Its variance is allowed to depend on gender and education, but not the type of couple you're in. Its mean is also allowed to depend on gender and education in that its parameters are fixed, but it changes endogenously. And the reason it changes endogenously is that it's assumed to be a linear function of how much leave, on average, people like you were taking last period, where last period has no empirical content. It's just to get rid of multiplicity of equilibrium. So what does that mean? Well, people like you here is going to be people of the same household type. So you're a woman, you probably work with women like yourself, that matters, but you might be socializing with women or men from your husband's social circle. So your husband's education also matters. Utility functions, CRA, and then the last equation says we're going to solve each time for a steady state, both in the pre-period and in the post-period. I'm going to be estimating parental leave penalties. I have very little time to tell you about that. So I'm just going to say we're going to take the difference in log wages 3 years after and 1 year before your child was born as a function of your age. It's done separately by gender and education, the year fixed effect, and then how many months introduced as a categorical variable, how many months of leave you took, 1, 2, 3, etc. Okay. For robustness, we also take into account, this takes the fact that this is at the individual level means we get rid of any individual fixed effect, but there could be time varying fixed effects and there could be anticipation. So we also control in some specifications for your wage 2 years before the child was born and 3 years before the child was born. These are the different estimates. All I'm going to do is say these are inputs. You kind of see the same pattern. You see that men who don't have university, immediately, if they take 1 month, even 1 month of leave, they suffer a future wage penalty. These wage penalties, both university and non-university fathers, it goes down. And we have a similar things for mothers, and I won't tell you about it. Okay. We have to estimate 18 parameters in our model via simulated methods of moments. We do it to match 56 moments, half of them from the pre-period, half of them for the post-period. What are they? Their means, their standard deviations. They're the percentage of men who took 0 months of leave. Everything is always done by gender and household type. And the share of leave that's taken by men. And then the correlation, this is an important one, of the wage ratio, man's wage to woman's wage, as a function with the share of total leave that was taken by the man. This correlation is really low in the data in absolute value. It ranges from 0.06 to 0.13. It's negative, of course, meaning that they take, if their earnings are higher relative to their spouses, they're taking less leave, but it's very small. Okay. I'm not going to discuss identification. I'm just going to show you this and say, oh, we do a great job in matching all these things. Hopefully my discussion will wax lyrical here. And now I just want to talk about disentangling the potential mechanisms. So what are the mechanisms that would get men to basically increase their leave by 1 to 1.5 months and women to decrease their leaves, not as much as men. So on average, leaves went up. During this period, there was a significant increase in wages. That by itself is a force towards increasing your leave. Wage penalties fell. I didn't do a great job of showing you that, but it's true. Childcare costs fell, both private and public. And the reform, meaning that there was 2 months now to throw away instead of 1, increased the incentive for men to take more parental leave. What was the cultural change that potentially could be going on? Well, that your peers could be changing their behavior. So here I'm just showing you in that first column what our simulated moments are just for 3 of the statistics, because there's obviously no room. So take that as a pre-period. Then we introduce the reform only. We don't allow culture to change, and we keep all income-related and price-related variables at their initial pre-period levels. As you can see, let me just talk about men for a second. Men increase their leaves anywhere between 0.2 of a month, 1/5 of a month, to 1/10 of a month. Women decrease their leave by about 1/10 to 1/15 of a month. And the percentage of men taking 0 months didn't change. I mean, it just stays constant. Next, in addition to the reform, we introduce all the income and price-related changes that happened during this time period. Wages going up, how correlated wages are across spouses, what's the variance of wages by household type and who you are and your gender, everything. And then including the wage penalties. And as you can see, if you look at the second column and you compare it to the third, that does increase the mean months of men. I should have said I'm showing you everything by household type. So those NNs and Us are different household types. It does increase the months, but it's not dramatic, the increase. Next, we go back and we say, let's get rid of all these income and price changes, go back to the original income and prices, and now, yes, allow social norms to evolve endogenously. And if you compare column 2 to column 4, the pink to the white one, you will see that now this has a powerful effect. This is the thing by itself that most mattered in addition to the reform. Lastly, we can reintroduce all these income-related changes, and we go to the column to the light pink column to the right. That's the post-reform simulated moments. And now you see that
even though before income and price changes didn't have that much of an effect on their own, once you allow culture to endogenously change, it does change the impact of these income and price variables. We can compare our evidence of the reform only, not allowing culture to change, not allowing prices and wages to change, with those that would be predicted by a Sharpe RDD. So we can look at a Sharpe RDD looking at 16 months, the months taken by those who were 16 months, the number of months taken the first 16 months after birth, right before the reform to that right after the reform. And I'm just going to show you a picture to show you what that does. It's done by, it's the first one that you see is simply means, the other one is a linear specification. We can then go to our model. We know we have to get rid of all the other years. We have to re-estimate what the wages look like, the variance, et cetera, and do the same thing. When we do that, and we compare 2001 and 2002 from the lens of our model, we get a difference that is smaller for men than what in the data, but it still does pretty well, 0.21 of a month as opposed to 0.28. And for women, if you look at the estimates, they're insignificant. And so we get something that's fairly small and corresponding to an insignificant level. Now, one suspicion you might have is this model is rigged. I always think all models are rigged. So this model is rigged. If you want to make a point, sometimes you have to. Model is rigged so that, culture has to be the thing that's dominant. And I'm going to say no. If you were to take this household correlations, say between wage ratios and share ratios, shares for men, and if you say that was negative 0.6 instead of negative 0.06, then the reform would have had very little effect, and most of the changes would have actually come from prices and income changes. Lastly, one of the points of having a model is to be able to speculate, at least quantitatively, what difference it would make to have other reforms in place. So we look at making childcare very cheap, just as it is cheap after the age of 1, doing that, making that available from birth. Because preferences, that gamma, barely moves around, there's virtually no effect from this. People just don't care. It's not money that was driving them. It was how they felt about taking leave. So men don't change, women don't change. What does matter is, if you want to achieve gender equality in this, is to be much more rigorous with how many months you're giving men. So we do an experiment where we endow each parent with 6 months of non-transferable leave. In the Swedish language, that would be in Sigvard Kepler, that'd be 6 daddy months with an additional month to be freely allocated. This is not just theoretically of interest. This is very close to what Iceland and Finland are doing, so it doesn't matter. We also compare it with a more radical system. Both, I don't have time to describe it. Let me just say that in both cases, it increases men's share parental leave to 41 to 45%, depending on household type. Let me just conclude by saying parental leave reforms can change men's share by changing economic incentives, which then get magnified by changes in preferences and social norms. Our model suggests, furthermore, that empirical methods that deliver clear results, such as an RD, are not so clear. There will be many, many consequences of reform that are not captured by looking at only 1 month to 1 month changes. You need time to pass to allow culture to change. That can further change economic variables. In our model, wage penalties were exogenous, they're inputs. In a richer model, they'd be endogenous. And if culture changes and men start to group more or change their behavior, then in that model, in a signaling model, that would itself be changing the wage penalties, and that would be an impact of culture as well. Thank you.
So where's Trisha? I need help. Yeah, I can just start by saying I understand why you were you had a lot of things to say. It's a very extensive paper. There's a lot of great things in it, and it's difficult to present in such a short time. So, but yeah, thank you for letting me discuss this paper. It's a very, very interesting paper, and I think it has great potential. Let me just summarize quickly. We've just been through it, and I tell you what I think is the main takeaways from this paper. So really interesting is to the research questions here is to what extent is parental leave taking effective through direct economic incentives versus endogenous changes in social norms, or how they interact together, right? So it's a very important question. You have a setup where you used the 2002 reform in Sweden. I don't want to talk much about that. You presented that already. You build a household model where leave choice depends on current income, future wage penalty, childcare cost, and peer influence preferences. You estimate the model using Swedish admin data, matching gender and household types, educational types over a true period. And then I think very interesting, you decomposed in the end mechanism and simulate alternative parental leave policies. So I think this paper moves beyond estimating a reform effect and trying to ask what are the mechanisms that could make future policy work. So my takeaways are that the direct mechanical effects are modest, but income-related changes matter, but mostly, it's mostly the endogenous cultural change that drives the effects. So this has great, potentially important implications because policy can affect behavior not only to changing incentives, but actually also changing future social environments through culture and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's a very hard question, but important question. I'm very happy that you would take it up. Separate economic incentives from endogenous cultural changes, use a very strong setting and use a structural framework that allows counterfactual policies from the reduced form designs. Okay. I think it's a very transparent diagnosis you make. Use moment matching parameter sensitivity, and you also validate through the RDs here. Yeah, but I have some comments. I'll go through them. It's I arranged them around 4 topics, so the main question is, of course, what exactly does culture captures, right? So the core mechanism is a mean preference shifter, mu, that depends on past leave taken by peers, right? I think it's very elegant and attractable representation of social norms, but empirical culture is not very directly observable, and that's in this sense. So any unmodeled channels correlated with the peer behavior gets absorbed by this residual. Okay. This couldn't be information diffusion, employer practices, sectoral changes, or other unmodeled policy changes. And this is important if we have to interpret the policy recommendations in the end. So, okay, this is maybe a little bit nitty gritty. I'm used to Danish data, so of course Swedish data is great, but I think it has some importance on how you estimate the wage penalties actually, because in your final sample, I think it's only 2 out of 3 parents or something like that, and even lower when you have the couples samples. And I think they are can be selected in a specific way that can create some kind of bias here. So the wage penalty requires that you observe wages in both the period before and 3 years after. I think this is not randomly selected and it's correlated with the leave length. It's been shown. So therefore, maybe those who take the longest leave won't appear in the data actually, right? And therefore, you underestimate the wage penalties influence on women's leave taking. The second part here is also maybe, it's like the wage data is full-time equivalent rate wages. So we know that a lot of women go on part-time after becoming mothers, and therefore you also select you don't see how much that affects the wage penalty, the part-time thing. And the men's wage penalty, I think you actually said that during your presentation. So it's actually not important because it stratifies across private sector. So at this point, I will just jump. But I think it underestimates the true economic cost of leave and leaving more for the residual to explain, and therefore maybe pumping up the importance of cultural explanation. You could just discuss this in the paper shortly, or reweight wage and couple samples to match the brother childbirth or couple sample. Okay. Yeah, you just actually also talk about the ISSP. You used it to validate kind of the cultural change. Maybe you can integrate it a little bit more into what you're doing, just to really validate it. Certainly, I think just present it separately. We know also you also referenced this paper, but Dahl, Lykken and Mostad, that they show that closer peers maybe have great importance for this. And maybe validate or discuss whether these peer groups you use, like the educational household types, how much different would it look if we look at the closer peers actually, because those you actually observe, not just in general type of a household across the countries, if you have space and time for that. Yeah. Okay. So there is a trade-off of using delayed post-reform. You compare the period before 2001, 3 years before 2001, to the post-period starting from 2008 and forth. I think it's important for allowing norms to adjust, but it makes it a bit more tricky for clean attribution of the reform, right? So there's 6 years, and there can be room for a lot of confounders. Some examples that you discussed, some examples, but there's also the financial crisis in 2008, change in job securities, and it could be a lot of things that a general worldwide norm trend shifts that could affect this and could potentially go into your parameter, like to your cultural explanation parameter. So going in this also in this setting, like my main reading is that the model treats pre and post periods as steady states. So the mean preference distribution is constant in each period. But as I see in figure 1, I should have shown it here. The post period to fathers leaves appears to still be moving upwards, right? So you're kind of maybe estimating a moving target here. And that could show maybe there are secular trends, external changes that are not internalized and yet, and therefore the reform-induced culture will be maybe a bit overstated. So you state in your paper you don't want to do transitional paths, but maybe you can compare, maybe choose different alternative post windows just to see how much does that actually change your outcome. So you choose post periods that's closer to the reform and see when is it that the culture really comes in and matter, or when is it the culture change really happens. Yeah. Okay, you use a household model. So your model maximizes one household objectives, and it allows gender-specific preferences, but not explicit bargaining. I don't want you to change the model. It will be a totally different paper. But maybe a bit discussion about why, like, what inter-household bargaining actually means here, because we know, like, from recent working paper I have with Henrik Klevin and the co-authors, we see that it matters, like, if I want, like, the father wants less leave and the mother wants more, and how that is a bargaining thing going in within the household. And we also see that Dubke and Kinderman from the 2019 paper there's inter-household bargaining on fertility. So these household decisions, it can matter how you don't really choose one set from the family always. I think it should maybe just discuss the implication and limitation when maximizing a unitary household model. It would be nice to see. Yeah, so the counterfactuals are very informative. I think it's very nice to see, and those are the most policy relevant part of the paper. I think it's really interesting to see what can we do in the future to make leave more equal between fathers and mothers. But the model predicts large state changes of fathers' leaves under stronger earmarking policies that you have. But the prediction comes partly from the dynamic norm application. Is 0? Okay. Yeah. So I just think holding wages penalty. I just have 1.5 slides. So holding wage penalty, wage distribution, childcare cost fixed at the post-reform level are strong assumptions, because if you change parental leave so much, wage penalty will possibly fall for men if it gets internalized into society and stuff like that. And my last point before you go to the audience is, you also have this childcare counterfactual, whether it's you change the law and the childcare cost before the age of 1 from 45% to 3.6% of non-university women's wages, right? So the average are already about 15 to 16 months on across families. So I can't really see why it should matter that much anyway, right? Because it's only for those who are close up to the 12-month cutoff. Maybe you could show the share of households that this actually would affect, and maybe that can explain why your model also don't show anything on this, right? Yeah, I think that's what I have.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Thanks. That was very interesting. So, of course, when you move away from sort of the RDD around the reform, then there are other changes that may have happened, right? So, and one thing that I don't know Swedish context as well, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think firms might also top up the state-mandated leaves with their own money. So, like one thing that could be happening is that firms just were becoming nicer, and especially white-collar firms. And they're the kind of the white-collar firms is where university-educated folks that typically work in. So maybe sort of that's one of the reasons why sort of they started taking more leave, and maybe didn't really have to do much with the reform itself. So that's basically my question.
I don't know how much, what type of Swedish data you have, but I think you should be able to do it. I was curious if you look at the gender of the child as affecting the responses, given the research that there is about the fact that having a daughter spurs a significant change in norms for the fathers, and or at least comparing the magnitudes to those type of norm effects that those papers find. It seems fascinating.
Okay. I'm just curious, since you peers, and that's already very large effect explained, the economic factor is already very minimal. But in the reality, there's so many other peer groups, right? Does that mean if we consider that conceptually that the effect will be even larger? Or another, of course, it could be also overestimated if this is not really from peer effect, if the same group, same education might reflect other things. I'm curious how you think about is this by focusing on this specific group, is overestimating or underestimating the culture element?
Okay, thanks for your comments, Philip. Most of the points extremely well taken. For the information, employment, and sectoral part of things, I don't think there's that much of that going on, given that we're looking 3 years later. But it could be that this would differ across different types of firms, but this is sort of like an average estimate. Related to that is the union sort of question. So when we say 85%, it really is 80% during this time period and the legal limit, and then we top it up by 5%, so that that is supposed to reflect sort of the union bargaining thing. That is kind of the number that my co-authors, the Swedish ones, thought was correct. We've done sensitivity to that. It doesn't really matter that much. I don't think that it would necessarily be more generous for university-educated men, given the strength of the unions also for non-university-educated men. But you're right that some of it is coming from your employer, not from the union, and then we could check. But in general, there's really nothing this is Sweden. Your job is kept for you. You cannot be fired from your job. You have job security. And so it's unlikely to be, I would think, the main, an important driver here. So in terms of the share of households that are affected, I think we took everyone who had wages at T-1 and T+3. Swedish women work after they have children. That doesn't mean there's no wage penalty, definitely, okay? You know, you can estimate a wage penalty for them if you want. It's very different than what we're doing. I'm saying this because we had a referee who thought we were doing wage penalties like a child penalty. This is not the child penalty. This is relative to, like for women, it's relative to women who take 10 months of leave. And so how much worse are you going to do relative to a woman that takes 10 months of leave? But overwhelmingly, they go back to work. And I think we have some numbers saying it. But we could certainly do a reweighting and see if it matters. So thanks for that. Does the gender of the child matter? You know, maybe, but you would have to start arguing that the gender of the child, the distribution of genders and how they correlate to the feasibility of being in the sample would change the results from pre and post period. Otherwise, if the gender of the child is basically 50%, then, you know, whatever happened before would still be. Oh, heterogeneous responses, yes. 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 Right. So here we get into some tension, and this has to do with Rajit's comment as well. How far do we want to go down a causal route of estimating better and better peers? As you're saying, there's other peers that could matter. So going to the employer level, figuring out who your peers are doing the same type of thing that, you know, Dahl, Magstad, and Loken do. I don't think it's a good idea for us to do it because one, it's not original, so we get zero credit for it. And two, I'm not really sure how much it would convince you of things. So we took an average. On average, that better be right. But I mean, we basically consciously decided not to go down the route of causality because already we're going to get into trouble with causal people who will not like this paper because there is no causality and we put one or two more things, it's not going to help. And, you know, structural estimation people who would have liked to have seen endogenous fertility, labor supply, endogenous wages, et cetera. So it's a risky choice. I think we're going to end up at both sides hating it. Our hope was, of course, everyone's going to love this. And I don't know which, probably wrong way to go. Okay, I might be missing something. I'm very bad at figuring. Oh, the transition. So yeah, we saw for steady state, and I agree with you. Where are you there, Philip? I agree with you that, you know, if you look at the graph, you know, it's still going up. So not really sure what to do about that. I decided to be a macroeconomist and pretend wherever we are is always a steady state for that. But honestly, I don't really know what to do. We could, I guess, you know, like what's a period? I guess we could say the peers a year before, you know, so we could try something like that. And that might be a good idea. But then, you know, and then stop, you know, and then say, this is where we are, but you're not in a steady state. I'm just scared we're going to be asked to match the whole thing afterwards, but as well. But yeah, no, I completely sympathize with that criticism. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot.
10 minutes, even less.
Okay, so thank you so much for inviting me. It's a great honor. This is always such a fantastic group with so many papers. Now I know that I'm standing between you and your crazy Bostonian night, and the last feel a bit like Willie Nelson coming out on midnight, singing the last leaf on the tree. So cultural remittances and modern fertility. So this is joint work with Michael Merki and Hilaire Rapoport, who are both based in Paris, and Romain Waxiergue, who is not based in Paris, but is also French. Maybe it's not completely by chance that there are so many French people. I mean, the only non-French person in this paper, because this is about France, and it's about the decline of fertility. Now, why were we interested in the decline of fertility? Because it's one of the central components of modernization, but it's kind of a funny component because it didn't happen in Britain, or that was, where the Industrial Revolution took place. It happened first in France. That's the first country to durably transition to modern fertility, over a century before Britain, and certainly decades before other European societies. This is shown in the landmark Princeton European Fertility Decline Project by Colin Watkins, and there is more recent work by Guillaume Blanc that very nicely document this. Now, there is a growing literature to try to explain both the onset and the diffusion of this and the causes, and there is a lot of emphasis on cultural aspects. Not that economic incentives wouldn't matter, certainly they also change, but they were not very much in the spirit of what Raquel showed us in the previous paper. While economic incentives might matter, they're typically not necessary, and you really need cultural change for those economic incentives to work. So there's not much known yet about the mechanism that explain how these modern fertility norms and behavior spread from France to other societies. So this is a bit the motivation of this paper, try to provide a potential vector. So I will try to convince you that one vector, not the only one, but very important one, was migrants to France that sent back modern fertility norms, preferences, and so on to the regions of origin between 1850 and 1940. So this is really a paper also not only about fertility, but about social remittances, or we prefer to call them cultural remittances, which is something that has been studied in the literature about migrants, but not as much as other aspects of very briefly, summary of the contributions. So we believe that maybe important part of the contribution is the data set of migrants and naturalizations, because as far as we know, we are the first to use this very rich data set from les Archives Nationales that are over almost 400,000 individual decrees of naturalization. It's not just citizenship, although there is also residency permits, especially at the beginning of the period. Later, it's about more citizenship, but at the beginning of the 19th century, a lot of it's permanent residence. And then we combine it with the census data to provide sort of a whole universe of who these migrants were, where they came from, where they settled within France. We have a model of fertility choice that I'm not going to cover, just give you a gist, not because we don't think it's useful, but for time's sake. And a set of empirical findings, which I will focus. Immigrants will adopt French fertility norms. Immigration to France lowers fertility in the migrants' region of origin, but with a lag, as you would expect, of 10, 20 years. And the effects depends on the fertility level of the destination region in France, because there's also a lot of heterogeneity within France, which is very nice if we can exploit as well. So there is a large related literature. Of course, everybody in this room is, should be here. And a lot of this is about migrants bringing their cultural norms to the destination, which of course is very important. There is a smaller but still important literature on the other side, where the social remittances going to from the migrants to their origins. And there is some of that is about fertility, but it's mostly about late 20th century, early 21st century, more recent, and not about the historical stuff. So historical background. So France was really unusual in Europe because it was a land of immigrants. I mean, very welcoming of immigrants. Partly, of course, it's not by chance, because they had the fertility transition much before everybody else. By the 1820, 1830 already, they were, missing people. They needed labor. They also, military issues about that. They were losing to the Germans all the time because, and so they wanted the immigrants, and there was laissez-faire. And so immigrants came in the same proportion as the proportion of the French population as to the US. And in fact, here in this graph, you can see the stocks, of course, different axes. On the foreigners came in the millions, and then there was naturalization in the hundreds of thousands. Now, migrants came first from the closest places, Belgium, Italy, and then later also from Poland, Spain, a bit farther away. Now, before we go to all the regressions and the empirics, I want to read you for you some letters from Italian immigrants, because you can say, how would these cultural remittances have an effect? We are claiming that immigrants had an effect on the people back home by convincing them that they should change their fertility behavior and norms. So now we have a lot of letters, especially from Italian immigrants, two different collections of letters. And we are now starting doing some more formal textual analysis, but I will not show anything of this because it's still very preliminary. But here's the gist of what they are saying. So it's a guy said, French families don't have as many children as we do. People say sensible because life is expensive. Children must be raised properly. We should learn from them. Here in France, people have fewer children, but they give more to each. They send them to school, dress them well, and treat them with respect. I told my cousin it's better to. Ho detto a mio cugino. It's written literally like that. It's not. It's like on WhatsApp. It's better to have 2 who can read and write than 6 who suffer. Dear brother, you and your wife are right to think carefully about having more children. Here is how the French do. Few children, but well-dressed and to school, not like back home. And then there is also some intra-household kind of conflict. Since we've been here, my wife seems more concerned with hygiene, the children's clothing. She doesn't want to talk about having more children. She says it's different in France. So you can see that clearly this was very much in the minds of these people. Now, in the model, we model cultural change in our theoretical framework, which I'm not going to show, with 2 forces, assimilation and remittances. So at the beginning, the origin region, most households we have traditional preferences and norms. So one is the weight that you put on the quantity of children versus their quality, standard of living, consumption, as you said, dressing well, sending them to school. So that's one important preference parameter. These are kind of affects intrinsic reasons why you want to have, how you decide. But there is also the stigma, the cost of using fertility control, because here we are really talking about a complete new model of fertility. It's not, people have always controlled fertility, even in the Middle Ages, but sometimes by delaying marriage, by extended breastfeeding. Here we are really talking about a more modern way of organizing your, family planning, that you say, I marry, maybe even relatively young, in my early 20s, I decide I have 2 or 3 kids, or even just 1 child, and then I shut down the factory. So that's what they are thinking. And so that's one parameter. And the other parameter is, so we have two parameters. There is the trade-off between number of children versus consumption, and the cost associated with this family planning of deviating from the norms. In the destination, the households have modern fertility preferences. The migrants assimilate, and then they influence their regions of origin. So we have 3 formal propositions coming from the theory. Immigrants adopt French fertility norms. Immigrants send French fertility norms back to their regions of origin. And this is especially true if they locate in French regions with lower fertility. So in the rest of this talk, I'm going to kind of invert the logical order. Instead of showing first evidence for proposition 1, first I will show you the evidence for propositions 2 and 3, which is the cultural remittances, which is kind of at the heart of the mechanism. So this will be based on regional regressions for the regions of Europe. So immigrants send French fertility norms back to the region of origins. And we have a little bit of evidence for a particular mechanism, communication, particularly exploiting the cost of and location of telegraphs. And then in the individual regressions that are from this naturalization data, we have a lot of new evidence about how immigrants adopt French fertility norms, but also through what mechanism. Intermarriage with French women was very important, and years of exposure to France. In fact, we thought even of titling part of this paper, the Madame Pareto effect, because Wilfredo Pareto was the son of an Italian immigrant to France and a French woman, and he only had 2 siblings. So that's very important, intermarriage. Years of exposure to France also matters. So very quickly about the data. So for the regional regressions, our dependent variable is the marital fertility rate from Cole and Watkins, that Roman and I also use in our previous paper on fertility and modernity, that we have it for 775 regions and 25 countries. The treatment variable, which is the new thing, is the number of migrants to France from each region of Europe, and also we know also in what parts of France they went. But in order to do that, we combine the census data with this information about naturalization and residency, and we make some assumption that there is a very strong correlation between naturalization and just number of immigrants, as I will show you in a second. And in principle, we could also do everything just with the naturalization. We have very similar effects. Of course, these are more selected individuals, those who stay and become citizens. Of course, they are just a subset of them. But they provide a lot of information. And so we created this stock. And to study the assimilation of immigrants, then we have very detailed household level. To tell you how detailed it is, this is an example of a naturalization record. This is a guy called François Anastasio that was born on October 8, 1851 in Amalfi, in Italy. And then he moved to Marseille. And so you can see that we have the residence, the spouse, the children, the names of the children. We use the name of the children. What kind of name you give gives us something about the sex. So we can tell you, I can tell you already in advance because I think this is very interesting. So if you give a French name or you keep calling them, Maria or Maria. So how many names you give? Because it turns out, I was told, I didn't know, that at the end of the 19th century in France, the French bourgeois norms were, you call your son, Jean-Paul Marie, that's very, very French. Well, if you call Jean, it's less. So basically they had fewer kids, but with more names. Basically the number of names stays stable, but it was concentrated on. So this is an actual naturalization document. This is the demande de naturalisation. This is not, you might recognize the last name of the person here was called David Waxiark from Varsovie, Russie. This is somewhat related to one of the co-authors of this paper. This was in 1911. Fascinating stuff. Okay, this is the very strong correlation between the country sharing foreign residents and the country sharing French naturalization. This is very helpful for us, to make a lot of different assumptions. But another very important point before I move to the actual regressions is that we have some measure of pre-transition fundamentals. So what's something that you think that are forces that would affect fertility in the regions of origins? For example, first of what was the initial level of fertility in these regions? What was the distance from coal that very often is being used as a sort of a proxy for how likely it is that you would industrialize during the Industrial Revolution, literacy, infant mortality, urbanization, density, all this stuff in the period, at the beginning of the period, in the mid-19th century, was completely uncorrelated to exposure to France. So that's, you can see here, there's basically no correlation whatsoever. Now let's first look at the cross-regional specification. So this is the kind of the simplest specification because first we only see exposure to France so without exploiting the destination, the differences in destination. So we have country fixed effects. Of course, we can use the appropriate borders period by period. We have different periods for different cross sections, of course. We take by 20 years by 20 years, so we do. And we have a vector of controls, so that includes all sorts of geographical controls and also some of these fundamentals. So this is the regression just for 1881, 1900, just to give you an example. This is a crucial period because that's when really a lot of stuff is going on at the end of the 19th century. And you can see that the migration exposure to France is always very robust and severe. Of course, it's with a minus sign, and it's also economically significant, like a standard deviation of exposure to France and extra standard deviation will decrease by about 20% the average fertility in the region of origin. And or 8% of the standard deviation, 20% of the median and 80% of the standard deviation. linguistic distance matters. So if you are closer linguistically, but that's something that we already showed in previous paper, if you're closer linguistically to French, it's a bigger impact. And as well as some of these determinants also matter, urbanization and so on. But even controlling for all these things, we still have the effect. So now the panel specification is more demanding, of course, because now we can use the whole panel, and we can say that so we can use period fixed effects, and we can use region fixed effects. So, but now, of course, the identification relies on changes in exposure within a given region across periods. So the only regions that experience sufficiently early variation in migration can contribute to this identification. So in order to take that into account, we have this, because this is a newer specification with respect to the one that Marco saw. Marco saw the paper a few weeks ago, and this is one of the things that we have added in more recently. So we have this additional early dummies and indicator equal to 1 for region with strictly positive migration to France during the initial period 0. Otherwise, we think that conceptually it makes a lot of sense to add it. And in fact, when we do the interaction, in fact, that's the one that is significant. Before, when we didn't do this and we just did the migration exposure, we got an effect. But when we do this with the interaction, we even have a bigger effect. So I think that this makes more sense. And yeah, sure. So okay, so this is the panel. Now, as I mentioned before, there is a lot of heterogeneity within France, which is, we think, very fascinating. In fact, we are writing another paper, Roman and I, with the third co-author, also French, but not one of the other two French co-authors. I'm going to get a lot of French co-authors in the next future, I think. And so it is about Brittany in particular, Bretagne, but in general, because there is a much less higher fertility in some peripheral regions and so on. So just to give you an idea, this is the histogram that shows the fertility across French regions. So you can see that on average, so there is a lot of dispersion. And so we can construct for each region of origin our in-country C variable capturing the average fertility rate, taking into account all these different destination regions. And you can see that also this, of course, kind of reflects the same kind of variation. When we do this, the interesting thing is that both the migration exposure to France and the destination fertility matter. And so it really also matters very much where you go exactly. And so now let's talk about mechanism. So one thing that we can do in terms of regressions, I mean, besides doing the textual analysis of the actual communication of the actual letters, which we plan to do, is just to see how costly it was to communicate back to your region of origin. For this, there is a lot of variation in the cost, especially of the telegraph at the time. And so we can know where the telegraph was, the distance to the hub and the cost. And we see that, in fact, if you interact the telegraph cost with the exposure, it reduces a lot of the effects of the migrants. So you can say, okay, you have the migrants, but if it's harder for them to communicate back home, there is smaller effects on fertility back home, which is kind of, controlling, of course, for all the usual controls that include all the other, geodesic distance, transportation cost, and so on. And it's really the cost, not even the distance to the hub. It's really the cost of the telegram. Now, I'm not assuming that they are sending back to their cousin a telegram that say, stop having kids, stop. Don't do it, take a walk, instead of going, with your wife. I mean, that's not exactly, I think, what they are doing. But this fact that they can communicate a lower cost, it's a proxy for all kind of communication, coordinating for, temporary visits and so on. So they're keeping more in touch, obviously. If you have cheap WhatsApp with your family, it's very different that if you have to make a phone call that costs you $50, as I used to do when I was, in graduate school in the 1990s. Okay, so let's now move. How much do I have? 5 minutes?
More than 5.
More than 5. Wow, I've never been so good with time. I should start to say some bullshit. Okay, so cultural assimilation of naturalized migrants. So this, now we are completely shifting gear here. We are no longer in the regional regressions. We are in the individual regression. So these are the actual, now, because they are entire household, but usually we take the head of the household, which is typically is a man. In fact, the funny thing, I mean, funny, it's a bit sad how patriarchal this society was. If you were a French woman and you married an Italian man, you lost French citizenship. And then sometime you have to reapply for French citizenship. So it's always the man, of course, in these things. And then the man sometimes applies for citizenship for himself, even for the wife that we know she's French, but now she needs to be reinstated in her citizenship. So it's usual. And so we have the household, and we know the kid, how many kids they have. And here we can clearly see two very interesting things. We think one is the destination fertility. We really know exactly in what municipality, in what district they are. Destination fertility matters a lot. Of course, the social norms, the social influence, in what environment they are. The origin fertility continues to matter. So all this work done by Raquel, with Fogli, with others, all this work that says that people still, where do you come from also matter. It's not, mutually, exclusive. I mean, if you come from regions with higher origin fertility, you also on average have higher origin fertility, but you are also influenced, assimilated to the north. The name modernity is this index that has whether you Frenchify the name or not. We put everything, we can do also separately this component, but it's easier to do an index, and whether you Frenchify or not the name, if it's an individual name or a more common name, if it is secular or religious, and if it's one or more than one number, and they all go in that direction. So now let's. So here, number of children and the relation to essential fertility, residualized, very, strongly correlated. Now let's talk about mechanisms of assimilation. So how did these people, ended up assimilating? And here, as already mentioned, intermarriage is very important. We can find very clearly the effect of being, the essential fertility interacting with French-born spouse, or the direct effect of French-born spouse, as also the years in France matter. I think rather than looking at the table, I think it's good to have a couple of graphs that show it. So this is very clearly, you can see, if your spouse was born abroad here, for every destination fertility, this is the fertility in every destination, for every destination in France, from smaller to higher, you have more kids than if your spouse was born in France. So that's very clear that the effect is much higher if you are, marrying, so it's the Madame Pareto effect very clearly here. It's this, I don't know, one Pareto dominates the other, I don't know, but certainly it's there. Okay, so years in France inversely correlated to number of children. Also, as you would expect, the longer you stay, of course, the fewer kids you have, interestingly, because of this effect. So we have a lot of different robustness tests. We control for 1900 fundamentals rather than at the beginning, just at the end of the period or in the middle of the period, I should say. Probably they are pretty permanent, these fundamentals. I could show this. Control for top family types, all sorts of, different robustness tests. So I believe I don't need to repeat this. I hope I convince you that this cultural remittances matters. Of course, we can all discuss about causality and so on, and I'm sure that Mark will have many interesting things to say as well about this. But it seems to us that at least I should have, we should have moved your priors a little bit, that there is something there about the role of migrants and the relationship to fertility. It's, of course, much more, could be done to go deeper into the mechanism. Textual analysis of communication is something that I think would be, cool to do more of that. Okay, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, thank you, Paolo and Alberto, for inviting me to discuss this paper. It's a really fun paper, as Enrico conveyed from the presentation. I think was remarkable. Now, this series is a great paper. I had a lot of fun reading it. And let me start by summarizing it briefly. It asks, I think, a simple but important question, which is how did the fertility transition spread from France to the rest of Europe. And the answer that the authors propose is through cultural remittances, the idea that immigrants from France immigrants arriving in France sent back to their countries of origin the fertility norms that they learned about in France. And the historical setting, I think, is very well suited to study this question. Of course, France is the country that starts early in the transition. And interestingly, it's one of the few European countries that doesn't really participate in the age of mass migration and the migration of Europeans to the United States. And migrants came from a variety of European countries, which is good for the authors because they can exploit such variation. And the design is that they basically they have foreign residents in France by country of origin. They combine this with individual naturalization records, and they can map these to the region of origin, which in the return migration literature, I think, is a very important challenge. So I think this is something that the authors should be commended for. And then the treatment variable is basically the exposure to France from the region of origin, and then they have a second source of variation, which is how significant the fertility transition, or how low fertility was in the region where the migrants settled. And they have a model. Enrico didn't go through that, and I will not go through it either, but the model predicts that fertility choices and social influence from the migrants in the destination transition back to the country of origin. And there are three predictions. You should observe a reduction in origin fertility with a lag when you're exposed to migrants who move to France. These effects are likely to diminish as regions gradually transition, and exposure to lower fertility within France should have a larger effect on the decline in fertility at origin. And the results map nicely into these predictions. So exposure to French fertility norms reduces fertility at origin with the heterogeneity that the model predicts. And then Enrico talked about this individual level analysis, which I will come back to in a second. I think this is an important question. It's a very nice paper. I like the fact that there's both theory and empirics tightly linked. There's an impressive data work that the authors did. So this is an important contribution, as Enrico said, and there are lots of robustness checks. I see two main contributions. One is on the studies on cultural remittances. Many of you in the room have contributed to this. And I think this is one of the first papers that flips the arrow and looks at the transition back in the countries of origin. And it's an interesting, the second contribution is that it proposes a complementary explanation to the existing literature on what explains the demographic transition in Europe. So I have several comments. I'm sure I will not go through everything, so Enrico, we can talk later. But basically, my first comment will be about the narrative ordering. And so as Enrico said at the end, they are flipping so the model's first prediction is tested at the end. And my first suggestion is actually to start with these individual level results. My idea being you can show that the migrants internalize these norms, they change the behavior, and then you can show us what happens down the line in the countries of origin. So this is, and I think this kind of preempts the question of what are you transmitting if you can convince me that the migrants are internalizing the norms. The second is on the mechanisms of the remittance, and I know that you're working on this, and I think it's a great idea to try and get more into the details of what the migrants are transmitting, and these diaries seem exactly what you can try to exploit. Again, even if you can do something that is descriptive, I think here would be pretty cool. And then I have two sets of suggestions on the empirics. The first is that you have two sets of specifications, though slightly different from what I saw relative to what you presented, but I think the spirit is similar. You have a panel specification where you control for region and period fixed effects. And this doesn't exploit the variation cross-sectionally in where within France the migrants are going. And then you have this instead cross-sectional variation in where the migrants are going within France, but you never combine them together. And so I think the most convincing thing that you could try to do if you have power would be to exploit both simultaneously, basically estimating panel regressions where you have not only exposure to France overall, but also exposure to France to different regions in France. And so I think this is something you could try to do. I think you could try to do some sort of placebo. I understand that getting return migration at the country level may be challenging, but it would be cool to show that only return migration or only migration to France matters. So you could use, for example, the data that Guillaume Blanc is using with Romain in their Malthusian growth paper, or the Ellis Island passenger list. And ideally, you want to show me that I'm in Italy and sending migrants to the US doesn't reduce my fertility. The other idea that I have, and on this I'm happy to talk more later, of course, is that you could try to get an instrument for where within France these migrants are moving. And one idea I had is to exploit the notion of climate similarity. So Hunt has a very interesting paper, 1992, where she wanted to look at the effects of the Pieds Noirs repatriation from Algeria to France, and she exploited the intuition that migrants sorted along temperature. And we have a recent paper with Margherita Obolensky and Charles Taylor for the US, where we show that migrants sort systematically along climate gradients. And so my idea, again, this is just sketched, but is that you could, in principle, microfound the initial shares in this shift share instrument with some function of the temperature distance between the origin and the destination. And then you can allocate the migrants who arrive after the very first wave according to this temperature gradient. And hopefully this can give you a kind of a version of the CARD instrument more exogenous. Of course, and in the slide, I try to elaborate a little bit on the exclusion restriction and so on, but I'm cognizant that I'm the last discussant, so I'll go quick. And then I thought the other idea, we discussed this a little bit, Enrico, I understand this may be a different paper, but I think it may be interesting to flip the perspective again and look at what happens to in the US. So it's true that France didn't send that many migrants, but still, this is I was curious, and actually you see the number of migrants from France to the US is not negligible. So there are over 100,000 French migrants with some variation. And interestingly, I was like, again, for curiosity, I was plotting this on a map, and you see that there is some variation both cross-sectionally and over time in where the French migrants are located. And so my idea is that you could also see how the migrants, non-French migrants, behave if they have French immigrant neighbors. And I think Alberto left, which I take it as I should stop. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so then you still have 2 minutes, okay? And then, okay, so I have time for a couple other things. One is whether you can, so there's a nice paper by Sam Batsi and co-authors where they show that the transmission of culture from migrants to the receiving population depends on the social status of the migrants. And so I was wondering whether you could do something similar in your context in France along 2 dimensions. One is, do the migrants to France from other countries learn more and copy more when the French around them are higher status? And does it matter whether the cousin that calls me on WhatsApp is high status or low status? Do I react differently? Again, I understand that it may not be easy to test this, but this was one idea. And then the other is like a development as a confound, namely, is it possible? You do have like this leads and lags exercise, which I think is very useful, but if you could show more systematically that the fertility and development responses in the country of origin match with your channel, with your story, namely fertility response first, and then you have a change in economic outcomes, that would be convincing. Thank you very much for a great paper.
Yeah, very interesting paper. I had a comment kind of related to one of Marco's points about status, but more a status being an outcome of lower fertility in France. So the idea is, why would it be appealing to me to reduce the number of children if I'm an Italian and my cousin tells me that that's the case? If it's sort of a successful strategy, if by doing this you do better in France, then that sort of sends a signal that it might be a good idea to do. And I don't know if you can look at that by seeing how a smaller number of children affects a person's occupation or whatever other outcomes you have in the naturalization certificates.
So I was going to ask exactly the same question that Marco asked on this slide, namely, how can you rule out simple income effects from monetary remittances? But since Marco already made the point, I'll say something else, which is that all French people have a prior that we've had enormous impact and influence on world history. And so as a French person, I'm very convinced and I really like the paper.
I have a bigger picture question, which I'm going to ask because I have the opportunity to pick your brain. And I think we think in France that like the decline in fertility precipitated industrial development or development. And I was just wondering, and I don't know the answer to this, is that something we see comparatively? So I tried to look up on my phone what happened in Korea, and it seemed to happen at the same time. And then I looked at Botswana, and it seems to sort of slightly lag. So just wondering if you know, like, what is the comparative findings here? Do we see that everywhere?
I'm just curious, like the French fertility is low mainly because they marry late, or is this they marry earlier, but still they have fewer children within marriage? Would this kind of specific practice translate that it explains the lower fertility, or is your yeah, just to make it more concrete?
You might know this literature already, but building off Leander's point, David Bloom calls this the demographic dividend of the East Asian tigers, where their child mortality started to fall and then their birth weight started to fall, and that leads to a bump in the working age population.
So thank you so much, Marco, for a fantastic discussion that was very generous and very constructive. And we will make sure that Monday morning, Paris time, we will start working on this. Let's hope that Michael is awake early. No, this is a great. Let me comment a little bit on what Marco said, and then I will respond to some of the other questions. So not on all that he said, but just a couple of things. So yeah, I think that those are great suggestions. Combining the panel and the destination fertility looks, feasible. You have to. Sometimes the devil is in the detail on how much, one can say the panel is already quite demanding, so we're a bit reluctant to put all together. But I think that's something that definitely we should try. Now, we didn't do the placebo of sending them somewhere else. One placebo that we did that I didn't mention, I mean, it's not quite the same, but we look at the telegraph cost from London rather than from France, but for the immigrants to France, and we found no effects. I mean, that's of course not exactly the same. But regarding the endogeneity, the temperature, the very fascinating work that Marco himself is doing, I think that looks super interesting, because we were struggling with the idea of what kind of could be an exogenous instrument. We thought about conflicts and war. I mean, with Fredo Spareto's father went because of the 1848 thing, was a political thing, but those themselves, of course, are endogenous and depend on secularism and political views and so on. So we thought that the exclusion restriction would not work for those kind of shocks, but for temperature that might be more promising. French immigrants to the US sounds very interesting. Although these French immigrants themselves might not have been the typical French immigrants that were, we have to see exactly why they left, exactly because it was so atypical for French people to live, but there are 100,000 of them. So, and Now, the status is very important. So this connects to Vicky's question about the status. So say we have evidence about that. I didn't show for them, maybe I should have shown. We have very specific evidence about by profession for, and it's very much consistent with your priors. In agriculture, they had, much higher fertility in spite of this. If they were more intellectual professional status, the effects was much higher, the fertility was much lower. Now, of course, the causality is not clear, but I suspected that it worked both ways, that the people that were already with higher human capital and so on, they had the stronger economic incentives to have and cultural incentive to lower the fertility. They also they would do it, but they were also more prone to social influence. And as part of social influence, I completely don't rule out that this was also, I mean, if you call your son, Jean-Paul Claude, I mean, it's also because you want your son to be to a very good Jesuit school, probably, or something. I mean, you want to be successful in French society. And so there is clearly a performative aspect to it, there is a social aspect to it that is very much part, very much part of the story. So now, answering, now a bit more randomly a different question. So yeah, it's not really that they delay marriage. It was really, for given age of marriage, they reduce their fertility. That seemed to be, in fact, in marriage, if anything, might have been even slightly anticipated over this period compared to previous period. From what I know about this, so the question, so I'm not completely sure that if I understand if things, there were questions about the connection with development and with progress. So yeah, this was view, I mean, the reducing your fertility in general was very good for development from a purely sort of, it was fundamental for the transition from the pre-Malthusian world to the post-Malthusian world. So it happened at the same time. The infant mortality came first, of course, the reduction in infant mortality. That's not what was transmitted. Infant mortality, we checked that. It was not that perhaps you could think the French also were telling, wash your hands, the germs, Pasteur. We were concerned that that might also be a channel. We checked that. Is not infant mortality is not affected the same as fertility, so control. But certainly that was part of the story. So infant mortality was falling, but that was falling in other places, like in other places in England, and they were not reducing their fertility because the norms still said you should have more kids. Now, once you reduce your fertility, you have the effect, like in a typical like a Solomon model, you reduce population growth. You do have an increase in income per capita and so on. And now, in the longer run, of course, now we have the concern that innovation might stop and so on. But in this period, also, they didn't go to the Korean. I mean, there's very different what's happening now in South Korea or even in Italy, where you go to 0.5 kids, 0.6 kids. The French themselves had 2.5 kids, 3 kids, still over. They didn't have the 6 or 7 kids of other places, but they had still above, the population was not shrinking. It was not just not growing as fast as in Germany or in Britain. So in that sense, I think the effects for development were probably on balance pretty positive. Plus, this also probably was complementary to accumulation of human capital. And probably there are other things that I should answer, but for the sake of time and to let you go and walk along the Charles River under the rain or whatever, I will thank you so much, everybody, for all your comments. Thank you, Mark, again. Thank you, the organizers, and have a nice weekend.
And we hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Very good.